Okay. Morning, everyone. Sorry for being late. I'd like to call the Economic Development, Technology, and Tourism Committee to order. Call the roll, please.
Councilman Canali,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle,
Here.
Councilman Covette,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson, Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Councilman Ford, Chair Ford.
Present. Okay, we have two items on the agenda today. I need to ask a question. Do they complement each other? That's why I can read them and we can do them both together, save a little time, and then maybe vote on each one of them separately. I can't hear you. Hello?
Mr. Oswald, would these two items be able to be called together, or would you like for them to be heard separately?
Yes, we're prepared to present them together.
Okay, thank you. Yes,
Okay.
Councilman Ford, they can present together and vote on them separately.
Okay, appreciate it. Okay, first one is a resolution authorizing approval of the use of a pilot rents for payment of indebtedness with the respect to redevelopment of the walk and otherwise providing with respect to the foregoing. The second one is an ordinance for the creation of the Walk Tourism Development Zone Tourism surcharge and otherwise providing with respect to the foregoing. Who do we have going to be talking?
Jennifer Oswald, President of the Downtown Memphis Commission.
Okay, go right ahead.
Thank you. I will try to be brief so that we can allow for the development team to speak, as they have some very important updates for you. Just a reminder, here's the proposed site, the master plan site, which is between AutoZone Park and the FedEx Forum, and largely in a very blighted, empty, and underdeveloped area up through from 4th to Danny Thomas, as a reminder. Sorry, I'm having trouble here with my cursor. Advancing. I'll just go this way. Okay, so here's some images of what the area looked like before the development team actually cleared most of this. It is now a green site ready to be developed. But before that, it was vacant, blighted buildings, generating very little property tax, and a very terrible walk for tourists to go from our hotels to Sun Studios. Here's some images of what that walk will look like now. This is a new street that will cut through the middle of the development. What you see on the left and right is new retail and restaurants, and straight through this street, an innovation tower that will house startup companies, minority emerging companies, as well as some well-known companies that will be testing some ideas using the technology within the development. And this is an image of Union Avenue from Danny Thomas looking towards the river. You can see a very different image today. This project was before you all as a TIF request in the fall. And the good news is that despite the setbacks of COVID, this is substantially the same project, and we are very thankful for that. It is over 1,100 units of apartments, over 550 rooms of hotels, and this is spread out over several hotels throughout the entirety of the development, 2 hotels to start with in the first phase. Significant retail space, which is supported by the density of this large number of units. But for that, we would not be able to have any retail of size without the density of these number of people living in the small area. And then the office space, which includes the innovation tower I just mentioned, and an additional office tower to come in a later phase. And the development cost remains at nearly $1 billion. It all in, it is very substantial. And, this COVID has really brought a chance for a lot of development to stop, pause, or just say, not now. But this team has worked hard to redesign, to react to COVID, and to continue to fight through everything that they're facing, all the headwinds that they're now facing. The CCRFC board did approve this request, which is to make the administrative shift from a TIF to a pilot on August 11th. And that was a unanimous vote by this board. To go over the budget, as you can see here, this development team is putting in $150 million of their own equity, matched with $424 million of debt. And then the incentives that we're discussing today actually are additional ways to finance the project, and they are all at the owner's risk, so not at the city's risk. The first would be the pilot proceeds at $134 million. And you can see that what we're doing here is requesting a pilot, which previously the TIF was what was requested because at the beginning of the project, public infrastructure was significantly heavier in relation to the overall project. But as the project grew, that became a smaller piece. And also the team obtained state approval to use TIF proceeds on any of the vertical construction, the buildings themselves. And when they did that, the TIF and the pilot became very similar in how they can use the money. Now, the team is still investing in all of the infrastructure that's needed. None of that is being placed as a burden on the city. But the shift to the pilot is really a requirement of the financing as it stands today. So Kevin Adams will get into this a little bit more, but basically the 3 or 4 banks in the country that can handle this size of a deal have said, we are not comfortable with the TIF. There's too much uncertainty in future years. A pilot is a contractual agreement where you set the taxes and we can know that you're going to pay that into debt service over time and it's not going to change. And you've used pilots in Memphis successfully for many years, and that's the only way we're going to be able to move forward. So in a normal pilot situation, it wouldn't even come before this body. However, what we're requesting is for them to pay in 100% of their tax. 25% of that will go to the city and county, as it would in a normal pilot, and then the remainder would go to a trust to pay debt on the project. So again, it is just a financing tool and a way to allow for this project to move forward. And then a tourism surcharge, which we'll get to at the end of this presentation. That's the second item on your agenda, which is also a way to finance. And then new market tax credits are being utilized in this project. And just as a reminder, all of the incentives are financing and they all are at the owner's risk. The financing plan will come back before the CCRFC board for approval at a later date. And then you can see here the vast majority of the cost is in the hard construction because this is all new construction. And that brings a WMBE target of $159 million, which we are going to talk to about at length here in a moment. I just wanted to point out before I pass it off to the team that the pilot will not be granted until EBO compliance is met. So at the time, right before they start construction, after they have finalized their construction documents and are ready to bid, they will have completed a utilization plan that says how they intend to meet the goal. And if we do not feel that they have met our EBO program, at that time, we would not close the pilot and they would not have their incentive. Even if that is met and we close the pilot and then there's a blatant disregard for the program, the pilot can be canceled. So there are a lot of checks and balances. Now, our program does not say you must hit X% because they can show us, all of the outreach and all of that they've met all of our requirements. And in certain cases, although it doesn't happen very often, they might not be able to meet a certain percentage. However, history has shown us over many, many projects that if the program is followed, if the outreach is given, the percentage is met. And this team has gone above and beyond to work towards a 28% goal, and they are already on schedule for that. So I'm going to pause here for a moment and turn it over to the team. They have several things that they'd like to speak about related to this and the project itself, and then I'll come back at the end and go over the specific questions as well as the search. I'll start with Kevin Adams.
Thank you, Jennifer. Thank you all this morning for hearing our case. Obviously, during this last 6 to 7 months, that has given pause to all of us in our businesses. It gave us a great amount of time to really look at the project and do any kind of redefining that we needed to do that relates to COVID and just the economy. So I really truly feel we have a better project today than we did 7 months ago that we're going forward with. As an example, a large percentage of the apartments will have offices in their units for the new way of doing business in the future for some companies. We will have contactless doors, special filtration systems for apartments, hotels, and so forth. So it's just been from that standpoint, a good time of redefining the project, and we're very pleased with it. During this time also, as we all know, the capital markets have halted, tightened up, halted, however you want to say it. And a lot of projects are on hold now. And we have been faced with those issues and trying to make sure that we put together a project plan and strategy for financing that is financeable. And as Jennifer said, one of those issues has to do with the bonding of the incentives that we had asked for. And frankly, the difference between the two is predictability for the bond issues. Pilots, you're set to a tax rate and you stay on that. And the TIF, you are vulnerable to millage rate changes, reassessments, and so forth. So that's the reason for the change. Also, as the project has remained the size but been better defined, a lot of the cost that we thought was going to be in the infrastructure is in the verticals. So that also helps us there, although we did get it on the TIF through the state. As important as all of this is, even more so, I think, is important on the MWBE side. And with the tragedy of George Floyd, it's just brought it more to the forefront. This project and this team wants to be a model and example, not just for Memphis, but for the country of how we are going to change things. I personally have had a number of meetings with MWBE folks, trying to gain their trust, which is difficult from where things have been in the past. And the fact that we have to go down this road of building blocks that we can't commit to anyone till we have a design and a pricing and incentives and capital markets. But one of the things that we have done along the way in this last 7 months is we brought on Turner Construction. Turner, as a lot of you know, is a very large construction company, actually I think the largest in the country. They have a lot of experience in these mixed-use developments and also best practices when it comes to MWBE. So we're very happy to have Turner working in partnership with Montgomery Martin to help us get this built on time, on budget, and with the commitment of the 28% on the MWBE. I've got 3 folks that are going to speak real quick, but it's important that you hear from them, I think, in reference to professionals of how we're going about bringing them on board of the MWBE, construction providers, and then on the innovation side, startup companies, and then finally the fourth would be the investors, which I'm taking care of. So Carl Persons is overseeing the professional side. Mary Bright and her team at Turner with Montgomery are overseeing the construction. And Andre Folks with Startco is overseeing the innovation side. And then I'm personally overseeing the investment. In other words, minorities that I hope will come in and invest in this project side by side with us and be partners and owners of the project. So Carl, oh, and also I think, Jennifer, did you just put up there the letter that yeah. So this is a letter that was drafted by the team and with help of some of these folks that are listed below. We have met with them, and everyone's very passionate about what we're trying to do and understanding we're treading on new waters and have to figure this out together. But this is just a further, hopefully, example of our commitment on the utilization plan for the MWBE to be a part of this project in every way. So, Carl, go ahead.
Sure. Thank you, Kevin. And thank you, City Council Committee. As Kevin mentioned, we are very intentional about retaining the 28% MWBE spend. We think we have a great strategy to meet that goal. Our intention, obviously, is to exceed it. When you think about it, it's a $159 million impact to the minority community in Memphis. With that alone, it's a tremendous upboost and lift for the city of Memphis. One of the things that we're focused on, as Kevin just mentioned, is on the professional service side. Today, my company, Customized Solutions, Bowsing Gillespie, Aaron Campbell Architect, Arun Wash, JT Malara's Engineering, and Hotel IES is some of the few companies that are already under contract and working on this project. To date, as Kevin mentioned, we are tracking 33% on track as far as our MWBE goes. And what does that mean? That means that about $4 million of the total $12 million allocated today are either been spent or under contract to be spent with MWBE's companies. As you know, when we first demoed the site, and you all know where that is, we're so proud to announce that the first large contract went to B&W Excavating Company. And that was about $650,000 of a $1 million demo budget. So that was 65% of the demo budget went to an African-American firm. What is exciting for us to announce right now, as Kevin mentioned, we are partnering with Turner Construction Company, which they have a tremendous reputation nationally based on their minority participation and engagement. I'll be working very closely with Mary Bright, who you will hear right after me, to make sure that we meet our MWBE goals. Andre Folks is going to come up next, but we're also excited from an MWBE standpoint to talk about the digital innovative center that would be housed inside of this development. With the 5G Wi-Fi, there's a lot of companies with great interest that's going to be participating in this project that will lend support also to the MWBE process. What's different about this project? Well, I know there are some skeptics and people are asking, well, are they just talking? No, we're intentional about this. We're exploring joint venture opportunities with larger companies. We're looking at insurance, legal, marketing, and other professional services where we can pair MWBE participants with other larger companies to make sure that we meet our goal. And finally, I would just say this before I turn it over, is that Kevin and Montgomery and Dave and Quincy and the management team and development team, they are very serious about the MWBE. Kevin, as you know, is a native Memphian, and he's very passionate about making a change, not just with this project, but just making a change in our city. What's next on tap? What we're going to do next is, over the past 7 months and even beyond, we've been working with those companies that you see on the page right now. I won't go through them, but from all world project management, all the way down to Nixon general contractors. We've been in the process of meeting one-on-one and in groups with these folks to make sure that we're pairing them up with expertise and with the needs that's going to be driven by this project. So we're intentional about it. We're serious about it. We know that this is a big opportunity for Memphis. It is a game changer for minorities. We will be sending out communications in the upcoming weeks and months as this project rolled out to make sure that all of the MWBs are engaged. So with that, I'll turn it over to, I think, Mary, who has a brief update on the construction side.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mary Bright, and I am the Community and Citizenship Manager for Turner Construction. And in that role, part of my responsibility is I have the honor of continuing to work with our MWBE community in Memphis. At Turner, we are very intentional about our diversity and inclusion efforts. And really, we have one big goal, but it's broken down into 3 parts. The first part is that with every job or every opportunity, we want to ensure that we are maximizing our participation. We also want to ensure that not only Turner is successful, but all of our community trade partners that we have engaged on that opportunity are successful. But ultimately, we want to build up this MWBE community. We want to build up the number of businesses. We want to build up the capacity of businesses that are already in this market. The way we go about achieving this goal is a 3-part process. And we do this through our outreach, our procurement, and our support efforts. During our outreach efforts, we engage all of our diversity supplier councils in the city, along with our municipal entities, both on the county, city, and quasi sides. We also sit down with our community trade partners and get to know their strengths, their weaknesses, their capacities, what they're good at, things for opportunity for them. And I think one of the things that Turner does that I've never really seen any other GC do is we are very intentional about connecting our minority trade partners with our majority trade partners. This allows opportunities to overcome that capacity issue that a lot of times we hear come up in this community. Through our procurement efforts, we are very intentional with right-sizing our trade packages. We always tell our trade partners, let us know what you can do. Let us know what you are great at. Don't worry about the size of the package. Let us know where you think you can fit in, and let us worry about sizing the package for you. So I think that is one of the things that our team really does great. And then just outside of opportunities to partner with Turner, all throughout the year, we provide opportunities for learning and for professional development for our trade partners. One example of this is the Turner School of Construction Management. This is a school that Turner has hosted for over 50 years, and it is geared towards our MWBE trade partners in the construction industry. Also, Turner teaches classes on lean, safety, estimating. Outside of these opportunities, one of the things that Turner would like to do or implement on this project is our workforce development program. As we all know, the opportunities in construction right now are great, but the bodies to fill those opportunities are few. Turner's workforce development program is 3 parts. It contains an instructional piece that will give our future community trade partners the knowledge and the skills that they need to be successful. It also would give them hands-on job training on the job site. And with the ultimate goal being after the coursework and the training that we can place them either on one of our job sites or one of our community partners' job sites. Andre?
Yes, good morning. My name is Andre Folks with Startco. Thank you, members of the council and others, for some time to share some perspective and also the walk's greater impact on the community. You may or may not know, but we're in the business of helping startups, small businesses, corporations, and governments build new technologies and solutions and better business and economic models to achieve greater success. For decades, in this community, there's been underinvestment in this agenda, many times being left out altogether. So I cannot emphasize enough the fact that the Walk on Union allowed this agenda to be at the table front and center, and did truly diversify their agenda so that it incorporates diverse entrepreneurship and innovative community building. They commissioned us to put a plan together, and we spent 2019 doing the research, discovery, designing, and partner building to create an innovation-driven economic development plan called Catalyst 30. This plan focuses on regional innovation through the building of an innovative economy, livable communities, and an inclusive society, and collaborative governance where we're working together for results. Catalyst 30 is a $100 million effort with a focus on 4 key areas: creating a smart and connected community or a digital city, the direct investment in technology and entrepreneurship, creating an urban campus of innovation by dedicating an innovation building that is equitable and affordable for diverse entrepreneurs, and digital inclusion to begin closing the digital divide for underserved communities. So what does this have to do with minority participation and supporting diverse communities? Well, in our opinion, a lot. Our journey started over a decade ago when we realized that our minority and women participation was only 7% and 9% respectively. And we've been able to grow these numbers so that each year they fall between 40 and 50%. We are applying our method with our many partners to be unapologetically deliberate about making sure this agenda is not just an agenda, but a natural way of doing business. Today's discussion many times is on MBE participation, and I do know there are doubts and concerns. We do not shy away from those, but we also want to make sure you know that there is more to the story. We created an on-ramp training program with the 800 initiative with 10 to 15 businesses that started back in January of this year, where we are providing hands-on business and technical assistance for better capacity building to increase the likelihood of doing business on the project. There's no guarantees, but open dialogue and continued assistance and checking in to keep them warm is the key. An investment fund is being created, and it will be one of the first emerging manager funds in the region. This means there is Black ownership, and will have a goal to deploy its capital to the tune of 30% into people of color. For perspective, nationally, the average is 1%. We are working to close the digital divide in South City, where we'll be providing internet to the home, digital literacy and education training, creating a 5,000 square foot technology lab, and connecting 1,000 households, giving youth and their families new opportunities and outlooks on education and workforce advancement. This will be used as a model for other neighborhoods. And also one piece of the plan is to run fiber infrastructure to the MLK Business Center, Lemoyne College, and to create a smart learning environments in this community. Higher education is also playing a big role through our student apprenticeship model, where students will work on the ground with communities, doing social work to close the digital divide, all while getting college credit. University of Memphis, Lemoyne College, and Christian Brothers are all involved. Partners who would be funded by or are working on this plan are also diverse, with people of color leading organizations like Code Crew, Knowledge Quest, the Women's Foundation, Urban Strategies, and so much more. Although this is not MBE participation directly into the Walk project itself, it is an agenda like one never been done before in this community or this country. There is more at stake than we know. Your support will be a huge step in ensuring this agenda gets done. We've been working on this agenda for 15 years with a multitude of partners and are committed to seeing it through. Although the Walk is not leading every area of this plan, it took the first risk that triggered 27 partners now working together for success. I appreciate your time this morning.
Jennifer, you want to take it back over?
Sure, thank you.
Before you do that, we're kind of running over a little time. Can we kind of?
Yes, I'll be very brief.
Thank you.
In summary, the parcels in this project currently pay the city $112,000 in tax annually. That will go up to at least $1.8 million during each pilot year. So that's a significant increase. In addition to that, 5,800 construction jobs for this community, 3,400 ongoing jobs, and $13 million per year in other local taxes. So this is a recovery project. This is to help the city refill its coffers with sales tax and other taxes on an annual basis of 13 million at least, and more from that. MWBE spending of 159 million on the construction alone. And then the business incubation, the smart city expansion into South City, as well as for civic solutions. This project was approved by CCRFC and has full support of the mayor and his administration. And we are asking for your approval today of this administrative change from a TIF to a pilot to allow for this great project to move forward in our community, to allow Memphis to be a showcase nationally of the right way to do something and to do it in a way that benefits the entire community. It fills a huge gap in our downtown and will only further bring prosperity to not only downtown, but for the rest of Memphis by the things that it's trying to do as a first in our city, but in our country as well. So we do ask for your full support of the shift to a pilot and the use of the rents to pay debt, which is the big decision for you all. The 30-year decision is a state decision, and they will go towards for that approval after they have your support. Chairman Ford, would you like me to also speak to the surcharge real quickly?
Yeah, make it, yeah. Go right ahead.
The second item on your agenda is the surcharge. This is a 5% tax, self-tax on qualifying hotel and retail space. It is another financing tool, and it cannot be used by the city for any other use. So it couldn't be implemented, but then used to satisfy other budgetary needs. This is being used by Graceland currently, and it was approved for use by the Lowe's Hotel. We obtained, along with the city administration and EDGE, went to the state and obtained approval for broad use of this surcharge in tourism development zones in Memphis on qualifying hotels. So there are only 3 tourism development zones: the Fairgrounds, Graceland, and downtown. And within those areas only, any qualifying hotel could apply this surcharge and use it to finance their project. And that's what's being requested today. We will have a map. The map I showed you at the beginning of this presentation was just for context to show you where the general site is, but the parcels subject to this would only be those under control by the development team, owned or under contract. So it doesn't include everything within that red box, which some parcels are currently owned by others. So again, this is not something that can be used for any other purpose. We're just asking for you to provide the local approval for something that the state has already approved to further help finance the project. And in this case, this is about a $20 million infusion of proceeds, additional tax that can be used to pay the debt, the bonds that are issued to build the project. And so that is what item 2 on your agenda is. Thank you, sir.
I appreciate you. Thank you very much. Okay, I got 2 councilmen. Councilman Smiley, I see you need a copy of the presentation.
Yes, I think someone just sent it to me.
She's gonna send it. I just wanted to make sure. Okay, I got Councilman Corvette. You got some questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Great presentation. I look forward to the success of this, and thank you for going above and beyond, reaching out on these MWB and minority opportunity. We all move Memphis forward together. I do have one cleanup item to request, and I want to make sure this is kind of a friendly amendment. If you go, Brooke, if you want to bring up that picture I sent you, I believe it's page 6. Yeah, there you go. Thank you so much. You see that red circle right there in the center? That is another person's property that I believe it's Mr. Bell's asked to pull it out. It is not part of this project. The parcel is not listed on the list of parcels, but it is included obviously in this diagram. So friendly amendment to pull that image or that little sliver out of the project. If there's no opposition, just friendly amendment.
I can't hear.
Members, if you would give us one moment, we have a caller that's joined that's not muted. If you have just joined the phone call, could you please identify yourself? If you've called into the council meeting, would you please let us know who you are?
If there's no
Okay,
opposition,
I'm sorry, go ahead, Councilman.
Chairman, let's just move it forward as amended.
Okay, as amended, that'll be fine. Is that all that you have, Councilman?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay, I have Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, everyone. A couple of questions. When was this project originally approved by council related to the TIF?
What was that, 2 weeks ago? About a month? Can you answer that question?
The original TIF, is that what you said?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, when this
so-
project first came before council, then it was approved by council.
Yes, that was in late 2018, and then it was expanded to its current $750 million stance late, it was, I think, November of last year.
Okay.
And then they were ready to get started, but then COVID hit, and it really made them have to reassess everything.
Okay. Has there been, so since December 18, has there been a change or has there been an increase in the diversity of the equity or the ownership group?
No, they were not able to get to that point. So first they expanded the project, and then they were ready to get all the financing in order, and they've had many conversations, but they didn't have an exact term sheet to put in front of anyone until they, got to that point. And then they had to reassess everything and make this request today. So Kevin can speak to, progress that's been made, but it has not been finalized.
We were a project this size. You can imagine all the different disciplines that are needed, and just the timeline of trying to design something and price it. We have been spending all of our time getting the design right and pricing this and value engineering too. So that is a very long process in a project this size. So nothing has just been stalled. It's all been getting very, very well refined along the way.
Now, that sounds more so associated with the construction part of it, but I'm looking at the diversity of the equity or the ownership group. So it would seem like we've gone through all of 2019 and there's not been a change in the makeup of the ownership group. It's
Good point. Good point. And the reason why is that there has not been enough solidified information of the financing that's in place and so forth to get anyone to commit to put money into this project. Everyone wants to know all of the details and the risk associated with it. So I personally talked to a number of minority folks to be investors in the project, but obviously none of them want to come in until they know the full picture, which is totally understandable. So that means having all the construction pricing done and buttoned down with the contractor, to having the financing in place that we will be able to achieve, that they know what their risk is, as well as their hopefully rewards in the deal. So we just haven't been that far along. We have a number of people interested, but we don't have all of this pulled together. This is one of those steps right here.
okay. The next question is, has the DMC changed the policy to reflect the change in ordinance that disaggregates MWBE numbers and reporting requirements to be in line with what the city council approved some years ago?
So the DMC or CCRFC is a joint city-county organization. So our policy does not match the city's exactly. However, we do take into consideration the city and county policies. Joanne Massey is on our board and has chaired our diversity committee to ensure that we are considering all of that. However, we can't be in compliance with two different policies. And so they do not match exactly. Our policy is 25% goal, best efforts. This team has gone above and beyond to raise that to 28%. And we do require the utilization plan to be in place before the pilot closes. So typically at approval time, they don't have that ready, but before it would close, they have to have that.
Okay, but and I guess this is a large issue, but does not the county commission disaggregate? Ms. Massey, you may be the one who may be more familiar with what the county does. Does not the county disaggregate their data just like the city does?
Yes, sir, they do.
Okay, so, and like I said, this is maybe not related to this, but Ms. Oswald, I'm requesting that there's a coming together of the minds of the DMC, because I just do not accept the fact that the county has adopted something and the city has adopted something, disaggregating those numbers. And this is an organization that's a joint between the two, that the DMC has not done the same thing. So I'm requesting with all deliberate speed that there's a change in your policy to reflect what has been done with the city and what has been done with the county.
I will bring that to our diversity committee, but I will say that our policy does require that each stage of the project be evaluated, and they have to show us that they did outreach on all professional services at each stage of the project. So while the goal is aggregated, the process is not, and they must comply with the process above and beyond the goal, actually. So I would say that yes, there is more work to be done, and I'll bring that to our committee, but we do require that in our policy.
Okay. But, I still go back to, and don't want to beat a dead horse, but if the city and the county has done this, I just can't accept why the DMC hasn't done this. And both has changes in their ordinance over probably 2 years ago. So I'm not going to beat that dead horse there. My last thing, and colleagues, I just want you to know that I was on a call, and I applaud Mr. Adams for your outreach efforts. There are a number of different representatives that represent Black business organizations here in the city. So I applaud you, Mr. Adams, for your outreach, and I have still some level of comfort based upon your meeting with those representatives, because the call a couple of weeks ago, maybe 2 or 3 weeks ago, and this was, wasn't necessarily related to your project, but there seems to be a commitment on your part to do better with this. So I just don't want to, just be up here complaining in the morning, but I wanted to also give credit.
Thank you, sir.
And then one last thing, and this is for council staff, this is for Ms. Massey. I think we were on pace to do this before COVID, and this is still overarching. I still want us to work on a joint city-county ordinance to have more oversight from the legislative bodies as it relates to compliance with this. And I think that as it stands right now, and the two organizations in particular that I requested this apply to would be EDGE and be the DMC, because as they report things now, they technically report to us how they function operationally. They are not required to report to us how they do on a project-to-project basis and what those numbers are. So I would ask my staff or our council staff, as well as Ms. Massey, and I've sent an email to your counterparts over on the county commission, that there is some effort to jointly provide that oversight for us going forward. That's all that I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you. I have Councilwoman Logan. Can't hear. Can't hear.
Councilman
I
Ford,
can't hear.
Councilwoman Logan asked to come back to her.
Okay, come back to her. Okay, I got Councilman Smiley.
Yes, real quick, I believe Brooke is probably going to ask for it, but I'm going to ask for it since I'm still in the queue. I was looking through the presentation. I was trying to get a copy of, I guess, the slide that specifically mentioned, I guess, the Black-owned businesses that were either participating or part of some discussions. I couldn't find it in my packet. So could someone get that to me?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
I emailed Jennifer. She said she'll send it as soon as we're done. So we'll send it out
Okay,
to all the
thank you,
members.
Jennifer. Thank you, Brooke. That's all for me. I yield.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan.
Yes, can you hear me?
I can hear you now.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone, and thank you for this presentation and the work that you all have done. My only question or ask is that along the way, as we move forward, the list of minority businesses that we've shared, I want to know how we're going to monitor and report those that you do not end up not using, or what's in place for those that may not have the capacity. You've listed them, and they may not have the capacity as you move forward to do what you need them to do. What's in place to, form some collaborations or do things necessary so that we will make sure that we utilize the businesses that were presented today.
Andy, you may want to talk about potential JVs and such, or Mary, one of you.
Council Lady, good morning.
Good morning.
During our outreach process, myself, my procurement manager, our procurement manager, and our team, while it is our intention to meet the goal, we also, as we go along and move through that process, we document. We document the in-person meetings that we have one-on-one, or in this current environment, maybe Zoom, the conversations. We also document who gets what trade packages, if we needed to connect people, trade partners, or if they had capacity issues, what those issues were and what we did to try to address them. So throughout our process, that's just our normal process with our outreach.
So at any point, is it communicated, or how is it noted or shared, or what is there in place for transparency when you don't have those minority-owned businesses to use for the project?
Are you asking me when if the goal isn't met, or if are you asking me if a certain person wasn't able to participate?
The goal isn't met.
Council Lady, I have never been on a project with Turner where we have not met our goal. Like I said, we document just because that's what you do, but it is our intention to meet our goal.
And on the DMC side, they report monthly to us. And so we are able to watch the process go, and we can compare to this list and find out what happened. And we've added capacity to then step in and try to see if there's something we can do to help that company, get a later phase, or help in some other way. So I believe that there are multiple levels of reporting and transparency.
And we would, as council body, we would be privy to that information as you move forward in terms of any difficulties or challenges that you have finding or utilizing the minority businesses.
Yes.
Yeah. And Councilman Logan, this is Carl. We'll work very closely with Joanne Massey from the city standpoint to make sure that those communication lines are open with you guys. So you can have real-time feedback on what our strategies are and our achievement goals are.
Okay, thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Councilwoman Logan, and one other thing I'd like to mention is that besides the governmental bodies that will be keeping us accountable, I met last night with a number of MWBE leaders in our community of a private group that will meet on a monthly basis to share information and to keep each other accountable as well. So we appreciate everything that the public sector is doing, but we're going to be doing it on the private side too.
Okay, thank you. I yield back,
Okay.
Chair.
All right, thank you very much. I don't see anyone else. If it's the will of the body, we can go to a vote. If I can get a motion.
So moved, Chair.
Second, Colbert.
All right. Kiwi, you want to call the roll? Hey, we're going to take these separately as a vote.
Yes, let's take those votes separately, please.
Okay, so we're going to do item 1 first. Call the roll.
Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Covette?
Yes.
Easter Thomas? Johnson?
Yes.
Jones?
Aye.
Logan?
Aye.
Morgan?
Yes.
Robinson?
Yes.
Swearingen?
Aye.
Warren? Smiley? And Chair Ford?
Aye. That motion carries. Second item, please. We can call the roll.
Can we get a motion?
So moved.
Move it.
We can get a
Covette
Carlisle,
move,
second.
who second?
Carlisle, second.
Thank you. Smiley? Canale?
Yes.
Carlisle?
Yes.
Covette?
Yes.
Easter Thomas? Johnson?
Yes. Yes.
Thank you, Easter Thomas. Thank you, Johnson. Jones?
Aye.
Logan?
Aye.
Morgan?
Yes.
Robinson?
Aye.
Swearingen?
Aye.
Warren? And Chair Ford?
Aye. That motion passes. Appreciate you, council members. If there's no further business, this committee is adjourned.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. If we could just get a few
I call to order the Memphis City Council Personnel Committee August 18th meeting. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Yes, Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Covette, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones, Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren, Chair Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Please let the record show that Councilman Ford is present.
Got you. Thank you.
Colleagues, good morning. We have, let me see here, I apologize, 5 reappointments this morning. Our first item is and if you need to speak, please let me know in the queue. Our first item this morning is the reappointment to the Blight Authority of Memphis, Miss Emily Trenholm. May I please have a
Move it.
Do I have a second? I see Dr. Warren. Yeah, Dr. Warren said that moved by Canale, seconded by Dr. Warren. Ms. Trenholm, if you're available, if you'll just please state your name and address to the record and a little bit about yourself. You're muted.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Emily Trenholm, 1871 Court Avenue. I've been on the Blight Authority Board since the beginning. I'm the secretary, actually. I have a background in community development, so I think this is a good fit for me, and I'd appreciate being reappointed.
Thank you, Ms. Trenholm. I looked over, I know who you are. I've read High Ground News and just appreciate all the work you've been doing, especially with building Memphis.
Thank you.
And really look, I know many members on this body really look forward to the work that we can do together to figure some of these issues out. Seeing no council members in the queue, I will call for a vote. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Covett, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren, Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item carries. Thank you, Emily. Appreciate you. Colleagues, I'm going to, unless you'd like a voice or a roll call vote on these items, I'm going to go to a voice vote. And if you would like a roll call, just let me know in the queue when the appointee comes up and I'll make sure and do it. But I'm going to try and catch up some time here. Our second item on today's agenda is the reappointment to the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board of Dr. David Acey. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Move it.
Second.
Second.
Moved
Mr.
by
Chair.
Ally. Yes, ma'am, Ms. Swearingen.
I'm the liaison for this board. These are some great individuals, and if we may, can we just vote on all of them collaboratively?
Yes, ma'am. I have no objection to that. Colleagues, is there any objection?
Yes.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Yes, sir. Okay, so I apologize, Councilwoman. There seems to be an objection to hearing them all together by Councilman Jones. If you don't mind, we'll try and go through them as quickly as we can. All right, colleagues.
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir.
I don't have any objection to Mr. Acey or Mr. Petnack. I just wanted to hear from the applicants who have missed a significant amount of meetings before we approve those. They're here on the call, but I just want to give them an opportunity to account for missing so many meetings. So that's a concern of mine. So that's why.
Absolutely, Councilman Jones. Would you like to make a motion without objection to separate or divide the question to hear David Acey and Mr. Pendekar together, and then we'll hear the other two separately?
Yeah, I'll do that.
Colleagues, I'm going to do this again. So we are going to hear the reappointments to the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board, Dr. David Acey and Mr. Cindy Pednek. I'm going to mess this up. I'm sorry. I apologize. I've always had an enunciation issue. May I have a motion and a second to hear those two appointments?
So moved. Councilwoman Robinson.
Moved by Councilwoman Robinson, seconded by Councilman Canali. Dr. AC, if you'll just give us your name and address for the record, and then we'll go to Mr. Pittencar.
Yeah, David L. AC, 5340 Norma Drive, Memphis, Tennessee, 38109.
Thank you for your service, sir. Mr. Pittencar, would you mind?
Sandeep Pednikar, 611 Janet Place.
Thank you, sir. Again, I apologize for absolutely butchering your last name.
I forgive you.
Thank you. Colleagues, if you'll ready your microphones for a voice vote. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Seeing none, this item passes. Thank you, gentlemen. Moving forward, I'd
like to thank the council for reappointment to this important board, and like to thank them for all the work that they do, especially during these difficult times. Thank you very much for accepting my reappointment to the clerk board. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for your service.
And thank you from me as well. Thanks a bunch. I know you all are doing such a wonderful job, and we take it upon ourselves to do ours. And the idea is to have a harmonious relationship between the Memphis Police Department and the citizens of Memphis. So we are doing our best to promote that. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, our next item on the agenda is the reappointment to the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board of Mr. Nick Gregorgos. Do I have a motion and a second to hear this item?
Motion.
Moved by Councilman Smiley. Do I have a second?
Second.
Second by Councilman Ford. Mr. Gregorgos, would you mind give us your name and address for the record, please, and why you would like to be reappointed to this board? Staff, do we have him on the line?
I do not see his name in the list. I can offline check with Ms. Stephens to see if he was having any issue signing on. If you want to go forward with June Chen Joyner, we can get Mr. Thank you.
Not a good start, though. Colleagues, I apologize. We are going to table that item till the end of our meeting. We're going to move forward with the reappointment to the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board of Ms. June Chen Jointer. May I please have a motion and a second to hear this item?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Chairwoman Robinson, seconded by Councilman Colvette. Ms. Chen Joyner, would you please state your name and address for the record and let us know why you'd like to be reappointed, please? Good morning.
Good morning. I'm Dr. June Chen Jointer, and I reside at 7446 Morgan House Drive, 38125. It has been an honor for me to be a part of the clerk board. I've learned so much about my city and the people who are here, and I think the clerk board serves as a definite important part of giving our citizens an opportunity to share their experiences. And sometimes we do find where things have gone astray. So I would love to be reappointed to the board. I think I bring a lot, being the Dean of Student Success at LeMoyne College. And I hope that you all will give me that opportunity to serve again. I have truly enjoyed my first term. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I see Councilman Jones, and then Councilman Warren, and then Councilwoman Johnson in the queue. Councilman Jones, you are recognized.
Thank you. Good morning and welcome, Dr. Ken Joyner. The reason I wanted, before I was elected to appointed to the school board, before I was elected to the Memphis City Council, I served on the Memphis Alcohol Commission, which is a volunteer position. So I appreciate your serving on the clerk board. But one of the concerns that I had when I was on that particular board was oftentimes because of other members not being able to attend, I would take time away from work and we could go down to City Hall for the Alcohol Commission, only for us to adjourn because we didn't have a quorum. So what I've asked for in having that experience is that when we have an appointment, that we see what a person's attendance record has been. And so when the information was presented to us, it shows that you've missed about 39% of the meetings. Out of 18 meetings, you've missed 7 of those meetings. So before I would be comfortable in voting for your reappointment, I'd like to hear. I know you're a professor full-time. Well, you're on the staff at Lemoyne-Orion College, and I know that has some commitments of its own. But with everything that's taking place now, and the importance of the clerk board is probably more important than ever, I would like to know that we have somebody who's gonna be able to attend and hear these particular meetings before I can support a reappointment. So that was the basis for my just not including you in a whole slate of reappointments.
Well, no problem. I have no problem with that. As you stated, because I am on a college campus, sometimes the meetings are held at times where I have to be on campus as a dean. But for the most part, I stay abreast of what's going on. I stay in constant contact with Miss Virginia as it relates to the different cases that we have. I read them. I give my input. I might not be there all the time. And then we change the meeting schedule. We only meet like every other month or every 2 months. And sometimes when those meetings when they fall on the day of the clerk meeting, I might not be in town. I might not be able to attend. So that's why my participation was somewhat limited this past year.
And do you foresee that being an issue during this next term?
No, not really, because I have some help now. I have an assistant, so it shouldn't be a problem for me this time.
Okay. And colleagues, one of the things that we have not, I've just asked for this attendance record. We haven't really set in stone or even have a moving target of a certain amount of percentage of meetings missed. So I just wanted to have some comfort in hearing from the person who's been reappointed, and without those particular guidelines. Now, if it were somebody who had missed 50% or more, to me, that's a clear indication that that person should be reappointed. But absent of those guidelines, I still wanted to hear from Dr. Chen Joyner, but I don't have any objection to her reappointment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
You're muted.
Dr.
You go.
Dr. Warren, we're not, even though your green light, for some reason, your microphone is not working. We'll come back to you. You can go to the settings. Councilwoman Johnson, you're recognized.
I only have a comment. I think all the individuals that are wishing to serve are excellent selections. And I'm so grateful that we received the cover sheet with the facts that I asked for at the last meeting. I thank you for taking the time, and the staff for giving us that information ahead of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Warren, you're good. You're good. Okay. All right, colleagues. Since we divided the question, Ms. Hayes, would you call the roll, please?
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Covett, Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
That's a yes for you, Councilman Covett. I got it. Councilman Warren. Chair Carlisle.
This item passes. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your service.
Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Mr. Gregorgos was having issues. He should be dialing in on the phone. So I'm hoping that he's already on the line, but he was instructed just to call because he's having computer issues.
Okay, that's fine. We've learned to evolve here. Do we have him on the line? If not, we're gonna.
While we're waiting for him to dial in, I can identify the other two callers.
Well, I'd rather. I mean, I hate to do this, but we've got to move on. We are already almost an hour behind today. So if it's not too much trouble, I think we're just going to go ahead and let's give him about 10 seconds. But we need to get the day going.
Thank you.
Yeah, colleagues.
Councilman Carlisle, if you see Mr. Gregorgos, I'm looking at it. We asked him to call in. He's dialing now. He's been on the line, but had technical issues. If he could have about 30 seconds, if you don't mind. That was a request from the administration to just give him a chance to speak today.
Okay.
Thank you. The caller arrived, caller 14. Mr. Gregorgos, is that you?
Yes, hello. Yes, ma'am, it is.
Okay, thank you.
All right, colleagues, this item was moved and seconded earlier. Mr. Gregorgos, if you wouldn't mind giving us your name and address for the record and a little bit why you'd like to be reappointed to the Civilian Law Enforcement Review Board.
Certainly. My name is Nick Gregorgos. I live at 3956 Grandview Avenue. I have served for the prior 3 years on the clerk board. I found it to be a very important committee board for this city. I believe the work that they do is very important. I've enjoyed the time I've served on it. I look forward to serving on it again. I feel like it's a very important aspect of our city's governing process.
Thank you, sir. Councilman Jones, would you like to be recognized?
Thank you, and good morning, Mr. Gregorgos. When we receive information on reappointments, we have an attendance record. So I ask that your nomination and Dr. Chen Joyner's reappointments be pulled, because I know that you guys have a busy schedule, but this is a very important board, and attendance, I think, particularly, well, for all of our volunteer boards and commissions is important. It just shows that there are other important and busy people on those boards too. And when we looked at when we received your information, I noticed that you missed about a third of the meetings. And so I didn't know whether going forward in this new term of reappointment, whether or not there would be other attendance issues that would prevent you from attending some of these meetings and being able to vote.
All right. Can you tell me which ones you're showing I missed, please?
Well, we just have an overall report. It indicates that there have been 18 meetings for CLERB from January 2018 through August 2020. It shows that you were present 12 of them and absent 6. That's the only report that we received.
Well, that's not correct, sir. I've not missed 6 meetings. I missed 1 meeting this year that was scheduled because I was out of town with one of my children on a trip. But other than that, there were meetings that were canceled. And if they're showing meetings that were canceled, that might explain, but I've not missed a third of the meetings since I've been on. I can assure you, sir, I take it very seriously. I make it a point to be there. I understand that there are busy people on this as well as me, and they all make time, and I do too. And I will continue to do so, sir.
Okay. Well, the only thing that we can have to go by is the information that's presented to us from the administration. So that's, if it were different, I wouldn't have presented this, but it provides the attendance record for 6 individuals, and it was yours and Dr. Chen Joyner's, where you 2 individuals were those that had the most absences.
Mr. Chair, can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can. Would you like to be recognized, Dr. Warren? Or I'm sorry, Councilman Jones, are you?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Warren, would you like to be recognized?
Yeah, very quickly. I had a number of people who had applied for a clerk board position and never heard anything back. So I'm assuming that what we're doing is we're reappointing people, and all those people who applied are not being appointed. is there a way that we could have a mechanism that lets people know that thank you for your opportunity, thank you for your application, but we've chosen someone else?
That is a great question, Dr. Warren. I've heard similar. Do we have, I'll tell you what.
Susan Stephens is on the line, but we could ask her offline for that process and get it to you, Dr. Warren.
And
Okay,
yes,
thank you.
great. And just for a matter of time, yeah, Dr. Warren, I'd love to dive into that too, but just for the sake of time today. Colleagues, anybody else like to be recognized? All right. Ashley, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Covett,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Carlisle.
Aye, this item passes. Colleagues, seeing no other business before this body, the Personnel Committee is hereby adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Carlisle. We could have a few minutes to switch over to
Are you ready?
Yes, Chairwoman.
Thank you. It's approximately 9:28, and I call to order the Housing and Community Development Committee. May I have a roll call, please?
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilman Carlisle,
Present.
Covett,
Here.
Easter Thomas, Ford, Councilman Ford, Councilwoman Logan,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilman Jones,
Here.
Councilman Smiley,
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Chair Johnson.
Present.
Oh, Councilman Warren, my apologies.
It's okay. I'm still here.
Thank you.
Today, there's one item brought to this committee's attention by Councilman Carlisle. I will first read the item, and after I get a motion to approve to discuss the item, I will pass this discussion over to him. And that item is item 1, a resolution urging Tennessee congressional leaders to improve the equity and effectiveness in the Community Development Block Grant Award allocation formula to restore the needed funds to better support the city of Memphis. Can I get a motion to move this for discussion and approval for a resolution?
Second.
Thank you. It was moved. I can't recall. I couldn't hear who said what. Brooks, did you get it?
Canale.
Canale, and who approved it? Seconded.
It was moved by Canale and second by Warren.
Okay, thank you. Okay, at this time, Councilman Carlisle, would you like to take over and discuss this issue?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Colleagues, I'll be brief because I really would like Paul Young to dive into this. Since I came on the council, gosh, it's been 8 months, feels like a lot longer, I think, for all of us. One of the things that I've said publicly and privately is figuring out ways in which we can actually move the needle in the city. When we start diving into one of the big anchors that I think a lot of people discuss, and that's equitable housing. And in a lot of conversations with different CDCs and different stakeholders and with Paul Young and his group, one of the most fascinating and unfortunately unequitable things that's happened to the city of Memphis is the community development block grant formulas impact on the city. And I'll let Paul dive into it, but long and short, we know the city has limitations on its resources, whereas the federal government has a lot bigger war chest. And the city of Memphis, unfortunately, over time, for reasons that Paul will dive into, has not been getting its fair share of federal dollars that can be invested into fair and equitable housing for our communities that actually can move the needle. And so I wish there were more that we could do, but this is, as Councilman Jones likes to say, this is how we speak as a body. And so I hope, one, that this will make it to the ears of our congressional leaders. I personally have tried to reach out to a few, and I'm going to keep reaching out. And then secondly, for us and for the public to get a bit of an education on how we accomplish some of our larger housing goals as a city. So with that, Madam Chair, I'd like to turn it over to Paul Young to present.
Mr. Young, you may begin.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Thank you, Councilman Carlisle, and thank you for raising this issue. I assume everyone can see what I have on the screen, the presentation. Is that correct? Can you all see this? All right, great. So thanks again, Councilman Carlisle, for raising this issue. This is one that we have been looking at since about 2017. Mayor Strickland and myself and a couple of others went and visited our congressional members and talked about this issue. They definitely understood, but I think this is a great time to elevate this issue again. So I'm going to dive in and I'm going to go really quickly, and this is relatively complex, so I'll welcome any questions at the end. So just really quickly about Community Development Block Grant, as we call it CDBG. It's a formula-based entitlement program to cities, states, counties to help them develop their communities. You can do, it's one of the most flexible funding streams that local governments receive. You can use it for a wide range of uses. You can do acquisition of property, relocation, demolition, rehab. You can do public facilities. You can offer public services within certain limits. So that's grants to nonprofits. You can do things relative to energy conservation. And you can also do things around job creation. All of those activities must meet the national objectives. And there are 3 of those national objectives: serving low to moderate income persons, aiding in the prevention and elimination of slum and blight. And then the third one is meeting an urgent need. So responding in a disaster. This slide is actually one that we used in 2017, but it shows how the program funding has gone. And this is all normalized to 2016 dollars. But as you can see, back in around 1977, 78, we had a peak of around $15 billion rather, for nationwide funding. And it's gone down to about 3 million. And it's essentially stayed there since 2010-ish. So this is just diving into funding that we've received. And I went ahead and included all of the funds that we received from HUD since 2012. And you can see the trend. We are roughly around 6.7 million in CDBG for the 2020 year. We also have received some additional funding from CARES Act, which you'll be hearing about some of those programs in the next couple of weeks. But this is the slide that I wanted to spend just a little bit of time on, just so you can see the disparity. So if you look at cities of similar size, similar poverty rates, many of them receive much more funding than us. And These are ranked in order of CDBG allocation. You can look at it by CDBG per capita, so per person. You see a city like Detroit, which has 677,000 people and a 33% poverty rate. We have 650,000 people and a 27% poverty rate. They receive 35 million annually, and we receive 6.7. And you can go down the list and you see the disparities. Some of the cities are actually smaller, like St. Louis has 311,000 people, a 22% poverty rate, yet they receive $18 million annually compared to our 6.7. And if you look, there's a little parentheses next to the cities, and it says Formula B and Formula A. So let me give you a little bit about what that means. So the way CDBG is allocated to cities is based on a dual formula. So Formula A is heavily weighted on the number of people in poverty. And that's the one that we receive our funding from. Formula B is heavily weighted based on the numbers of pre-1940 housing units you have. So if you go back to our previous slide, and I'll jump there really quick. If you look at the 1940s population, what you see are those Formula B cities are cities where they had high populations back in the 1940s, and they lost population over time. So obviously they would have more of those housing units than those Formula A cities. And so basically what HUD does is they run the formula they run both formulas for each city, and they go with the formula that provides the most money to the city. This creates, there are a number of issues with that. Formula A grantees typically receive less funding, as you just saw from the tables, because people in poverty and population are included in both of the formulas. But the Formula A cities don't get to benefit from the growth lag of the city and the number of pre-1940s housing units. Another point, and these are points that came out from researchers, that needy communities mostly demolished their pre-1940s housing, whereas well-off communities renovated their housing. And so many high-need communities don't necessarily qualify for that Formula B. And then the last one is growth lag does not necessarily represent community need. And you can read through this. We'll make sure everyone gets a copy of this presentation. And so just jumping really quickly to the solution, and this is what we would like to urge Congress to consider, is one that was actually developed by HUD. HUD has researched this issue, and they actually provided a recommendation for going to one singular formula that would apply to all cities. And you can see what those parameters look like, the poverty rate per person. So not just looking at the population of a city, because that doesn't dictate need, but really looking at the poverty rate, looking at the number of female-headed households with children under 18, looking at pre-1940s housing units, but identifying how many of those are occupied by poverty households. And then looking at overcrowding in housing units. And so this formula recommendation actually came from HUD, and we are urging Congress to review that. I also left a couple of links. There have been some really detailed studies on this. And so I referenced the one from 2005 that HUD did. And then the last one was one that was done by the Urban Institute in 2017. And so with that said, I will stop, and I'll welcome any questions that you all might have.
Okay, Councilman Jones, are you in the queue?
Yes, ma'am. Councilman Carlisle, thank you for bringing this to our attention. And Ms. Young, thanks for your presentation. This is something I wholeheartedly support. Wasn't aware of the disparity between, among the various cities. I noticed here you have a select list of Formula B and Formula A. This is just really for my edification. Are there any southern cities that are under Formula B?
Not many. I can go back and look, but I know we had also looked at cities like Birmingham and Atlanta. The issue is that the Rust Belt cities were just much more built out during that time period, and so they benefit much more greatly than the southern cities do when it comes to this formula.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay. Chairwoman Patrice Robertson, would you like
Thank you. Yes, thank you. I wanted to ask, is there anything that you need the council to do? Do we need to send a letter encouraging them to look at this more seriously? We need to get our lobbyists to assist us in this process. What is it that you recommend this council do to support you in this effort?
Well, I think this resolution is a great step because obviously this is you all speaking as a body. The administration is already looking to speak with some of our lobbyists around this issue. In fact, I have a call with some of our peer cities across the state to talk about this because we would like for all of the major cities in Tennessee to unify around this request. And so I'm having a meeting with them on Friday to talk about this very issue.
So what about other elected bodies?
We would love to have their support as well. So I think who I'll be meeting with Friday are the housing representatives from each of those municipalities. So from Nashville, Knoxville, Chattanooga, and Jackson. It would be great if the elected officials also were brought into the loop. Obviously, their housing officials being up to speed would also be helpful. So I think Friday's conversation will help to support any additional conversations with elected officials.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I see Carla, Councilman Carla, would you like to speak this?
Yes, Madam Chair. I just, I just wanted to kind of wrap it up. I know we need to move on, but this is one of those things where we've differed philosophically on different ways to move Memphis forward. And when you look at this chart that's up, it's kind of outrageous that a city like Louisville gets twice as much as the city of Memphis. And so we should be, for me, I think it was jaw dropping when I first saw it. And then you start to dive into why. And it's just some of the blatant issues that are wrong up in Washington on the Hill and for many different administrations. When you've got the HUD department saying that the formula is inequitable and the response is, well, we're not going to increase the program, so you're going to take from somebody else. It just becomes a game of politics. And for me, that's a problem. And so just to also add to what Mr. Young said about, or responded to Councilwoman Robinson, if you have a relationship with a state representative or a United States senator or a congressman or somebody that's in the National League of Cities, those are the things. I mean, it's an all hands call on trying to make as much noise to get people to understand that what's going on here isn't fair and equitable, and Memphis deserves an opportunity to invest in its cities in a reasonable way. If we were to pull off the adoption of the new formula, it would be a catalytic change for the city of Memphis in ways that I probably couldn't put words to. So I appreciate all of your support and diving into this, and for Mr. Young and his group for putting together the research that brought this to light. And we just need to keep full court press and not let this be forgotten. I think that's critically important for us. So again, thank you, colleagues, for allowing me the opportunity to come with Mr. Young and present this. And I appreciate your support. With that, I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Again, thank you to both of you, Councilman Carlisle, as well as Mr. Young, for the work, the insight that you provided today. Now, at this time, we need to do a vote for this resolution. So can I get a roll call for the vote, please?
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Yes.
Councilman Covette,
Yes.
Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Thomas. Ford.
Yes.
Yes.
Logan,
Aye.
Morgan,
Yes.
Jones,
Aye.
Robinson,
Aye.
Molly,
Aye.
Swearingen,
Aye.
Warren,
Aye.
Chairwoman Johnson.
Aye. That passes. Being that I see no other business before this committee, we then conclude the business of the Housing and Community Development Committee. Thank you for your participation.
'18th, 2020. Staff, will you please call roll?
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale. Councilman Covette.
Here.
Councilwoman Isha Thomas. Thank you, Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yeah, present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
Present. Present.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Present.
Chair Morgan.
All right. Thank you. We have one item on today's agenda. It is a presentation on the MISO membership assessment report. There's no vote. This is just a presentation. I've included a copy of the 99-page report or a link to it in the chat window. And Mr. Young, Mr. Weaver, the floor is y'all's. And if anybody that's presenting, can you just make sure that they're introduced and their name and position? Thank you.
It also,
Sure, thank you.
Presenter privileges too for the presentation. Who will be streaming the presentation?
I believe it's going to be Melissa Seymour from MISO or Jeremiah Donner. I can't remember which.
Ms. Seymour, I'm going to give you presentation privileges. You'll be able to share your screen.
Okay, thank you.
So we have both Melissa Seymour and Jeremiah Donner. Good morning, committee. Thank you for the opportunity to be here. And Councilwoman Johnson, I believe, asked us to bring this, and we're glad to do that. Just a reminder as we get started that we have been engaging with MISO for over 1.5 years. As we've gone through this process, we actually visited with them in Indiana to get a better understanding of their operation. And so today, Alonzo Weaver, who is heading up our IRP oversight from an executive standpoint, has worked with both Melissa and Jeremiah. And as you mentioned, Chairman Warren, the actual full report is on our website. The 99-page report is available. And I believe today they're going to just go over a high-level overview for you. And I'll turn it over to Alonzo and the MISO folks.
Thank you, JT. Yes, I asked MISO to come based on Councilwoman Johnson's request, just to kind of focus our efforts today. We're really looking at the various, the main portfolio that they looked at and comparing it to what has been called the all MISO solution, where there's no generation resources located in Memphis and Shelby County. But they're available to answer any questions regarding their report. It's 99 pages. Compared to the IRP, it's a quick read, but it's good information. And I'll turn it over to Melissa to present her findings. Thank you.
Thank you for having me today. My name is Melissa Seymour. I'm the Executive Director for MISO Central Region, and I work on new membership as well.
So today I'd like to do just a brief conversation about what we were asked to do by Siemens and MLGW, just a little bit of an overview of the analysis that we did, and then jump straight into the results of some of the analysis that we performed. So I'm gonna go to the first slide, which talks a little bit about the objectives of the study and what we were asked to do. So we were asked to look at really 4 main areas: resource adequacy, transmission interconnection, market impacts, and the cost of being in MISO. Just to touch on a few of those briefly, resource adequacy just refers to the electric industry's ability to ensure there's enough generation capacity is available to produce the amount of electricity needed on a peak day, so the highest day of the year, plus that additional amount that would be needed, which is the reserve margin that can be accessed in the event of an unexpected outage of a generating facility or of a weather pattern. So in MISO, we set the overall planning reserve margin, or that cushion above the amount for the region, and our load serving entities, such as an MLGW, would be required to meet that load requirement plus that amount. They can do that through resources that they own. They can do it through ones that they contract with, or they can participate in our voluntary capacity auction. I will tell you that our voluntary capacity auction is a residual auction, so it's not meant to be the primary means of procuring capacity for load serving entities. There's also a component of the resource plan that's locational. So you have to make sure that you have enough capacity secured in or generation secured in a location within a zone to meet reliability requirements. Siemens also requested that we look at the capacity expansion plan and the transmission plan to make sure that there'd be sufficient resources either in what we're calling the Arkansas zone, or the state of Arkansas has their own resource zone, or to be a standalone zone for Memphis only. So those were another request that we had from Memphis and Siemens. And Siemens also asked us to evaluate the impact of MLGW joining on MISO's planning reserve margin requirement, so how much we're asked to hold. And then lastly, resource adequacy related item that we were asked about is to determine how much resource adequacy or how much capacity they could purchase in the MISO market starting in 2025. I will let you know that we weren't able to answer that question because we're not in a position to figure out how much generation resources will be out there in 2025. Our members figure that out. So we suggested that MLGW do an RFP or a request for proposal to figure that out. Related to transmission, one of the requirements to be a MISO member is that MLGW would need to be physically interconnected to the MISO system. Siemens proposed some transmission solutions that meet that requirement, and they asked MISO to basically determine if the transmission solution was reliable. So does it meet NERC, or North American Electric Reliability Corporation, or NERC requirements? Determine how much power can be reliably imported into and out of the MLGW footprint, and then verify the cost estimates that they recommended. For the market impact assessment, MISO ran studies where MLGW is basically disconnected from TVA, and they join the MISO pool and construct new generation and transmission facilities. We looked at a generation portfolio was evaluated, and one where there was no generation within the Memphis footprint. These scenarios were compared to a base case or a reference case where MLGW is part of the TVA pool. And what we did was focus really on the variable cost savings to MLGW between the scenarios to try to figure out was it better for from a variable cost point of view for MLGW to be in MISO or to be part of TVA. The last thing we did was look at the cost of MISO membership. There are 3 buckets of cost. The first one is really a membership fee. Upon wanting to join MISO, you submit an application form that our CEO approves, and you pay an initial fee of $15,000. After that application fee and membership application is taken to the board for approval at our first meeting, once approved, every year after, the cost is basically $1,000 a year to be a member. In addition, there's a second type of charge that is based on our tariff, which authorizes us to charge basically formula rates to recover all of our costs. There are 3 rate schedules that we recover those costs from, and I'll go over what those costs will be on an annual basis in a subsequent slide. And then finally, the third charge is recovery of our regulators' fees, our Federal Energy Regulatory Commission costs, and it's based on our share of their budget. So those are the things that we were asked to evaluate as part of this assessment that we did that produced the report. I will go down to the next slide, which basically shows you what we did, what 2 analysis that we performed. And Alonzo mentioned this. We had basically 2 portfolios that we looked at. One was a portfolio where there was local generation built in the Memphis region. It had renewables, mostly solar and a gas-fired generating facilities in and around Memphis, and it layered in additional resources over time. There was transmission. There were 3 transmission connections in that analysis in the MISO footprint to Entergy Arkansas and Mississippi. And then there was a transmission-only expansion plan, so there was no generation resources in the Memphis area. All of the energy needs were procured in the MISO footprint. For that transmission plan, there was another transmission expansion proposal with a 4th transmission line from Dell to Shelby. So those were the 2 analyses that we performed. So I'm going to go over the first portfolio, which was the generation portfolio that we had with the generation local to Memphis. So for our resource adequacy assessment, we basically showed that the Siemens proposal that they proposed showed adequate resources to be able to join MISO's Arkansas zone or to be its standalone zone. It actually, having MLGW actually improved our load diversity, and we were seeing a planning reserve margin, so that cushion going down from 18.2 to 17.9. So we were also seeing more benefits from a local requirement perspective if MLGW would join the Arkansas zone. So all of those things proved positive from that portfolio. From the transmission interconnection assessment, we validated that the physical import capability up to 2,400 megawatts under peak conditions could be confirmed. It was sufficient transmission to enable that. And we also figured out that the transmission expansion or the reliability upgrades and costs were very similar to what we found. There were a few differences because of contingencies and inflation, but basically they were the same numbers. So we validated that Siemens had a cost estimate that was reasonable. The market impact assessment, again, this is looking at the variable costs and the difference between MLGW being in the MISO footprint and us dispatching generation in that footprint versus being in TVA. We basically showed that for 2024, we could save about $116 million for the variable costs, going up to $283 million in 2034. I will mention that this is only the variable cost piece, so this is different than what you saw in Siemens' report because Siemens had the fixed cost savings in there as well, so in costs. So the transmission and generation and some of the components from TVA that you received today were part of the Siemens analysis that were not part of this analysis. Really, those projections show that having those resources inside MLGW were producing low-cost generation that was being sold into MISO, and you were purchasing from MISO when it was cheaper to do so. And finally, our MISO administrative cost recovery, based on our projections of annual operating expenses, MLGW's share of MISO costs would be about $6 million annually. So that's that tier, that second bucket I was talking about of operating costs. And then their share of the FERC annual budget would be about $730,000 per year. And that doesn't change between the scenarios. It stays constant no matter which scenario you choose. Finally, just real quickly, want to go through the same analysis for the transmission only portfolio. So this is the portfolio that didn't have local generation, that only has transmission reaching the MISO market. From a resource adequacy perspective, we see the same decrease of our planning reserve margin requirement from having Memphis come in, so it's a benefit to the system. We don't see as big of an decrease in the local reliability requirement for Memphis to join. They would have to be part of the Arkansas zone because they don't have their own resources, but we do see a reduction there. And so we see that there's sufficient capacity in MLGW to participate in the Arkansas zone with no additional generation resources. So from a resource adequacy perspective, we were good with that scenario. However, the transmission interconnection assessment was a little bit different analysis and produced a different result. We looked at evaluating the entire amount of generation being or of transmission being put in for a 2024-2025 peak condition, and we found numerous issues, thermal voltage and stability issues, with the proposal that we received from Siemens to try to move accurately serve the load in Memphis. So we decided that the analysis really told us that we would have to have additional infrastructure investment to maintain reliability if you were going to do just a transmission solution. What we received wouldn't be all you would need to be able to serve that load reliably. Finally, the cost estimate were about the same. So we saw the same cost estimates. I think it was about $1.1 billion in transmission. When we looked at it, we saw similar cost estimates when you adjust for inflation and contingencies that we have. So their cost estimate was reasonable. And from a market impact assessment in the transmission only case, you realize that they would see about $56 million in 2024 to up to about $117 million in 2034. Again, this is just variable cost. There are no fixed costs in there. And really that's attributed to having lower cost resources in MISO than you see in TVA. So that was basically the analysis that we performed for MLGW. I have another slide I won't go through, but it might be helpful if you see the two examples side by side. So this just shows you what the resource portfolio, the expansion plan was, the total cost of the lines, what we saw from resource adequacy and transmission, and what we saw from the market assessment. This is just a side-by-side comparison of those numbers. So that's basically what we did for MLGW in the 99-page report. Hopefully that was faster than it was for you to have to read the report, but I'd be open to any questions that you have.
All right. Ms. Seymour, thank you very much. We've got a few councilmen. We'll start with Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First question that I have, and it's more so to MLG and W, and you may not have had time to review this, but I'm looking, I'll just take this slide, for instance. If we look at the resources under the MLG and W base expansion plan, so to have 237, 1350 solar, 1100. Do we have an estimated cost of what? And I know there could be different costs whether we go with solar, wind, combined combustion, if that's what the CC stands for. But have we estimated what the cost of those resources would be? It could be very broad.
Yeah, I think we do. And Alonzo, you may want to address that. We have that.
Yeah. So it is actually covered. That's actually covered in the IRP. It wouldn't be in the MISO expansion plan, I believe. And in IRP, it's around $7 billion. Now, this cost can be borne several ways. You can work with companies that are called independent power producers that go in and build it for you and give you a PPA for so many years based on their return of investment, or MLGW could go in and try to do that themselves. I know particularly for the solar, there's some advantages to having a solar developer to do the work because they can get the benefits of the tax implications. And then we just have to see on the combined cycle and the combustion turbine fleet. As far as the transmission could be done by MLGW. Probably it's most likely a cost to be borne by MLGW, but there are other scenarios there as well.
Okay. And colleagues, I was on a call yesterday. I think it went from 2 to 5. I didn't get on until about 3 o'clock yesterday. And so one of the things, and if you may recall too, a number that has been missing from a number of the different reports has been this transmission expansion cost. So I'm glad that it's finally in the public domain, and it seems like MISO's numbers agree or seem to be in line with what was presented by Siemens as part of the IRP process. But that being $700 million, and mind you, still, if anytime we take on that type of obligation, there's going to be, those costs are going to be solely borne by the ratepayers here in Shelby County. Even if we do go to the market and borrow money, the debt service and the debt service on that is still mostly borne. Now, I think that, Ms. Seymour, you talked about yesterday, I do recall that there's some scenarios where, for lack of a better word, there's some type of cost sharing when it comes to generation. Can you share with my colleagues, did I hear that correctly yesterday?
Well, I think there's cost sharing when it comes to transmission more than generation. So transmission, if you are building the transmission potentially with Entergy because they're the other end of that transmission line, there is the potential for cost sharing of the transmission. I think the generation itself would probably be built, it could, as Alonzo mentioned, it could be built 2 ways. MLGW could build it, own it, and operate it, or it could be built by a third party, and MLGW could just purchase the output through an agreement that they make with them. So there's a couple ways to do that, but I think those costs would be borne, you're right, by the folks in Memphis.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Sorry. Dr. Warren, you're up next.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You mentioned, Ms. Seymour, that part of this savings didn't account for fixed cost and it was variable cost. Can you talk a little bit about what the fixed cost savings are and how those would go into a total savings if we move forward or not?
Yeah, so Siemens actually did a good job of this in their report. So if you look at their results section, and Alonzo might be able to help me here, but if you look at the results section, they actually include all of the costs and the benefits that you get from paying the capital costs associated, amortizing it over 20 or 30 years for the generation and transmission investment. And so I think they came up with a range of between 120 and 150 $1 million a year in savings after they accounted for the total cost that you'd have to spend to get the new generation and the transmission in place. And so that's their analysis, and their results section actually has some very good graphs that give you that information.
So if we're taking that into account, we would look at your numbers here where we have the MISO only savings of 156 million, then you'd add 150 million to that a year, do the amortize, that's 200 million. Is that how that works?
No, their numbers include the production cost savings numbers. So they are an all-in number. So that number that they gave you, which was between 120 and 150 million, also includes production cost savings that you're seeing here. So it's an all-in number, because if you think of it, the fixed costs are going to drive the numbers down some because of the overall cost of the portfolios that they have to build. So even though you're seeing increases here, you'll see a slight decrease in the overall number because of the fixed costs that you have to incorporate.
And that's where your concept of shared savings with other providers may change those numbers somewhat. Is that correct?
For transmission, your savings, your costs may change if you partner with somebody else to build the transmission. I think for generation, your numbers are probably right. Even if you do a independent power producer builds the generation for you, those numbers would probably be similar to what you could do it for yourself. So they're probably that probably is what you would have to pay if you were in Memphis or get benefit for.
Very good. Thank you very much.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Mrs. Seymour, you mentioned the need for RFP at the beginning. Can you tell us exactly what the RFP would give us, additional information it would provide?
Sure. I think RFP is a good idea because it'll tell you what amounts of generation are out there and available for MLGW to purchase today and at what price and what location. And so it will give you information about overall cost, so you can validate what Siemens has done, and you can make sure that the costs that you represented in your IRP are accurate, because there is excess capacity. I think Entergy talked a little bit about this yesterday if you were participating, but they talked about having excess capacity or generation that they could maybe sell. I think others have that as well in and around Memphis that they could sell. And you'd also be able to see if there's independent power producers who are willing to build generation in the Memphis area for the amounts and costs that you assumed in your IRP.
Fantastic. Chair, may I also ask a question of Mr. Young, please?
Absolutely.
Mr. Young, yesterday I too listened to the presentation that was provided, and a lot of information was made available, looking at the possibility of a lot of opportunities. But one issue that did come up was the issue of this RFP, where it appears that there was a concern that an RFP would not be issued correctly. I'm still a little concerned about what was that point all about. To my understanding, we did issue a resolution directing you or asking the city, I wouldn't say you, asking the city mayor to ask ACES to do the RFP. But yesterday there was a constant reiteration of the fact wanting an RFP without any restrictions. Can we be assured that that will not occur?
Well, if you're, the question this may be alluding to the question around the fact that there has been a proposal that has been provided to the city regarding going out to the market to do an RFP for power supply. I believe that's what ACES has provided. And so you may have also heard the conversation around doing a clean RFP, which I believe alludes to not necessarily restricting the request to what's in the IRP. What I would suggest is that we probably need both and, because the IRP was a very deliberate process that was painstakingly done with input from stakeholders throughout the community, and that identified some things that are important to the community from a power supply standpoint. You can go to the market and get a lot of folks probably to give you ideas on what they could do that may or may not align with the process that we rather painstakingly went through during the IRP process. So I think what the allusion was or the indication was that the existing proposal that has been given is one that is not necessarily married to the IRP. And certainly, it would be important for us that we are above board and that we're very open about participation in this process. We, MLGW, would prefer that we maintain the process that we have to open up from a consultant standpoint, that any consultant that's able to do this should be able to participate. It's great to have one in hand, but I also think that because of the nature of this and because of the magnitude of the decision that we're making, we need to make sure that we have a clean process in that regard as well, in terms of who's selected. So That may be what you're referring to. I'm not exactly sure. We're going to be speaking to our board tomorrow more about this and to get some further direction from them. But that may be what they were speaking about yesterday.
Okay. Okay, I'm hearing something. I think I'm hearing something. Are you saying that you are putting out or will be preparing a proposal to get other agencies other than ACES to offer a proposal to get the RFP?
Well, here's what's important. Before we did the IRP, it would have been, we could have gotten anyone to tell us how much, power would cost. We could have done that before the IRP if we just wanted to, just go to the market and see what's out there.
Right.
The IRP, so the IRP was a very deliberative process, and I think it needs to be respected. And so all I'm saying is that when we went through this process for the integrated resource plan process, we wanted to make sure that we did not leave out what would be important to the community. It was a very open process, and we didn't want to cut out, and I don't have a problem with if someone makes a proposal to us for power supply that includes things beyond the IRP, that's fine, or things that aren't just narrowed down to the IRP, that's fine. But I don't want us to ignore the IRP and what's in the IRP as we go out to the market. That's my point.
Okay, well, I need clarity. Earlier this year, the city council passed a resolution that said that we will be going through ACES, or recommending that we go through ACES to do the RFP. I'm reading this as a matter of fact. The Memphis City Council requests that the mayor or his designee engages ACES Power to develop and issue a request for proposal to obtain proposals for supplying electrical power to the Memphis market following the 5-year notice period to TVA. Are you aware of this resolution?
Yes.
Okay, so I'm not sure, are you following the resolution, or are you going in a different direction?
Well, when it comes to we're trying to do our best to do both, and we did speak to ACES. And so what we're trying to make sure we do is not ignore someone like ACES, but that would be a professional service that's being provided for MLGW. And what we want to make sure that we do is follow the process as openly as we can. And our board needs to approve when it comes to power supply in general, but in particular when it comes to contracts that we would do, our board needs to approve those first, and then they come to the council for final approval. And so we just want to make sure we follow the process and we want to go the right way through the process. And that's what this is all about. And that's what we'll be talking to them about tomorrow.
Okay, let me ask you this too, because I'm not clear. What you said earlier to me gave me the impression, I'm still hearing it, that we may have to go through another level of RFPs. And once you get the RFP to get the person you want to do the RFP, then you're going to do the RFP.
No, well, let me be clear. No, the plan would actually not be that way. And I think we'd like to do one process. There will be one process to get to an RFP process to validate the numbers that are in the IRP. We're just suggesting that and again, we're going to speak more fully to our board about this tomorrow, that we do it in a way that's fully transparent and appropriate. And I just want to make sure that, it's certainly, and again, we've talked to ACES about their proposal. We want to make sure that the scope of work is correct. We want to make sure that we are actually providing direction that needs to be provided. And Alonzo, you may want to elaborate further on that, but that's really what we're trying to do. We're not ignoring anything. We're wanting to be really more inclusive as we can, so that we can be open, continue to be open with our process.
Okay, so I don't know if I'm hearing you straight, or you still not giving let me ask you a direct question. Will your intent tomorrow be to recommend the directions of this city council by the resolution to use ACES to issue the RFP.
Councilman Johnson, I'm going to interrupt real quick. Mr. Youngmore, interrupt real quick. Just a point of clarification, Councilman Johnson. That resolution that was written regarding the RFP and ACES was not directed to MLGW or their board. It was directed towards the administration to go outside the MLGW process to issue their own RFP. So that resolution, we didn't even send to MLGW. That is more of an administrative request that was made by the council.
That's
true. That's correct.
Sorry. It is with the intent. Excuse me. I'm sorry. May I speak? I'm sorry.
Yes, Councilman Johnson.
Yeah, but it was still with the intent. I don't think the administration was per se going to issue it. Either the administration or Memphis Light, Gas, and Water will issue the rest RFP. So the intent was to whoever the end user or who was going to be responsible for it to follow directions of the council. Now, let me understand this too. Ultimately, once that RFP is placed out there, the contract, it still will come back before this body. Am I correct? Before it's actually issued. Can someone answer that?
Any contract that exceeds $50,000 does have to be approved by our board and the council. So that is correct.
Okay, so if anything goes differently, we definitely will hear about it prior to it actually going into being put into place. The RFP is what I'm speaking of. We will get a copy of it prior to it being released, approved.
Right, and I'm not trying to be evasive. I just need the ability to talk. The board has not had a chance yet to consider this, and so I'm not able to give you a lot of clarity. And there are a number of firms that do this process that ACES has provided. In fact, so we know that we've spoken to several, and so we want to speak to our board and do this process the right way to make sure that we're in full compliance with all the regulations that we have to follow, so that we can get to the end result that I think everybody wants.
The best. I think it's true. Everybody wants the best for the citizens of Memphis. But I'm just, learning the process as well. I'm under the impression that after the council makes a request, people would try to follow through with it. So I guess we'll just have to see what the outcome of that situation is in that regards. If you go to your board tomorrow, you have an idea when that RFP will actually be available to be
I don't want. Yeah, I'd hate to prejudge what the board's decision will be on that. So I can't. I don't know. I don't know. The sooner the better, as far as I'm concerned. So we ready to,
I guess that's what I was concerned about too. If you come in and try to put another layer on it, that's just an additional time period we got to work with. So I was just curious, I guess one day time is the issue, then the next day it seemed like we got forever to get something done. So I'm just asking questions to get clarity. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Absolutely.
May I ask you another question on a different topic? I have received numerous phone calls about these utility bills that went out recently. When we started and talked about the fact that the Memphis Light, Gas, and Water was going to increase the electrical rate, I asked that you go and do an estimate of what percentage of increase that may occur across the board. And you did. You came back, you did it by zip codes. And the amount did not seem that significant in some situations. But what I'm hearing from some of the citizens is that the utility bills are extremely high. And I wanted to know, have you heard this? Do you have an explanation? We know that the temperature probably played a factor in it, but it still seemed excessive based on what their rates were this time last year or what they paid the previous month. So is it anything that you can share with the citizens that would explain these high utility bills?
Certainly, I know that, and we're always sensitive to energy cost. And you sort of alluded to in your question what may be driving it. Certainly the weather, more people being at home, more so than they may have been prior to the pandemic. There are a number of reasons that may contribute to that. I don't know if Jim West is on and may be able to address more specifically what may be causing that, but this is not uncommon during the summer months, especially in my experience, that customers do experience higher bills. And we certainly work with those customers every day to help alleviate that. And again, Jim, I don't know if you're available to speak to that or not. I don't think he may not be on. He may just be able to listen. But that's something that we can certainly, and any questions that you all get or what have you around that, let us know. We'll be glad to reach out directly and speak to those customers to evaluate their situation so that we can, personally and address specifically their concerns.
Okay, you also did an analysis for me. Is it possible to go back using that same data and see what actually happened, to see if your numbers that you anticipated a percentage of increase actually were close or how far off? And can you come back and give us a report on that analysis based on the increase?
Sure.
Okay. I thank you. I thank you for empowering me with the questions. I'm really trying to learn this. This is going to be a very important decision that I will have to make. And the more I actually get from you, to tell the truth, person in charge of Memphis Gas and Water, I would appreciate it. And thank you again for your time. And thank you to the chair for the time allotted. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Councilman Johnson. I do appreciate you requesting this topic to be presented today. Chairwoman Robinson is up next in the queue.
Thank you. I appreciate the questions and the presentation on today. But I want to remind the council members that our role is that of legislation. Our role is that we are policymakers. We don't do the administration. We don't tell the administration what to do. Our resolution made a recommendation, but that doesn't mean that they have to do that. Our role should always be to ensure that we have policies and ordinances in place that will cover all citizens and not just the squeaky wheel. I want to also share that I asked the same question, Councilwoman Johnson, about why the utility bills were so high this time, and they gave me 5 different reasons. And the first one was we have more people at home, children at home in the summertime. They had, this time, I think the bill had more days. You can get up to 35 days on, and you have to look at the number of days on your bill. If you're used to getting 29, 30 or whatever, and it all of a sudden go to 35 or 34, then that's an increase. And we had an increase in our rates as well. I told them that we never done 35 days, and they showed me pretty quickly and said, Ms. Robinson, you had one back in January, you had one back, and they just kept going on back. I said, okay, I don't read the bill. That's Mr. Robinson's responsibility, but you have to look at all those details. And council members, it would be a great idea to visit MLTW so you can see the operation and how they calculate the bill so that you can better serve our constituents. On the presentation today, I appreciate the information that was shared. I was not able to hear the presentation yesterday, but there's something missing in all of these presentations for me, because I try to make sure that when I communicate with citizens, that I communicate in a language that they can understand. And as I see all the charts and graphs that are presented, Mr. Young and our presenter today, Ms. Seymour, what's missing for me is, this is what we currently pay for, a column. Here are all the items that are included that we currently pay for. And that's any fees that we owe for any tariffs, fees that we may owe for any memberships, any fees that we may owe to any organization. They need to be delineated, what we currently pay. What we pay for distribution, transmission, whatever it is, it needs to be in one column. This is what we currently pay. Now, if we want to change to column A or B that was presented today, you have some relationship to what you're currently doing, and we don't see that relationship right now. And customers don't understand variable costs versus fixed costs unless we explain what that is. And if I were going to a bank to get a loan, I prefer not to have variable costs. I prefer to have a fixed cost where I can manage my budget better. But some people can and can see the savings over time if the market will avail itself. So to me, personally, and to the citizens of Memphis, we would appreciate if everything is delineated, starting with what we currently have, what MLGW provides now. And if we change to any scenario, this is what the cost would be in that category. And if we have to have additional personnel to do some of the new features, it needs to be listed as well. Right now, everything is together. You understand it, engineers understand it. For lay people, we need to know I'm paying for A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K. And with TVA, I may be also paying for a shared cost or something else in the valley. I may be paying for Tennessee River. Whatever it is I'm paying for now, I need to that be delineated for us. And then what I will be paying moving forward in any scenario in each of those exact same categories. So at the end of the day, I know whether I'm in a better position or not over time. Did I make that clear enough?
Right. I think I understand what you're saying. And I think that you're speaking about it maybe at the level of the retail paid customer level, right? Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
yes.
Sure. That makes sense. I understand what you're saying. And I think that's really important. I agree 100%. Because what we have been typically focused on is an aggregate saving at the wholesale power level that could be enjoyed, but it doesn't necessarily parlay down to at the customer level what that might be. So I think that's important. But absolutely, yes, ma'am, I understand.
Okay, and I understand the high level. It doesn't. That's important to you, but we are responsible to citizens, and it needs to be at a level that they understand. They understand we can save $115 million, but does that mean that I'll get that much in savings on my bill at some point? I need to be able to see each line item and where it'll increase or decrease. Okay.
Correct. Sure.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Chairwoman Robinson. We have a request from Councilman Jones that a copy of the presentation be emailed to all council members. Is that possible?
That you should have it. It was sent to Bryson. Bryson has it, and I think you should all have a copy of it.
Okay, excellent. And now back to Dr. Warren's question from Ms. Seymour.
Ms. Seymour, did ACES used to be part of MISO at some point?
They represent some mostly co-ops in our MISO footprint today. So they represent them as a consultant and also do some commercial and operational work for them.
So it's my impression that they're the people that would be most likely to give us an RFP from MISO as opposed to having some other people who aren't involved with them do an RFP for MISO. Does that make sense? Do people routinely ask other companies to do RFPs for MISO as compared to ACES?
Yeah, I would have to say that ACES isn't the only one in the MISO footprint that can do an RFP. There are other companies similar to ACES that are similarly situated in our footprint that could do that. I mean, ACES could clearly represent that could definitely do that work. But I would have to say that there are others who could also do that work as well in the MISO footprint.
So it's not like they're the only people who know the MISO market, and routinely there are other companies that are doing that?
Yes, there are other companies that can do that for sure in the MISO footprint.
And so even though they're related, it makes no difference. There's not a cost advantage for ACES to do that for us.
No, there isn't. I think that if you could get competing proposals for providing that service, you might find somebody. ACES could potentially be the right one depending on the cost, but I think there's others that are qualified to do that work as well for a competed cost.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right. Competing proposal sounds like a good idea to me. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Yes, quick question. Ms. Seymour, what's the largest utility served within the MISO network?
What's the largest utility we have?
Yes.
It's probably Entergy.
Okay.
Who you heard from.
Yeah, okay, so Entergy, but let's just, so I know there's Entergy, Mississippi, which would be Jackson. So what city within it would be the largest utility that's served?
Oh, so the largest city that we serve is probably, the largest city that they serve would probably be Little Rock, Arkansas, would probably be the largest city that Entergy serves, but we also serve Detroit. We have Minneapolis, we have St. Louis. There are some of the big cities that some of our utilities serve. So we have some big cities in and around the footprint.
Chicago?
We don't have Chicago. We have the rest of Illinois except for Chicago. Chicago is in our neighboring RTO.
Okay, so out of that footprint, and I'm just thinking about cities in comparable size to Memphis.
Detroit.
Detroit. Okay.
Yeah.
So who would you say would be number 2? Because we have a population that's probably twice the size of Little Rock.
I would say number 2, we have Detroit. We have St. Louis.
Okay, well, we just saw a statistic that St. Louis is significantly smaller than Memphis. Okay.
And Minneapolis would probably be my, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. I don't see more council members in the queue. I'll ask just one more question about the transmission and the MISO only option that was up on the last slide. And it talked about some of the risk and difficulties with thermal and other issues. Are those risks that would still be in place after building that additional line, that third line? Or are those risks that are mitigated by building the additional line? If you can just go into a little bit more depth about that.
So in the transmission only scenario, there was a 4th line that was added, and unfortunately that configuration with the 4 transmission lines that they provided would not mitigate the thermal voltage and stability issues. You would still need to do some other work inside Memphis in order to alleviate those reliability concerns.
Okay, and just what are thermal and voltage instability issues? What does that actually mean? That's not really a term I come across every week.
Yeah, so basically what it means is you can't reliably move power into Memphis with the configuration of transmission that they provided. There would be some faults and some other things that it would prevent us from actually moving the generation into and serving customers in Memphis. That's all it means. It's just not, it doesn't meet the reliability standards that we're supposed to follow.
Okay. And this may have been asked before or covered a little bit, but when we talk about local generation, and this is for Mr. Young, Mr. Weaver as well, how local do we mean? I mean, are we talking about Shelby County within Memphis? How close does it actually have to be considered local? Or can it be across the river or across the Mississippi border?
Yeah, for purposes of the IRP, it was inside Shelby County, but I'll ask Alonzo to elaborate.
Yeah. We had a discussion with Siemens as they did their analysis, and in their analysis, having it locally, you reduce your transmission costs, particularly with the solar that's involved. You don't necessarily have to have the transmission costs. You have to pay to get that power into you. So you reduce that cost by having some of it locally.
Okay. And that local generation doesn't have to be MLGW owned. It can be third party built, owned, and operated, and we contract with them, correct?
That is correct.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Actually, I see Chairwoman Robinson back in the queue. Do you have a question? Okay.
Yes, my last question. I did write another note. It was a statement made by Ms. Seymour that she cannot tell us what our distributors will have in power supply in 5 years. So is that a variable amount? So whatever we do as a IRP, they can only say how much power they have over a certain amount of time, and we have to guess, or is that a risk that we will be taking?
No, what I meant by that is MISO is not in a position to tell you what the outlook for our generation mix is going to be, because people make decisions, generator owners. So like Entergy makes a decision to retire a facility or bring facilities online. It's an individual utility decision. But what MLGW has looked at in its IRP is going out and purchasing long-term power supply to meet their load. So they're not going to rely on the short-term market for risk and worry about what's coming in the next year or two. They're going to look at, if they purchase power from an independent power producer, they'll be looking at a long-term agreement or arrangement with them so that they're not short in our market or trying to figure out what the market's going to look like in the short term. So they priced that into their IRP. And we just meant that we couldn't project that because all of our entities make different decisions based on their load and resource portfolio.
Okay. So, hey, since you're an expert in this area, California right now is facing some outages because of their power supply. How did they get themselves in that position and not have enough power?
Well, they had some outages in the area they had some outages that occurred due to the heat. So they actually had enough power on a given day, but they had a number of events that occurred, including outages of major generation and transmission that resulted in them having, I think, blackouts in California. So they do plan like we do to meet those peak conditions, but sometimes there's too many variables that occurred that were beyond what you planned for. And that occurred in California.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Logan?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I had a question about, well, a point of clarity about the thing that was said concerning variable rates and fixed rates. If you could, and how that impacts the customer, our constituents. If you could kind of expound on that a little bit more.
Is that okay?
Sure. So basically, you can think of a variable cost as being fuel, for example, in your car or in a generation plant. It's the fuel and it's the maintenance that you have to do on your facility or your car. So if you think of a car, you buy the car and there's a fixed cost for actually the car, and that is in your rates as a fixed charge, and it's usually amortized over a period of time. The variable cost is how much maintenance or oil changes that you have to do and how much gas you have to put in the car on a given month. That's the variable piece that goes in your bill as power supply costs. So that's what we're talking about when we talk about the market with variable costs. It's how much fuel would a gas plant need to use? How much coal would a coal plant need to use? How much maintenance do they have to do? That's the variable pieces. But the actual plant itself is built for is the fixed cost, and that is on your bill as well as a fixed charge over time.
Okay, so it's not talking about because somehow I understood it to mean that you all purchase power based on changing prices or the stock market or different prices, and it could go up and down, and the ratepayer may be affected by that as well. Their prices may go up and down. Is that the case?
No, usually there's a lag between what wholesale power prices are priced at. They are priced hourly. So you do get a different price every hour. But usually, and I'll leave it up to JT to talk about how he does this, but usually when you go into a rate case, you aggregate those dollars over time, and you're not exposed to the hourly differences in costs. It's basically your total fuel cost over a rate period over time. So your residential customer would not face the wholesale power price differences that we see in the market.
Okay, so even though you aggregate it, the aggregation, if I'm saying this right, if I'm not saying this correctly, let me know. The aggregation cost that the aggregated cost that we'll see still includes the up and down hourly cost that has been passed on to MLG and W customers. I mean, it'll be passed on to the customers, but we won't see the up and down, but it's still there, correct?
That's right. That's
Okay.
right. You'll get that variable cost will be passed through at some point in a rate case. You just won't see the variability that you see on an hour-to-hour or day-to-day basis.
Okay, so in terms of the customer, if they pay an average of $350 a month based on what we're doing right now, what we have right now, based on the fluctuating costs that you're speaking of, it's going to potentially be hard to tell, more challenging or difficult to tell what your bill may be because it'll include an aggregated amount of fluctuated costs.
Yeah, so what that variable cost showed was if in theory, if you pay him $350 now, you're already paying for fuel costs and variable costs from TVA. So that's in there already because they have the same thing that we do. It's just not an hourly market. But what it basically says is the $350 customer's going to save more money in fuel and variable costs over time when they put that in rate that they're in MISO, because the cost of the fuel and the variable cost of MISO is lower than it is in TVA. You're paying more for that variable component in TVA than you would if you participated in MISO. You get access to a lot lower cost resources over the footprint.
Okay, and so you just said that, which is going to be my question to President Young, is that how does that differ from TVA, what TVA is currently doing? Do they have the same format or setup that MISO has with the variable rate?
Yeah, well, the way certainly right now, the TVA wholesale price to us, it does change month to month, predominantly, as Melissa said, based on fuel. So there's on average, that's why we can say it's about $1 billion a year. That is not totally fixed. It's based on the fuel prices. That is why over the last 7 or 8 years, the wholesale prices that we have paid to TVA have really been relatively flat because the fuel prices, the diversity of their fuel supply has helped to keep those prices, fairly flat, total price fairly flat. And so the customer gets the benefit of that. And so they are not set up like the MISO market. TVA, MISO, just to be clear, remind you, is not a utility. So, trying to compare MISO and TVA is a bit of a misnomer. MISO's members are the utilities, right? And so there are, Entergy is a utility much like TVA is. And so they serve customers, et cetera. MISO is, oversees the generation and the transmission reliability and all of that. Melissa can do a better job than I can at that. So just to be clear on that, that's just, that's important to understand as well.
Okay, hopefully one last thing, and this is to you, President Young. I want to just make sure I'm clear on what we're doing. Now we have TVA, we're with TVA and they supply the energy. Well, you're saying that MISO has a lot of different suppliers and we get the benefit of them having a large group of suppliers. So, because they're the ones that are going to be supplying us. MISO is just kind of like a broker of sort.
I'd ask Melissa to respond to that.
And let me ask this. It's been partly our fault somewhat. Well, I'm not gonna say fault, but the things that we have not gotten from TVA over the years, would you say it's because we haven't pushed the envelope and demanded that we have a better response from them in terms of Memphis and what we should have been getting from them? And how would that be impacted, having a personal relationship? When they came and did the presentation, the CEO talked about wanting to help. wanting to have a personal relationship, well, a better relationship with Memphis, providing us more things and doing more things, which they should have been doing all along or could have been doing all along. Will moving to this setup, will that still afford us those opportunities that are potentially there if we stay with TVA, or, you know, that they have said that we would get or they would offer?
Yeah, I can't speak 100% to this, but I will just say as a general rule, we are still evaluating the TVA proposal that they shared with you and with our board, and we will be doing that for some time to better understand it. It is presumed in their proposals, of course, that they would be serving the Memphis, Shelby County community. And so I think to your question, I don't know exactly long term if we were to sever the relationship with TVA, the incentive TVA would still have to do all of the things that they're proposing to do. And so I think we should presume that those things would not be available if we were to sever the relationship. Again, we're still evaluating that and looking at it. We may have some more clarity around that later, but that would be my presumption.
Well, I was asking, if we sever the relationship with them, I doubt, I wasn't assuming that we would still have that. My question was, if we move to MISO or someone else, would we have that,
I'm sorry,
those
I
things
got you.
available?
So that's a different question. I took that, I didn't understand. That's not clear because it would really depend on how we are supplied. There are some of those things that I'm sure we would not be able to get, maybe some we would. That's another reason that we need to be thoughtful about the RFP process, because it really needs to be explicit about what we want. And what we get today from TVA is more than just power supply. So we need to remember that as we go to the market. We can't just assume that because we get a better price on power supply, that equates to the value, total value. So we have to be very deliberate about what we're looking at. And again, that's what the IRP tried to do in its evaluation.
Yeah, that's one thing that I'm really interested in, making certain that what we've received from TVA, or what we have not, it's a better way to put it, have not received from TVA over the 80 years that we've been with them, that moving forward, whoever we move forward with, that they know exactly what we expect, and that's a part of the ask, that, these are the things that we need. So we can't go back and retract what didn't happen from TVA, but if we're going to move forward with them, we have to be very demanding in what we want and very specific in what we want, and make sure they're going to be able to provide that. And if we go with someone else, the same thing. So I guess I'm saying the ball is in our court, either way, in terms of asking for what we want. So you answered my second question, and from what I'm hearing, you're saying you don't know if we can get that. It just depends on what we write in the RFP, right?
Yeah, exactly. There's some things that by nature TVA is doing because they're chartered to do that in this arena that's unique to TVA that we more than likely can't get. It just depends. But all of the survey, if we're going to do the apples to apples, it's more than just a power supply consideration. That's the point.
Right. And I know, you're saying we have to do apples to apples, but we only have TVA to go by, and we only have MISO or whoever, to look at. And even if they're different, I still have to ask the questions based on what the information I'm trying to gather. So the first question, you said you were going to ask someone else to answer that question. You answered the second question, but the first question I would like to hear some more information on.
Yeah, and I think it had to do something with, may have been a market issue question around MISO that we'll be able to address.
Market prices and variable rates and fixed rates, and how that impacts the customer.
Yeah, and I think she addressed that, but you may want her to clarify.
Yeah, I thought your second question was or your first question was about what MISO members, like how do we don't own or operate anything, how do our members give them access to sources in our footprint? And MISO membership is voluntary, but we pool all of our resources, dispatch. We basically have the system dispatch all the generation across our 15-state footprint together. The utilities have turned over what we call functional control of the transmission system. So, you know what, you can think of MISO as basically the air traffic controller of the transmission system. So we move the megawatts, or we move the power from the generators across the transmission system through our markets and through our systems. But our members let us do that and allow us to provide that low-cost power to our footprint. And so because we have that diversity of all of our resources, we can get what the lowest cost resources are delivered to anyone in our footprint, to our members. So that's how we're sort of the middleman, the air traffic controller of that electric transmission system.
Okay, so, and I know we're impressed with time. So if certain members left your, this scenario, or if they decided they didn't want to be members anymore, how does that impact the energy that we receive?
So if for some reason someone would leave MISO, we would just have less generation or transmission in our footprint to dispatch and move around. We haven't had membership lot. We had members leave years and years ago, but for the most part, we're a pretty stable footprint. Folks haven't left MISO.
And yeah, I understand. And I just needed to know what would happen, because we didn't expect COVID, but COVID happened. So I just have to kind of ask about stuff that could happen and how we will we will respond, or what our response would be, because since you said you're the middleman, we can't, there's no guarantee on the other side. So I just wanted to know what your plan B is, or what's built into your program or process that accounts for members leaving and then better serving the members that are still there.
Yes. Okay. Yeah. So that's what we would do. If a member left, we would have their generation and transmission would no longer be part of our 15-state or our footprint, and we would just generate and dispatch the rest of the system.
Okay. Thank you. I yield back, Chair. Thank you, sir.
Okay. This has been a great discussion. We're going to go to Dr. Warren. Please keep it brief, and then we'll be done. Thank you.
Yes. How much bigger is your organizational footprint compared to TVA?
Well, we have 15 or 16 states. We have 15 states in Manitoba, so we serve that footprint. I think TVA has 4, 5 states that they serve. So we're significantly bigger in transmission generation and the load, for sure. I don't know how much more than TVA, but pretty significantly.
So, and have you ever had any blackouts that were due to you not having capacity to generate electricity?
No, we have not.
Okay. So the idea that somehow TVA is more reliable than you as far as generation, is that true?
No, that's not true. But we meet the same reliability standards as TVA. And in fact, we have some more enhanced protocols than they do to evaluate the system conditions on a short-term basis.
Okay, so I think that's something we need to keep in mind as we're looking at this. There's not really an issue of reliability between the two of these components. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Thank you, everybody, for the time this morning. I'm sorry that we ran over. And Chairwoman Robinson, before we move on, I know we've got 2 more committees before public safety, but I just want to let you know, I just received a message that the U.S. Attorney of West Tennessee, Mr. Mike Donovan, is standing by for his presentation. So I don't know if we want to move things around so that he can present on time and then get back to the rest of the council agenda. I just wanted to let you know of that issue. No other business in front of the MLGW committee. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Chairman Morgan. While we have this brief moment, for the directors, we have a lot of people that have logged in that we don't have a record of. So if you forwarded the email invitation, could you please send to Juana Keplinger or Brookheim who you sent it to? Because we've had an influx of people onto the call. Also, we have a caller that is online that has not been identified. If you have called into the meeting, could you please let us know who you are?
All right, item number 3 is a presentation on Operation Legend. Is there someone to speak regarding this presentation? I yield the floor to you.
Councilwoman, would you like me to conduct a roll call?
Yes, I didn't know how, I didn't know his time, but yes, ma'am, let's please do that first.
Okay, Councilman Canali. Carlisle.
Here.
Easter Thomas. Present. Ford.
Present.
Johnson.
Present.
Jones.
Here.
Logan.
Present.
Morgan. Robinson.
Present.
Smiley.
Oh, I'm here.
Warren.
Here.
Swearingen.
Present. We will now yield to the presenter. If you could please announce your name and position for the records.
And Deputy Director Rao, we've given presentation privileges to the MPD command staff for you to string your presentation.
Thank you so much, and thank you, Madam Chair, for allowing U.S. Attorney Michael Donovan to be with us today. I will turn the floor over to him. And of course, I am Deputy Director Mike Rao, 170 North Main, Memphis Police Department. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Director Ryle, and thank you all for allowing me to address you today, Madam Chair and members of the committee. My name is Mike Donovan. I'm the United States Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee. As the Chief Federal Prosecutor here in Memphis and 22 counties of West Tennessee, it's my sworn duty to faithfully execute the laws of Congress to protect public safety, uphold the rule of law, and achieve justice for our citizens. I have some prepared remarks, and I'll be glad to take any questions if you have those after that. On June 29th of this year, 4-year-old Kansas City boy named Legend Talaferro went to bed and he never woke up. While lying in his own bed, in his own home, asleep, Legend was killed by a bullet. Legend's death is a tragic example of far too many murders, shootings, and other violent crime that have gripped our nation over the past several months. In response to this alarming rise in violent crime across the nation, on July 8th, the Department of Justice announced the launch of Operation Legend, a sustained, systematic, and coordinated law enforcement initiative and violent crime reduction effort in which federal law enforcement agencies work through existing federal, state, and local partnerships in certain cities. Operation Legend is named in honor of 4-year-old Legend Talaferro and was first launched in Kansas City, Missouri. It was then expanded on July 22nd to Chicago and Albuquerque. On July 29th, it was expanded to Cleveland, Detroit, and Milwaukee. And on August the 6th, we announced that Operation has in fact come to Memphis. In addition to Memphis, the Department of Justice has also announced that Operation Legend would be expanded to the cities of St. Louis and just last Thursday to the city of Indianapolis. I'll go into the details of the operation in just a moment, but a few points of clarification at the outset. First, Operation Legend is a violent crime reduction effort with additional resources being provided to federal, state, and local law enforcement to assist in traditional crime fighting, directed at violent gangs, gun crime, and drug trafficking organizations. That's what it is, period. What it is not is the introduction of federal riot police, uniformed personnel, or other federal agents to protect federal property. It is not a response to any civil unrest, and it is not intended to introduce any additional ICE resources to enforce immigration offenses. We are bringing federal investigators into Memphis to protect our residents and to prevent firearms violence. Nobody is talking about sending federal troops to Memphis to occupy this city or to militarize local law enforcement. This is not Portland. Second, Operation Legend does not look the same in every city. Unlike Chicago and Kansas City, where hundreds of federal investigators are being integrated into violent crime task forces, Memphis will see a more modest deployment of federal investigators. Approximately 40 new agents, including 16 federal investigators to the city on a temporary assignment for 90 days, followed by 24 permanently assigned agents who are drawn from the ATF, the DEA, the FBI, and our newest collaborative partner, Homeland Security Investigations. An important point, though, is that these investigators are dedicated to long-term criminal investigative efforts here in Memphis. They're going to be permanently assigned by their federal agencies and will work with the additional task force officers from the Memphis Police Department, Shelby County Sheriff's Office, and the Multi-Agency Gang Unit. This is the very best of federal, state, and local partnerships, and it's what we do every day. Under Operation Legend, we're going to bring additional substantial resources to bear to deliver safety and security for the residents of Memphis. These agents will be locally assigned from our Memphis resident agencies who've been physically present and working in our city for decades. In fact, many of them are already on the ground here in Memphis and actively working on violent crime investigations that have already resulted in arrests and federal charges. And I think Colonel Goods will probably tell you about that in just a moment. This is no outside police presence, but rather is a much needed and more fulsome federal complement of agents who work hand in hand with the Memphis Police Department to develop effective violent crime reduction strategies that will save lives in Memphis. Third, this is the right time to do this, and the sense of urgency is born out of a need to prevent additional murders and non-fatal shootings. As of the latest data, and actually my data may actually be dated, Memphis's homicides are up over 49% from where they were in 2019. And just as alarming, Memphis's reported gun crime is up 23%, and aggravated assault shootings are up over 19% from where they were a year ago. Those non-fatal shootings are often just millimeters away from being a homicide. And based upon the historical trends, we don't expect a let up in violent crime as we head into late summer and early fall. The total numbers of murders in Memphis stands at 170 through the first 7 months of the year, and that number includes the heartbreaking statistic of 23 child deaths by violence. And with that pace, we're on track to surpass the most murders in 1 year in the history of Memphis, which was 228 in 2016. So we must act with urgency, commitment, collaboration, and resolve. As violent crimes and homicides spike up here in Memphis, we must meet that threat with a significant surge of law enforcement resources, and Operation Legend comes at a critical time in our city. But the planning for this effort dates back many months to December of 2019, when the Department of Justice announced Operation Relentless Pursuit, otherwise known as ORP, that would be introduced into 7 American cities, including Memphis, as well as Albuquerque, Baltimore, Cleveland, Detroit, Kansas City, and Milwaukee. Those 7 cities were experiencing and have traditionally experienced higher or more elevated violent crime levels. Since December of 19, when we announced Operation Relentless Pursuit, we've had one operational phase already led by the U.S. Marshal Service, and I'll provide more detail on that in a moment. But we had to delay additional ORP operations due to the onset of COVID-19. But the point here is that the planning for all of these additional federal agencies and task force officers goes back many months. There is additional funding that's being made through Operation Legend that I'll discuss in a moment, and we're part of a larger nationwide effort that did not exist in December of 2019. But the nuts and bolts of this investigative focus has been the product of much effort by all of our local law enforcement partners, including the Memphis Police Department. And I'm proud of that hard work and those partnerships that we have come together to form that delivered this initiative for the people of Memphis. As I just said, we announced Operation Relentless Pursuit in December of 2019. In January of this year, the U.S. Marshal Service commenced a violent fugitive apprehension effort, which by any measure was tremendously successful. Unfortunately, COVID-19 cut short our ability to immediately follow up with the longer-term criminal investigation efforts that we've now announced under Operation Legend. As you might understand, we did not announce this operation at the time it was underway because of the effect that such publicity can have on the effectiveness of those efforts, as well as officer safety. The results of this violent fugitive apprehension effort in phase 1, led by the U.S. Marshal Service from January 13th through April 3rd, included the following numbers. We arrested 434 individuals on outstanding violent crime warrants, including 24 wanted for homicide, 151 wanted for some type of assault or robbery, 75 wanted for sex offenses, and 61 identified gang members. Seized during this time period were 90 firearms off the streets, 20.71 kilograms of narcotics, and $51,000 in cash. Just think where we would be today if not for the success of this operation in bringing these violent offenders into custody. And interestingly, we did not hear any public opposition to Operation Relentless Pursuit when it was announced in December, or when it was removing hundreds of violent offenders from our streets. The active portion of Operation Relentless Pursuit effectively concluded in April with the U.S. Marshals Initiative, and under Operation Legend, we're now focused on longer-term investigations that will ultimately reduce violent crime in Memphis. We're building off the foundation laid not only by ORP, but by decades of federal, state, and local partnerships that have been used to combat gun crime, gang conspiracies, narcotics trafficking, opioid overdoses, human trafficking, child exploitation, terrorism, and a host of other offenses. Through Operation Legend, the Department of Justice is also making additional funds available to our state and local partners and the city of Memphis, including the following grant funding. The Bureau of Justice Assistance will make available $200,000 to support Operation Legend's violent crime reduction efforts here in Memphis. And that's in addition to the BJA funding that was awarded back in December of $1.4 million to provide manpower, technology, equipment, and support under Operation Legend, including overtime funding for the multi-agency gang unit and partner agencies, a prosecutor for the Shelby County District Attorney's Office to handle operational arrests vertically through the state criminal justice system, vehicles for MGU operations, and technological solutions to enhance investigation and prosecution of violent offenders. The COPS office from the Department of Justice has also previously made approximately $9.8 million available to the Memphis Police Department to fund the hiring of 50 new police officers over the next 3 years. We all know that the Memphis Police Department has a current officer shortage, and we also know that there is a clear inverse correlation between the number of Memphis police officers and the violent crime rate in this city. As one would intuitively expect, as officer complement goes up, violent crime goes down. That's why the federal government is doing its part to provide this critical funding for officer hiring. Again, I don't recall hearing anyone object to this allocation of almost $10 million in grant funding to the city of Memphis earlier this year. And we know that Director Rawlings will use this money wisely and effectively to recruit and hire more officers for public safety here in Memphis. The Department of Justice has also provided assistance to Memphis through the U.S. Marshal Service Joint Law Enforcement Operations Fund, JLEO, to provide overtime reimbursement to local law enforcement officers who were on that fugitive task force. The ATF is providing an additional $100,000 to the city of Memphis to help defray costs associated with installing or maintaining shot detection technology. And that's in addition to the incredible technological resources that Memphis has already received from the ATF, including the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network, otherwise known as NIBIN, and the Crime Gun Intelligence Center, which is being effectively used by the multi-agency gang unit. We've also received grant funding to fund 2 special prosecutors in my office through District Attorney Wyrick's office for a period of up to 3 years to focus on nothing but federal prosecution of gun crimes under Project Guardian that was announced here in Memphis by the Attorney General in November. And then finally, as part of the Operation Legend initiative, a reward of up to $25,000 has been made available by the FBI for information leading to the successful identification and prosecution of the persons responsible for the unsolved shooting deaths of Ashlyn Luckett, age 6, and Laquan Boyd, age 16, in a drive-by shooting incident on January 20th of this year while they were inside a home in the 6800 block of Kirby Mills Cove in the Hickory Hill neighborhood of Memphis. That's in addition to the $20,000 reward offered by Tennessee Governor Bill Lee. So that's up to $45,000 reward for that unsolved double child homicide. Operation Legend builds on the collaborative success of Operation Relentless Pursuit and provides even more federal agency resources and grant funding to help us in our collective fight against violent crime. We're certainly appreciative to Attorney General Barr for deploying these federal agent assignments to Memphis, and we look forward to working with all of our partners to attack the real violent crime drivers in our community, which are gangs, guns, and drugs. Now, I'm aware that some in this community and some on this council are actively opposed to the increased presence of federal agents and resources in Memphis as part of Operation Legend. And since I'll not be able to address the executive session later today when it considers a resolution in opposition to Operation Legend, let me provide a few other points of consideration for you. First, resistance and opposition to law enforcement is not a legitimate public policy. Police officers are the only thing that stands between law-abiding citizens and anarchy, and we should always support them. Calls for defunding the police are reckless and dangerous.
Hey, Mike, I think I'm in the wrong. Do the meetings go all at the same time, or
Second, please.
am I?
Mr. There we go. Thank you. Please continue.
Calls for defunding the police are reckless and dangerous and can ultimately lead to more violent crime and more homicide victims by demoralizing good officers and emboldening criminals. And here in Memphis, such policies would come at the expense of minority communities and neighborhoods where violent crime victimizes the most citizens. 90% of all murder victims in Memphis this year, including 21 of the 23 children killed, are African American. And 89% of those murders are committed with a firearm. Federal task force models working with our state and local enforcement agencies can and do work to reduce violent crime. We have a successful history of that here in Memphis, where we saw violent crime rates actually decline in 2018 and 2019 due to such partnerships as the Project Safe Neighborhoods Task Force, otherwise known as PSN, the FBI Safe Streets Task Force, the Multi-Agency Gang Unit. We have a carjacking initiative and a heroin initiative, and the Public Safety Partnership that we've all engaged in. Despite what some people may think, crime is not inevitable. It is not like the wind or the waves of the ocean. We can do something about it. We can move the needle downward. We've already started with that with Operation Relentless Pursuit. And with Operation Legend, I'm confident that we can again bring violent crime under control in Memphis. That's the whole point. Some have suggested that instead of more law enforcement resources, we should be focused on providing a living wage to citizens and better educational opportunities for our children. I do not believe that the two propositions are or should be mutually exclusive. And remember that those law enforcement resources are coming from federal, not local tax dollars. Surely we can walk and chew gum at the same time. What good is a living wage if you're not actually living due to violent crime? Everyone would rather build better schools than more prisons. But what good is education if our children are dying in their own beds from drive-by shootings? All of those strategies are important, long-term goals that we should be pursuing at the same time. And while prevention and intervention and rehabilitation are also important, we cannot wait for those programs to take effect. Operation Legend is designed to suppress the violence now. We must stop the bleeding now. Children are dying now. The first and most important duty of any government is to protect its citizens. And that's where our priorities should be. That's why the Department of Justice is investing these resources into Memphis now, so that we don't go from the third most violent city in America to the first. In order to reduce violent crime in Memphis, we must interrupt the shooting cycle, remove guns from the hands of dangerous and prohibited people, and hold criminals accountable by removing them from our streets. That involves federally prosecuting violent and repeat offenders and incapacitating them in federal prison where there is no sanctuary of parole. And that's what I do every day. Putting the right people in prison, those gangbangers, trigger pullers, robbery and carjacking crews, drug dealers and traffickers who dispense poison for profit. That's what works to incapacitate the most violent offenders. It upholds the rule of law. It deters criminal conduct with a strong message of consequences and makes us all safer. In fact, I'm convinced it saves lives. It's no wonder that groups with the word decarcerate in their name are opposing this operation that actually holds criminals accountable. And so with all due respect to the council, no one's permission is necessary for us to surge these federal resources into Memphis. Federal law still applies here on the streets of Memphis. As long as I'm the United States Attorney, we will, in fact, aggressively, consistently, and unapologetically enforce that federal law against the worst of the worst criminals who are harming our citizens and terrorizing our communities. We have to admit that we live in a world where, as it currently stands, not every 4-year-old child has the same chance to wake up safely in the morning. That's a tragedy in and of itself. But what we can do in law enforcement is to try to give every mother and father the additional confidence that when they tuck their children into bed at night, that will not be the last time they say goodnight. We're fed up with the violence. We're committed to getting this right. And the violent criminals out there should know that we are here to stay. Really, they should be the only ones in opposition to this operation. This operation honors the memory of innocent little 4-year-old Legend Taliaferro because we want to say his name. We want to say the names of Ashlyn Luckett and Laquan Boyd because their lives matter. And we intend to continue to honor Legend and all murder victims in this city by ultimately reducing the number of violent crime victims here in Memphis through Operation Legend. Those are my prepared remarks. I'll be glad to take any questions that you have.
I'm the United States Attorney Michael Donovan. Very good. I have some colleagues in the queue. Michael and Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Attorney Donovan, for that presentation. It was pretty clear and transparent. I thank you all for coming to give that. I have a few questions about Operation Legend, and some are kind of going with Relentless Pursuit as well, since you brought that up as well. But one of my first questions is that you mentioned where the specific funding goes. However, when those items are seized during the operation, where do they go, or where does that money go? Does it go back to the federal? Does it go to our police department? What happens to those items and those monies?
So I think you were referring to I mentioned some seized items, including weapons, narcotics, and cash. Is that what you're referring to?
Yeah. Yes, but I assume that with this operation, there'll be an increase in seizures, correct?
There certainly will be seizures attendant to arrest for federal violations. Those, as we indict those federal offenses, we add a count to our indictment for federal forfeiture of those funds. And those go back to the federal government, the Department of Treasury. For those offenses that are charged in state court.
Thank you. My next question is when this operation was introduced for all of the 7 cities that you named, what does the operation look like in a city similar to Memphis, since you said that these operations were different and that the Memphis operation was modest in comparison to the other cities?
Well, I'll say this, the cities of Kansas City and Chicago have certainly gotten many more federal agents and much more funding resources than even we've gotten in Memphis because they have larger populations. And unfortunately in Kansas City, they have an even more dramatic spike or increase in violent crime than what we've seen. The good news is that the operation, which has been in existence longer in Kansas City than it has here in Memphis under this Phase 2 Legend, is actually starting to pay dividends. In fact, the alleged killer of Legend has been captured. and arrested and is being prosecuted federally. And those violent crime numbers in Kansas City are starting to come down. In fact, I'll be joining the Attorney General tomorrow in Kansas City to announce some preliminary results of the whole operation nationwide, which includes Memphis statistics. And I'll be glad to provide those to the council. I would tell you that it kind of looks different in every city because every city struggles with different types of criminal activity and the motivations and the sources of those. Some of those are more gang related. Some of those are motivated by drug trafficking organizations. Some of those, quite frankly, like in Albuquerque, are driven by domestic violence numbers. And so we've got to tailor and craft our task forces to meet the rise and the source of that crime and use those resources appropriately. So it's starting to work in other cities. And as I said earlier, we've already made some arrests under Operation Legend as well that we're very proud of. So we are convinced that it will have an effect of reducing violent crime here in Memphis.
Yeah, I asked that because I noticed that a lot of those city mayors and leaders were unknowledgeable of the start of those operations and then also pretty resistant. Excuse my dog in the background. My last question, and Chairwoman, if you allow me. You said that we have received in Memphis for these two operations over $11 million in federal funds in order to hire police, help with tech assistance, other funding to go to these operations. However, have there been any other federal funds contributed to drug rehab, gang prevention versus arrest, community policing, or reentry programs, or more COVID-19 assistance? Can any of those $11 million from those funds for these operations be retracked to actual more preventative measures as we talk about violent crime?
I'll try to answer the multiple questions as best I can. So number one, the COPS hiring grant is $9.8 million is specifically and only for hiring of police officers. So the short answer is no, it can't be used for anything else. And that $9.8 million was allocated to the Memphis Police Department to hire up to 50 officers over the next 3 years. Part of that COPS hiring grant does include the requirement, as I understand it, that the Memphis Police Department engage in community-oriented policing, which stands for COPS. And so I would defer to Deputy Director Ryle about their community policing activities, either under that grant or just generally. With regard to COVID money, actually the Memphis Police Department has received some COVID relief money to their law enforcement agency here, the Memphis Police Department, to provide for COVID masks and equipment and PPE and other things like that. That was announced earlier this year, I think back in April, and I want to say it was about $2 million. That's a separate grant under a separate requirement, under separate rules. And so again, I don't think you can redirect that for anything other than what the Congress has directed that for. With regard to, you indicated rehabilitation or reentry, we do in fact have grant dollars that come to the U.S. Attorney's Office through the Bureau of Prisons for reentry programs. Judge John Folks runs our reentry court, and so some of that money does in fact come into this area for that purpose. But again, all of those, and I know you have your grant manager here, Ms. Nations, she can explain to you that those monies are dedicated and earmarked for certain law enforcement functions and purposes and cannot be repurposed or as you say, retracked for something else. I'm sure there are other grants out there for those other worthwhile policy initiatives, and I would hope that the city of Memphis would be pursuing and employing those. But for my purposes as a criminal prosecutor, we're obviously focused on those grants that help police and law enforcement be more effective in suppressing violent crime.
Thank you for the answer. I was just asking because it would seem as though if we are trying to help suppress crime, that drug rehab, gang prevention, reentry programs, and community policing would really be assisting in that. And hopefully that our police department or whomever seeks out these grants for us to do that is aggressive in the same way, looking for these monies. As you said, Attorney Donovan, you are going to be aggressive with the federal officers that'll be here. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very kindly, Councilman Warren. Hey, Councilman.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Attorney Donovan. I don't know if you're aware that prior to COVID, the mayor and the county sheriff and I think the district attorney's office and others of us in Memphis were trying to initiate a task force on violent crime similar to what's been recommended by the Stephen Apt in that book, Bleeding Out. And, you know, I'm seeing this particular influx of investigative agents coming in to help us with that. And I'm hoping it might be some way we could combine that to provide us with a force that is primarily involved in dealing with violent crime as we move forward and your people move out. Part of that force and part of the task force that they recommend for cities includes some of the things in it that Councilwoman Easter Thomas is talking about. So in order for it to be truly effective over a long haul, we've got to have reentry programs that are working with it. We've got to have community-based social workers that are tasked to go out to prevent that second shooter, to stop the young man who's going to go out and do the retaliatory killing. And I just hope that as we move forward with this, if you're not aware of this, I'd love to get you the book to read to see how we can use this federal funding to maybe jumpstart a program that's going to continue in Memphis after this initiative is gone to allow us to continue. And I was wondering, have you heard of that? And are there mechanisms where we can use this to jumpstart a long-term local mechanism? The data that I saw in the book says it takes about, based on our size, about $2 million extra to be able to fund this task force that includes policemen that are only interested in violent crime, social workers, and appropriate funding to make sure people who just need housing are housed or jobs can find jobs. So I'm hoping that you've seen that, and I'd like to know if you haven't, if you could comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman. I have read the book. I'm familiar with it. I've talked with General Wyrick and our friend Bill Gibbons at the Memphis Shelby Crime Commission about that model and about those strategies. And just to be clear, I'm a criminal prosecutor, not a sociologist or a social worker. And so I'm not sure about the efficacy of that. I'm not sure about whether that, in fact, could be accomplished here in Memphis. But again, I was asked to come to this meeting today to present about Operation Legend, which is purely and only a violent crime law enforcement initiative to reduce violent crime and to suppress violent crime. All of those other policy decisions or suggestions or collaborations are certainly worthwhile. And I think have their place in a larger task force or model. And I can assure you that the Office of Justice Programs at the Department of Justice has federal funding for all of those things you just mentioned, including reentry and rehabilitation and other things like that. And I would encourage anybody who's seeing this to reach out to our office, and we'll put you in touch with the director of OJP to make sure that you are aware of those grant funding opportunities and that you properly submit a competitive grant bid or application. But this money, these resources were dedicated to the city of Memphis because we have an urgent problem now with shooting and homicide. And the Attorney General himself selected Memphis first as one of the 7 cities under ORP and now as another city under Operation Legend, again, to surge resources to stop the bleeding now. I think that we can have those more long-term conversations after we get this violent crime surge under control.
I really agree, and I appreciate that. The data that was in this book that I found most impressive was every murder costs us $10 million. And if we're able to stop the bleeding and stop people from dying, then we're going to have extra funds left over at the end of a year or the end of 2 or 3 years. You know, we drop the bleeding. If we can stop the bleeding by 10%, lower our murder rate 10% a year for 10 years, that's an immense amount of money that we can be able to use to help us keep the bleeding down and to make every neighborhood as safe as possible. If all of our city was equally safe, we would have an amazing growth and opportunity for other citizens. I understand your role in this. My question was, can we somehow be able to use your role right now to jumpstart this more longer term process? And I'll leave that with administration to maybe bring us some ideas. Thank you again, Attorney.
Thank you. I'm willing to have those conversations and collaborate with the mayor, the police director, and anyone else on the council. But let me say very clearly, stopping the bleeding starts with arresting, prosecuting, and imprisoning those people who are committing the most violence. And that's what Operation Legend does.
Yeah, I don't think there's any change in what Bleeding Out does. It's primarily designed to stop people from killing each other. And you have to be able to intervene and arrest people who are going to be the ones who are doing it or have done it. I yield back.
Very kind. Councilman Smiley.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Donovan, for this presentation. We appreciate it, especially since your office is not under the council's purview. So we do appreciate the information that's been presented today. I have just a couple of questions. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, I think she was reading my mind. She asked a lot of the same questions that I wanted to ask initially. But as of today, has any federal officers been deployed or sent to Memphis?
Yes, absolutely. There are federal agents on the ground in Memphis now, and they have been for at least since July 15th.
Okay, and have those officers participated in any? Let's see a better way to ask this question. Let me ask it this way: have those officers installed or place surveillance devices around the city of Memphis?
I'm not aware of that, and even if I was, I wouldn't be able to discuss that with you for operational safety.
Okay. Okay, that's all I have for now. So you say you're not familiar with whether or not surveillance devices have been placed by the agents working under you in the city of Memphis as of yet?
No, sir. And let me make it clear, I don't directly supervise those agents. They work for the FBI, the ATF, the DEA, Department of Homeland Security Investigations. I run the U.S. Attorney's Office. I supervise prosecutors.
Okay, so, well, I guess this is a question for anyone who can answer it. Who would better be able to present from the agent standpoint, who can give us, I guess, on the ground assessment of what's being done in our city? Because I understand that you work for a U.S. Attorney's Office, but who will be able to speak to that specifically?
I believe, and I don't want to put him on the spot, but I believe that Colonel Goods is about to make a presentation to give you a little more detail about that agent deployment and assignment.
Okay, well, then I can yield. I'm more interested in that.
Councilman Canali.
Thank you, Madam Chair. U.S. Attorney Donovan, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all your hard work, and thank you for your genuine concern and desire to make Memphis a safer place for all of us to live. With 170 homicides, like you mentioned, and sadly enough, we're now up to 24 children that have died a violent death in the year 2020. I personally, as a representative of almost half the city, gladly welcome any resources that you can provide us to help us get this under control. So I just want to say thank you again. We appreciate you, and we are in this fight together. Thanks again. I yield back, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councilman. We look forward to showing you the results of our hard work.
Madam Chair, if I could say a word real quick.
Sure.
Again, Deputy Director Ryle. So please don't misunderstand. Our effort in the community will always be paramount. As we reimagine policing, we're working hard and diligent in that effort. This $9.8 million that U.S. Attorney Donovan brought up, that's to hire officers so that we can continue our cop unit in a stronger and better way. We're working with council, the city, the police department to reimagine what we do in the community and how we do it to change certain cultures. So please don't misunderstand, but we do have a violent issue that we're dealing with as well, and our citizens deserve that protection. If I could interject in regards to Councilman Smiley's question, I would like Colonel Darren Goods to go ahead and present his PowerPoint about the groundwork of Operation Relentless Pursuit and Operation Legend, if I could.
Before he does that.
Before you do that, Deputy, we have a couple of more colleagues in the queue. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Chair Swearingen, and welcome again, Attorney Donovan. The question that I have is, can you provide me more clarity of scenarios where federal resources would be deployed, since a lot of the violent crime that we talk about, those prosecutions typically take place at the state level?
Yes, I can. So under federal law, 18 U.S.C. 922 G, there are certain categories of persons that are prohibited under federal law from owning or possessing a firearm or any piece of ammunition. And since 89% of all homicides committed in Memphis are committed with a firearm, the federal government has a legitimate and compelling interest in regulating the use and possession of firearms and ammunition. Possession, for instance, by a convicted felon, or a person with a prior history of domestic violence, or a habitual drug user, or a criminal alien, or any other other list of prohibited people, is a violation of federal law. And we prosecute that quite prolifically here in Memphis under our Project Safe Neighborhoods initiative. And so part of the work that this Operation Legend task force is going to do, and some of these agents from the ATF are specifically going to be focused on targeting and identifying those shooters and those other people who are in possession of firearms or ammunition who ought not have them and are violating federal law. Additionally, any robbery of a business engaged in interstate commerce or any bank, obviously is insured by the Federal Deposit Insurance Corporation, that's a violation of federal law. So bank and business robbery becomes very important to the federal government enforcing that. And so our Safe Streets Task Force, again, along with the Operation Legend agents, FBI is going to deploy additional agents into solving unsolved business and bank robberies. Again, many times where there is, in fact, a shooting, injury, or death, that would result in the solving of an unsolved homicide. And then finally, carjackings. Let me focus a bit on carjackings, because Memphis has been plagued over the last 2 years with really a dramatic increase in carjackings, particularly committed among people who are younger and younger, unfortunately. And I don't know what is driving that, other than to say, perhaps in March, when all the children get out of school for COVID, idle hands will be busy on other things. And then the summer months come to us, and carjacking is one of those types of crimes, Councilman, that for the most part, generally is committed by groups of people. That is, it's kind of hard to commit a carjacking by yourself unless you walk to the location where you're going to take the car by force, typically at the end of a gun barrel. And so it involves multiple people with guns. And anytime you have multiple young people with guns pointing them at a driver to carjack their car, the chances of violence or death go up dramatically. And so carjacking, of course, it affects interstate commerce under federal law, and we're very interested in prosecuting that, and we've done that under our carjacking initiative. So again, ATF, FBI, Homeland Security, DEA, they're all bringing more agents to that effort to identify, to locate, to arrest, to apprehend, to stop the shooting cycle among all of those violent crime offenders. Now, you're right. A lot of other crimes like aggravated assault, reckless endangerment, other types of things, and then particularly murder itself, are more traditionally prosecuted in the state court system. I'm familiar with that. I used to be an elected district attorney. But we are partnering with the DA's office to make sure that we are choosing those cases and identifying those cases of repeat violent recidivist people who continue to violate the law and are violating federal law, to remove them from the state system, put them in the federal system, give them real time in federal prison where there is no parole, and remove them from these communities. That's how you make people safer, and that's how you save lives.
Well, and I know that there are some cases where you may have repeat offenders, felons who may be in possession of firearms. How many times or how often, you may not have it offhand, do we see that your office or the federal government steps in and prosecutes some of those cases that where there can be jurisdiction? How often does that take place?
Well, certainly more often since I've been the U.S. Attorney, I tell you that. We've dramatically increased our federal prosecutions across the board in all categories since 2017 when I came into office. And I would tell you in this administration, that's the same in every other city. We've gotten back to good old-fashioned policing and prosecuting, and that includes federal prosecution in a more fulsome way. So I might not be the best person to ask. You might want to ask somebody from a different point of view that has an objective opinion about it.
Thank you.
Thank you very kindly. Are those all of your questions, Councilman Jones?
Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon and good morning, and thank you, U.S. Attorney Donovan, for your presentation, for the information and enlightenment. You mentioned that the offenders are getting younger and younger, and you were puzzled about that. I would just like to add that we have been presented information, which some of us knew anyways, that poverty is the leading cause or indicator and correlator with crime. So as you know, as your poverty rate, increases, you're going to see more crime. And I would hope that Director Rollins and Director Riles will share that information with you, that study that was commissioned that came back and verified that poverty is the underlying issue. And as long as we have that, we're going to see these types of things increase, especially under these circumstances. But I did want to ask, so if there's any funding available that would help to curtail that crime, violent crime by first-time juveniles, as well as, giving them an opportunity to change their trajectory. So I would just really admonish everyone to take a look at that as being one of the solutions, not just bringing on more policemen. Secondly, I wanted to know what type of training these federal officers that are here, what type of training are they receiving to assimilate into our culture, into the Memphis market? Is there any type of assimilation process? I know they're already skilled and trained and certified and everything, but is there anything that happens once they get here to help them better serve this community?
Well, again, I'm not the agency directors for each of those federal component agencies. I know that FBI agents are trained in Quantico, Virginia. I know that ATF and DEA agents are also properly trained through their respective academies and training centers. Let me make it clear, most of these federal agents that have been deployed either have already been assigned here or have been brought back here from other deployments, all right? Of the new permanent reassignments, obviously those people are just like any other person coming into a new city in a department where they already understand the culture of the department, and they are assimilated in by training, by hands-on training. Again, the reason the task force model works so well here in Memphis is because we're putting a federal agent in the multi-agency gang unit with a Memphis police officer, with the Shelby County deputy sheriff, with an assistant DA from General Wyrick's office, with an assistant U.S. attorney from my office, where they learn the local crime trends, the local crime drivers. They learn the city, obviously, the geography and the hotspots and the neighborhoods and the precincts where violent crime is surging up. And then they deploy, again, traditional crime fighting techniques and strategies to do that. And so I rely upon those agency heads and the supervisors of all of the task force models, including Colonel Goods in his former role as MGU chief, to make sure that those agents understand the nature of the criminal element here in Memphis and what we're challenged with. I would, going back to your earlier point, Councilwoman, I would say to you that I do understand the role that poverty plays in motivations for crime. I've been practicing law here in West Tennessee for 25 years. I'm a career prosecutor. I think about crime a lot. I study crime a lot, and I deal with criminals a lot. And so I do understand the role that that plays. Unfortunately, the federal government does not engage itself in the prosecution of most juvenile offenders. That task and duty is left to the state and local governments for juvenile offenders. But I would suggest to you that in addition to poverty, much of what drives criminal intent is a lack of consequences. And that's what I intend to impose upon adults when and where I can.
Okay, and we appreciate your intent and would hope that the funds that you all are providing would allow our police department to utilize those officers where we know that they can help in our climate, in our culture, in terms of community policing, the COPS program, and all the things that we've been discussing for over the last several weeks and months. But again, thank you for coming and sharing your information with us. And we look forward to those officers serving in a manner that will move us forward in this area. Thank you, Chair. You're back.
Thank you very kindly. We want to keep in mind, we appreciate these robust discussions, but it's presently 11:51. We're supposed to be in session with the attorney-client, and we have 2 more items left in this committee. So,
Madam Chair, if I may, I have my remarks reduced to writing. I'll be glad to send those to the council, perhaps, if you wish to have a copy of those.
thank you very kindly. We'll end questioning with Councilman Corbett.
Thank you. Attorney Donovan, I know you got into this prosecuting. It's a calling. You didn't get into it just to hear thank you, but thank you. I can't imagine the horrors you must see in the cases that you must prosecute. I just want you to know that this councilman strongly supports you. Your efforts to continue to get violent crime, criminals, guns, and drugs off the street are not lost on me. So for whatever it's worth, thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman. And let me conclude by saying that it's my honor to serve in this position, and I really couldn't have a better partner than the Memphis Police Department. Director Rawlings, Mayor Strickland have been outstanding in their partnership and collaboration. Great working relationships that we have. Obviously, those officers make very good federal cases for us, and so it's important for us to maintain a good working relationship with the city overall. I'll be glad to provide you with any follow-up information if you need it, and I will transmit my written remarks through the police department to the council. Thank you very much.
Appreciate you taking time out of your busy schedules to come and share with us, and we will have you back again to keep us informed. Deputy Chief Ryle, can you do that in a couple of minutes? Share with us the additional information that you wanted to engage us with.
Yes, ma'am. If Madam Chair would allow, I think that Colonel Darren Goods can present that rather swiftly. We would like you to see a little bit of the efforts that have gone on with Operation Relentless Pursuit and now Operation Legend from his standpoint as far as the ground, just to hopefully clear up some of the questions that have been asked.
Well, I yield it to you all. You have something that you want to present?
Deputy Ryle, will you send this presentation? I'm not sure if it was included in the original package. If it was, forgive me. But if not, will you send it over to us so we can disseminate it to the members?
Yes, we will. I think it was sent, but we'll send it again.
So much.
Good morning, Madam Chair, other members of the council. I'd like to thank you guys for allowing me to come and make this little brief presentation to you. This is kind of an overview of the Department of Justice initiatives in the violent crime reduction strategies and initiatives that have taken place in Memphis over the last couple of years. So this next slide is primarily kind of a timeline of what those initiatives look like. If you look at November of 2018, acting U.S. Attorney General Whitaker announced that the ATF would be sending a strike force into Memphis to deal primarily with the rising number of gun crimes and shootings that are taking place in the city of Memphis. And then in November of 2019, General Barr announced Project Guardian. Project Guardian is kind of the overarching initiative that includes Relentless Pursuit 1, Relentless Pursuit 2, and then now Operation Legend. In December of 2019, the first phase of Operation Relentless Pursuit was announced here in Memphis. And then in June of this year, we went into the second phase of Operation Relentless Pursuit. And then in August the 6th of this year is when Operation Legend was announced that it would be arriving in Memphis. If you look at Operation Relentless Pursuit Phase 1, it was announced in December of 2018. It's primarily led by the U.S. Marshal Service, and they primarily focused on people with outstanding arrest warrants that had some level of violence to them. As far as the agents, federal agents that were brought into Memphis, there were a total of 28 Deputy U.S. Marshals, which include Deputy U.S. Marshals, also local task force officers, that's Memphis officers, Shelby County officers, and surrounding agencies. There were a total of 3 ATF special agents dedicated to Phase 1, 8 DEA agents, which included a resident agent in charge supervisor, 2 FBI criminal analysts, 15 MPD officers, and then 4 Shelby County deputies. This next page just kind of give you some stats of arrest and some seizures. As Mr. Donovan stated, 480 total arrests, 434 of those were violent fugitive arrests, 64 gang members identified, total of 90 firearms seized, 4 vehicles seized, almost 21 kilos of different narcotics, and seizure of 51,000 in U.S. currency. Of the gang members identified, 34 were Crips, 2 were Bloods, 10 were Gangster Disciples, 12 were Vice Lords, and then 6 were hybrid gangs. In addition to the arrests that were made by the task force led by the marshals, the multi-agency gang unit with assistance from ATF, DEA, and FBI also made a number of arrests during the time period of Operation Relentless Pursuit Phase 1. This next page just kind of illustrates one of those arrests that was made by members of Operation Relentless Pursuit. MGU detectives with assistance from the ATF Strike Force arrested Stephen Taylor for possession of controlled substance with intent. He was a convicted felon. And during the course of his arrest, they recovered the guns that you see there, $41,000 in cash, a vehicle, and he was charged accordingly. He was identified as a member of the Gangster Disciple street gang. Another arrest or successful operation that involved Operation Relentless Pursuit was on October the 3rd, 2020. Memphis Police Department also responded to a shooting call on the 2300 block of Pendleton. Once they got there, they found the victim, Joseph Hill, lying face down, suffering from multiple gunshot wounds. Mr. Hill was a 21-year-old male who was survived by his mother and siblings. Of course, he died as a result of being shot. During the course of this investigation, a young man by the name of Daniel Locke was developed as a person responsible for murdering Hill. Memphis Police Department homicide investigators were able to secure an arrest warrant for Mr. Locke, charging him with Hill's murder.
Excuse me, what? Can we finalize this? I think you're sending a copy of this to Brooke. And Brooke, could you email us this presentation, please?
And I'm going to double check. We sent an email out last night. I wasn't sure if it was included, but I will just to be safe.
Can we please wrap up this so that we can move to the next item and go on to our next session? Thank you so much.
Well, that concludes my presentation.
Thank you very kindly. We appreciate the MPD and Attorney Donovan for all the information. Moving to item number 2, thank you, Councilman Smiley, for agreeing to delay this to the next council meeting for the sake of time. So let's go now to item number 1, a resolution to accept grant funds from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security in the amount of $200,505.45 to protect the health and safety of the public and the firefighters. Director Sweat, can you give us a 1-minute overview of this resolution?
So move.
Second, Canali.
This
Okay,
this item.
now, there we go. Turn my camera on now. I have my mic. Good morning,
Thanks, Ms.
everyone.
Chair.
I'll be very brief. This is a grant that we receive through the AFG, a federal grant, and it's a wellness initiative for the firefighters. Through this grant, we'll be able to do a health assessment of the firefighters. Part of that will also be a mental health wellness evaluation. The grant allows for a system to set up where firefighters will have a call-in place they can call in if they're having personal problems or issues that they want to discuss if they don't want to go through our insurance or something else. So it's basically a helpline for firefighters. It's a health assessment, and then putting them, if there's physical programs that we can put them on. This also allows to buy some workout equipment for each fire station, each of the 56 fire stations in the city. And there was a 10% match on this grant that we will be able to cover out of our operating budget.
Any discussion regarding this item?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Brief question, is there a match on this grant?
10%.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, if it's without objection, may we add this to tonight's agenda with same 9 minutes so we can receive those funds?
Any objections? Okay, it's granted. Let's call this to a collective vote. Those in favor, please reply by saying yay.
Yay.
Yay. Those opposed, nay.
Yay.
Yay.
This item passed. This
right.
meeting is stands in adjournment.
Thank you. Y'all have a nice day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If we can have a brief moment to get ready for the government affairs meeting, that's the meeting we skipped earlier. There are 2 items on that committee.
And members, we are gonna hold the Parks and Environment Committee for 2 weeks. That discussion on Davy Crockett for 2 weeks. Are we holding the attorney-client meeting as well?
No, we're not. We're gonna go into that after we finish the government affairs. And in this afternoon session, if we have time, we can ask Chairman Robinson to add as executive if we have time when it comes down to it. Is that fine with you, Councilman Carlisle?
Yeah,
And Chairman Robinson?
easy going.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Brooke. This is the August 18th, 2020 meeting of Government Affairs and Annexation Committee. Ms. Hayes, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvett.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chair Canali.
Here. Thank you, Ms. Hayes. Colleagues, we have one item on the agenda today, a resolution encouraging Governor Bill Lee to suspend eviction proceedings for those who have been hospitalized and/or recovering due to the COVID-19 virus for the duration of the pandemic. Can I get a motion and a second for this item?
So move.
Second, Carlisle.
Who moved that?
Robinson.
It was moved by Chair Robinson, seconded by Carlisle. Councilwoman Logan, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, there are approximately 9,000 eviction cases pending in Shelby County courts, and we can expect that number to grow as the pandemic becomes our new norm. In Tennessee, there are 126,393 confirmed COVID-19 cases, and there have been 1,289 plus deaths. The intent of this resolution is to encourage Governor Bill Lee to suspend eviction proceedings for those who have been hospitalized and or recovering under doctor's care due to the COVID-19 virus for the duration of the pandemic. It is not the intent of this resolution for residents not to pay their bill, but it is meant to provide compassionate support for those who may be hospitalized, recovering under doctor's care, giving care to a parent or child recovering from the COVID-19 virus. In addition, we want to mitigate opportunities for the virus to spread from contaminated items set out and exposed in neighborhoods. With that, Chair, I ask my colleagues to support this resolution.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Colleagues, is there any discussion or question? I don't see anybody in the queue. Hayes, would you please call a roll call vote?
Councilman Carlisle,
Yes.
Councilman Corbett,
Yeah.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen, Councilwoman Swearingen. Aye, okay. Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Canali.
Yes. That item passes. Thank you, Councilwoman Logan, for bringing that item. Colleagues, any other discussion before government affairs? If not, we stand adjourned. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you, colleagues.
Council members, you received a link. Please use that link to move over to the attorney-client meeting now.
It's 1:02, and I call the Public Works, Solid Waste, Transportation, and General Services Committee order. Brooke, can we call roll?
Yes. Councilwoman Logan? Councilman Colvett?
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson? Is here. Councilwoman Swearingen?
Present.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan?
Swearingen, present.
Yes, ma'am, I have you. Councilman Morgan? Councilman Ford? Thank you. I see you, Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Is present. Thank you.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnston?
Present.
Councilman Jones?
Jones is here.
Thank you. Councilman Canali? Councilman Carlisle? Councilman Warren?
Here.
And Chairman Smiley?
Present. Okay. Item number 1, an amended and restated master resolution authorizing the issuance, sale, and payment of bonds secured by revenues of the sanitary sewage system of the city of Memphis, Tennessee, for the purpose of financing and refinancing certain costs of the sanitary sewage system of the city of Memphis, Tennessee, and amending, restating, and replacing the master resolution for the sanitary sewage system adopted on February 24th, 1981, is amended in its entirety. Resolutions in conflict with this amended and restated master resolution. All council districts. Can I get a motion and a second for discussion purposes?
Move it, Johnson.
Is there anyone here to speak to this item?
Yeah, I am here, Director Connect, Public Works.
Okay. Director Keck, you have the floor.
But joining me, I have a whole team of individuals. Deputy Director Andre Walker is on, as well as members of our team, and including our bond consultants. As you can imagine, the next 5 actual items on the agenda, I want to kind of broadly cover some of them, and then we'll get each one, but just broadly. So as many of you know, we have a lot of work going on in our sanitary sewer system. And in order to achieve all the capital needs and all the opportunities that we've also been able to identify, we're embarking down, numbers of changes and new funding streams. So we're having to not only amend our master bond resolution, which is the first item, we're also going through either new bond sales, refinancing opportunities, and a WIFIA loan, which is something the EPA we were able to achieve, which is a Water Infrastructure Financing Improvement Act. It's going to help us tremendously fund capital needs at our South Wastewater Treatment Plant. So these next five items are a part of a group of this needs that we're trying to talk today about for funding needs for the sanitary sewer system. Today we're going to be discussing it, but as a point of a note for next council, because we have a streamlined timeline for the federal side to secure the WIFIA loan, we would like on the September 1st agenda to have during the full council to go ahead and have them heard in same night minutes in 2 weeks. So today we're going to discuss it, but in 2 weeks when it goes to full council, we would appreciate expediting this through the rest of the way, because the federal deadline to close on their loan is well before September 30th. We need just that additional time and that's going to cover items 4 and 5. But I think we're going to ask for all of them to help us achieve the end result. So we have a presentation. Andre Walker is going to walk it through. So I would think Brooke knows, and she's going to give us a presentation right. So
Hey.
Andre, if you want to go ahead and proceed.
Director Cadet, real quick. So you're going to be presenting on items 1, 2, 3, and 4 right now?
Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. We're going to go
right now.
all
Okay,
of them
but we're
now.
going to vote on them separately. Gotcha.
Yeah, and vote on them separately. So hopefully it makes it easier to kind of go over them, and I think at one time.
Okay, thank you, Director Cadet.
Thank you, sir. Andre, go ahead.
Okay, let's see. Okay. I'm assuming everyone can see my screen. So as Director Connect mentioned, this presentation will cover the first 5 items on today's agenda. And so we have 5 resolutions. The first resolution will overhaul the existing 1981 master bond resolution for the sanitary sewer system. The next two resolutions, numbers 2 and 3, will provide $135 million in funding for planned improvements to the sewer system. And it would also refinance for savings about $17.3 million in existing bonds. And the final two resolutions will provide $156 million in fundings for improvements to the maximum wastewater treatment facility. And those funds will be provided through a loan with EPA as part of their WIFIA loan program. So the first resolution, the 1981 Master Bond Resolution provides general parameters under which the city may issue sanitary sewer system debt. It was adopted by council in 1981. It was amended 4 times, once in 1981, 1985, 2000, and in 2004. The proposed overhaul would make the sewer system's master resolution similar to the stormwater's master resolution, which was approved by council last October. Generally speaking, the proposed overhaul will clarify and modernize the master resolution. I mean, it's pretty dated. We're going to bring it up to today's standards. It's going to eliminate certain obsolete provisions, and it's going to significantly improve financing options that are available to the city. So the next two resolutions will provide, again, $135 million in funds for the improvements to the system, as well as refinance about $17.3 million in bonds that were issued in 2010 and 2013. Resolution number 2 is an initial resolution. It will serve as public notice that the city is going to issue about $140 million in new debt. We're going to publish that resolution in its entirety in a local newspaper. Resolution number 3 authorizes the issuance of up to $158 million in bonds. That's $140 million in new money, and it's going to take about $18 million to refinance the $17.3 million in old bonds that's currently outstanding. The resolution would also authorize the bonds to be sold via a negotiated sale. We're working with Siebert Williams Shank & Co. That is a nationally ranked MWBE firm or MBE firm. Actually, I think it's the nation's leading MBE underwriting firm. It would also provide certain details of the bonds, as its maximum interest rate, and I think it's about 6% is what it calls for, and a maximum term on the bond, I think it says not to exceed 30 years. Estimated source and uses of the bond. So we have 2 distinct purposes. One, again, is new money, down to $35 million. The other is the refinancing. So for the new money portion, we're going to issue about $112 million in change in bonds. Those bonds will provide about $30.2 million in premium. We'll have total proceeds from the sale of $142.6 million. Of that amount, $135 million would go towards the projects. $6.8 million would go towards the debt service reserve fund. Now, debt service reserve fund is sort of like a rainy day fund. It's a pot of money that's set aside, which would be used in the event sewer revenues are insufficient to pay the debt service on the bonds. And then we have about $800,000 in change in issuance expenses related to the new money portion. Now, for the refinancing portion, we're going to issue approximately $14.8 million in bonds. And those bonds would generate about $2.7 million in premium, which would give us total proceeds of $17.5 million in change. About $17.4 million would be needed to refinance the old bonds, and about $100,000 would be needed for issuance expenses. So in total, we're going to issue about $127 million in bonds. Summary stats. So the term of the bonds would be 25 years. However, the average life of the bonds would be close to 14 years. The true interest cost of the bonds is estimated in today's market about 2.71%, but that includes cost of issuance and other things. The average yield on the bond is closer to 1.1%. So it's very low rates, very good time to issue debt if you can get into the market. And again, we're going to issue approximately $127 million in bonds. Now for the refinancing portion, again, it's going to be around $14.8 million. The true interest cost on this portion alone is about 0.7%. The average life is about 4 years. Looking at the bonds that we're going to take out or refinance, we're going to refinance a little over $17.3 million in bonds, and those bonds have an average interest rate on them of just under $5.7 million. 5.7%. They also have an average life of about 4 years. The net PV savings that the city would get from refinancing these bonds is just over $2 million. So this is what the savings will look like. The column to the right, to the left, prior debt service, that's the debt service on the existing bonds that the city would pay if we do nothing. You see at the bottom, it totals a little over $20 million. Column to the immediate right of that is the estimated debt service on the refunding portion of the bonds that we're going to issue. This debt service is just under $18 million. Columns to the right of that is the savings. You can see that we're going to save in gross terms a little over $2.1 million. And then the column to the far right takes the present value of that savings column at the blended yield of 1.1%. Get PV savings of just over $2 million. This slide shows the estimated debt service on the bonds. We got the 3 columns to the left. That's the estimated debt service on the new money portion of the bonds. 3 columns in the middle, estimated debt service on the refinancing portion, and the 3 columns to the far right shows the estimated debt service on the total bonds. Estimated MWBE local participation. So this analysis is divided to 2 sections. The upper half shows estimated fees where the city has an opportunity to select either a local firm or an MWBE. And the bottom half of the analysis shows estimated fees where the city does not have an opportunity to select an MWBE firm nor a local firm. So let's focus on the top section of this analysis. As you can see, we're estimating fees of $754,000 in change. Of that amount, $545,000 in change will be paid to an MWBE firm, and about $543,000 in change will be paid to a local firm. That puts the MWBE participation for this section at 72.3%, MBE participation at 65.6%, and local participation at 72.1%. Now, focusing to the bottom, we're going to pay about $172,000 in fees and not have any opportunity to select a local or MWE provider. So total fees are estimated at $926,000 in change. Of that amount, 58.9% would be paid to an MWBE firm, 53.4% to an MBE firm, and 58.7% to a local firm. So now we're down to the final 2 resolutions. Again, these 2 resolutions will provide $156 million in funding for improvements to the TE Max and wastewater treatment facility. As Director Connect mentioned, the funding will be provided via a loan with EPA through their Water Infrastructure and Finance Innovation Act. So resolution number 4 is an initial resolution. And again, it serves as notice to the general public that the city is going to issue up to $156 million in new debt. Resolution number 5 is a series resolution. It authorizes the loan agreement with EPA in an amount not to exceed $156 million. It also approves the form of the loan agreement and provides for certain details of the bond/loan, including maximum interest rate and maximum term. Looking to the right, at the top, you'll see various capital projects that will be funded with proceeds of the Whitfield loan. And towards the bottom to the right, you'll see total cost of the project is estimated at $325.8 million, Of that amount, 156 million will come from this loan, $84 million will come from SRF loans, and about $85.8 million from other funds of the city. Bond structure for this loan. Currently, in today's market, we're estimating an interest rate of 1.2%, which is very attractive. The bonds will be structured around the debt service of existing bonds, as well as the debt service on the proposed 2020 B bonds. And the bonds will have a weighted average life of about 28 years. You can see to the right, the estimated debt service on the bonds. You'll notice that the first principal payment will be around fiscal year 2041. And the bonds will be paid in full in fiscal year 2056. So estimated MWB participation for this loan, again, focusing at the top to start, we have about $225,000 in fees that we're going to pay. Of that amount, $150,000 will be paid to an MWBE firm, and all of the fees, all of the service providers listed up here are local firms. So MWBE participation is at 66.7%, and local participation is at 100%. Now, towards the bottom, we got about $444,000 in change in estimated fees that we're going to pay to service providers where we do not have an option to select or an opportunity for an MWBE firm or local firm. Total fees are estimated at $669,000 in change. And of that amount, 22.4% will be paid to an MWBE firm, same as MBE, and 33.6% will be paid to a local firm.
Hey, Andre, I just want to make a comment real quick. Like I just hate to interrupt you. So in that section, you see $300,000 goes to EPA directly. That is the application cost, which is included. So we could further break that down. There is no option there completely because that is a fee that the EPA charges us as the lender. So I'm sorry, I just want to make that clear.
Okay. And this is the proposed financing schedule. Again, as Director Connect mentioned, we're hoping to receive full council consideration on September the 1st. We're hoping to receive same night minutes, again, because EPA has recommended that we try to close this transaction by mid-September in order to avoid possible changes in their with your program, which may take effect October the 1st. And on the bond side, the 2020 B bonds, we're going to price those bonds around September 23rd and then close the transaction October the 8th. After we close both transactions, we'll come back before this committee and present the final MBE/local participation numbers for each of the transactions. And that concludes my presentation.
So thanks, Andre and Chairman Smiley. Now, so as you can see, we presented on the 5 items. We're glad to go through this in item by item, but just hopefully everybody had a good overview of what these are about. And Andre did an excellent job, I think, of detailing them for everybody.
Okay, I think we have 2 council members in the queue. I have a quick question, then I go to my colleagues. I saw the presentation on the MWBE numbers. Could someone talk to whether you all worked hand in hand with Ms. Joanne Massey on these numbers, and has her department had an opportunity to confirm the participation numbers or go through them prior to presentation to council?
This is Andre Walker. Actually, I'm glad you asked that question. No, we have not confirmed these numbers with Director Massey's office. She did actually inquire about them. To be honest with you, but we're working on a lot of things and just forgot to send it to her. Okay, so we'll do so though, for sure.
Okay, so from so I'm just trying to, I'm new at serving in this role, so I'm just trying to figure out, was this a situation where you all could, work in tandem, work hand in hand, and making sure we have the most accurate information available Because I think, as I understand, I think a department kind of specializes in this area. We talk about NWB numbers.
That's correct. Yes.
Okay, so just wanted to make sure, I guess, going forward, because I know we're here now, but going forward, that the two departments would work closer together and making sure the information before this body is accurate.
We will do so next time.
Okay, thank you so much. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman Smiley. Yeah, just to piggyback, Andre, I guess the simple thing is by now and September meeting, will you guys get with Joanne and just let her at least take a peek at it, and you can just update the council. I know where Councilman Smiley is coming from. What's the debt service coverage ratio for our reserve fund to debt? What's the required by law, or what's required? What's the required minimum, and then what's our target as a city entity?
So, looking at the bond documents for the sewer system, we have a debt service coverage ratio target. I want to say it's either 120 or 125. As Director Connect mentioned, we have other members of the financing team. We have our co-financial advisors here, PFM Financial Consultants, ComCap Partners. We also have, sorry about the noise in the background, someone is working in the office next to mine. And we also have co-bond counsel. But I think presently the coverage requirement is about 125. That means for every dollar of debt service, we need to have $1.25 in revenue available to pay the debt service on those bonds. Our financial advisors, I did a coverage analysis looking at not only the existing bonds, but the bonds that we're going to issue, the 2028s and 2020Bs, as well as the outstanding SRF loans that we have. And the analysis shows that we will meet and exceed the coverage requirement.
Awesome. And then just, I guess, to confirm, I think it's on the slideshow, but the EPA fee is paid out of the proceeds.
That is correct.
Yes,
that's
sir.
awesome. Yeah, that's a good thing. Would you, Andre, will you send me this, or send the council this presentation when you get a chance? I'd love to just kind of dive into it, curiosity's sake. And then I know Raymond James Duncan and Siebert. Who is Loop?
Loop is also an MBE firm. I'm not sure where they're headquartered. Do anyone know? I think, is it?
Chicago.
I think they're headquartered in New York. Are they?
Okay.
Are they New York?
Chicago.
Chicago.
Oh, Chicago. Okay.
Yeah, so they're also an MBE underwriting firm. They're not quite as large as Siebert, but they are one of the larger ones.
Big investment bank. Okay, cool. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you, Chairman Smiley. I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Jones, you have the floor.
Thank you. If we were meeting in council chambers or in committee, Mr. Walker, I would give you a standing ovation. Colleagues, I don't know if I'm saying what I'm about to say is a fact, but I'm very close to sure that it is. I can't recall, and granted, prior to mine being on the council, but I doubt very seriously if we've ever had a Black-owned or women-owned firm to be a lead underwriter in any offering of this size. So, Mr. Walker, I commend you. I commend Chief Ford, and I commend the mayor for this because, colleagues, this is unprecedented. What I've said in the past before, Mrs. Massey does not need to say a word about this because her job is to really only go back after the division heads and the division directors make these choices. What I've said before is that the will to do this has not existed before. But Mr. Walker, you hit a grand slam with this, my friend. To sit up here and to say we have, I used to sit here and, basically say you've done a good job at 25, 30%, which is a couple of couple of issues that MLG and W did on my first time when I first got on the council. And I used to say that that was the bar that we need to measure. But Mr. Walker, great job. You have knocked it out of the park, colleagues. So great job. I just wanted to commend you for the work that you've done, commend the Chief Financial Officer, and commend the mayor for this. Colleagues, this is a big deal. Huge. I can't emphasize it enough. Great job. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. We appreciate it.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Jones. Appreciate
it. Any other council members in the queue? If all hearts and minds clear, we will do a voice vote starting on item number 1. All those in favor?
Aye.
Yeah.
Aye.
Aye.
Absolutely. Aye.
I was waiting on Councilman Jones, okay? Any opposed? This item passes. Item number 2.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? This item passes. Hey, Brooke, do I need to read each one individually?
I was going to say, Councilman, are you, that first and second, was that to move items 1 through 5 collectively, and you're doing a separate vote for each?
I think we need to do a separate vote for each, unless you tell me differently.
Well, can we
That's
do it
fine.
together?
Yes.
Maybe separate it downstairs.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you, Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, so I think in a matter of time, because it's just a
Yes,
committee
that is
vote for
absolutely correct.
recommendation.
You can move them all
Yeah.
and vote them all, and we can have them listed individually on the
Can I get a
agenda.
motion?
I
Move it.
move that we combine the question for items 1 through 5 and vote on them for approval. And
Second.
all right, there you go.
Second from Canali. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, so items 1 through 5 have been, combined, approved. And I guess we'll hear this in full council. Item 6. A resolution approving a ground lease for 590 Washington, also known as the former Washington Avenue Vehicle Inspection Station, parcel ID 02300300042, Memphis, Tennessee 38103. All council districts. There's a request for same 9 minutes. Is there anyone here to speak to this item? And can I get a motion a second?
Yeah. This is Kelsey Johnson from the Hospitality Health Executive Director, and I'm here to speak to that item.
You have the floor. Well, did I get a second? I didn't hear the second.
Councilman Smiley, may I introduce this first, please, before?
Oh, you sure can. Councilman Canali, go ahead.
Complex 131, 145.
All right, colleagues, this is a matter that I would dare say is near and dear to all of our hearts on the council. And it deals with homelessness and our effort to end street life homelessness in the city of Memphis. So for those that were not part of this body last year, we entered into a joint effort with the county and the hospitality hub to build. We've contributed about $500,000 so far toward their goal. They've completed the fundraising now of over $6.25 million. Where it's going is the old inspection station on Washington, and it will build out a women's shelter, which we desperately need in this city, a safe place, a clean place, a friendly place for women to be able to go, and also with their children. Have 32 rooms. It's going to be a first-class facility. We will be out in front of a lot of our peer cities about building this and trying to eradicate homelessness, and also having a safe place for our homeless, especially our women and children. But it also backs up to the union mission So it'll all be right there in the same area. They have deemed that that it was first thought that they could renovate the inspection station. They have deemed that it would be actually more cost efficient to tear it down and rebuild a new structure. So what we are doing is this is a resolution approving a ground lease for that piece of property on the old inspection station site for the hospitality hub to build this new facility. And we will continue to be in partnership with the county in providing funds for the yearly operations to this. Councilman Ford is a co-sponsor. Councilman Carlisle wished to be a co-sponsor on this as well. I believe this is something that we could sponsor all 13 of us because this is something that's really positive and really exciting and really great for our city. So with that, I'll yield back to you, Chairman, and then we can have Mr. Young, I think Chief McGowan's on, yes, speak further on this item. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. Director Young, you want to speak to this item?
Yeah, I'll speak really briefly and I'll turn it over to Director Adams, who can give more detail. But I just wanted to speak about the importance of this towards the industry of supporting homelessness. You all voted a few weeks back on some financial support to help expand capacity for serving the homeless in this community. And this space will go a long way towards doing the same thing. It's a ground lease and hospitality hub, which does an excellent job serving our homeless community. Is going to provide a day center, which will provide a space for many of those that don't have a place during the day. They can go and have day activities. And then also, really importantly, they are going to be providing 32 beds for women. And when we look at spaces that are available for those that are experiencing homelessness, spaces for women, we don't have enough of them. And so this will go a long way towards helping to fill that void. So with that said, I'll just turn it over to Director Adams, and he can give you a little bit more of the context of what this resolution will ask for.
Thank you, Director Young. Director Adams. Director Adams, we cannot hear you. Hey, bro, can we give Director Adams a call to see if we can get him situated?
Yes, we can. We'll get down there to his office.
Okay, thank you. I feel like
to head out for there.
Okay. Is there anyone else that needs to speak to this item while we attempt to get Director Adams situated? Oh, I'm sorry. My apologies. Councilwoman.
Thank you. I want to say that I am so glad to see this on the agenda. Please add me as a sponsor. Whenever I go downtown, I drive down Adams, Washington, next door to Washington Chapel, not Washington, it's College Chapel Church, looking for this facility. I had no idea that we hadn't started on it, hadn't given them the land. I thought when we gave them money, they were to move forward. Let's get this done. Let's not let another year go by. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Dr. Warren. Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I'd like to be added as a co-sponsor too. My church has worked with the Hub for a number of years. They do an excellent job, and they actually help get people out of homeless situations in addition to housing them in their time of need. So a very important group in our city to help a very underserved part of our population. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Warren.
Chairman,
we have Director Adams squared away.
Chairman, will you let Chief McGowan speak a little bit about this item?
Absolutely. Chief McGowan, go ahead. You have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I do want to address Councilwoman Robinson. Yes, we too thought we were moving forward, but when the building was found to be unsuitable for habitation, they had to scrap that plan and begin moving forward. So what we're waiting for is they've raised all the money with your approval to get to work on demolishing the building, which is going to help do that very quickly. And they'll begin first building the homeless day facility, which will allow a safe place for people to go during the day. That will complement the happen at Morris Park, which is along Poplar by Le Bonheur, which is quite frankly one of the only places that people have to go to congregate today. We'll be redoing Morris Park to make it a more family friendly. The CRA will be doing that, but we've asked for that to be timed such that the homeless day facility can be available for those individuals before we begin work on Morris Park. And working with the hub, I just want to reemphasize the critical need for housing women who are experiencing homelessness and their ability for their children. And just to say that this could be expanded to 64 beds if we really had a desperate need by adding some capacity in each individual room. This is a project I think all can be proud of in the city of Memphis. It is shown to be a best practice in other cities, providing a place for people to go. They may not necessarily take up services the first day, but they'll be adjacent to services and close to outreach workers who can connect them to the services they need. And so we're very excited to be a part of this, and we appreciate the council supported last time the lease of the building. We're now asking you just to shift to a ground lease so that we can get moving. And I appreciate everybody jumping on board to support this effort.
Thank you, Chief McGowan. I think Director Adams is ready to roll. Director Adams.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. We can hear you. Go ahead.
All right. So all points that I was going to make have been previously made. At this time, I just want to remind you all that this was heard and approved in May of 2019 through the council with a takeaway for general services to negotiate the lease with the hospitality hub and allow them to do their due diligence. They've done the due diligence. As stated before, they found it more suitable for them to actually demolish the location and build a new structure, which we are in favor of. And we've been able to negotiate the terms of the lease. As such, we bring it here for your approval.
Thank you, Director Adams. Okay. We have Frank. Well, Councilman Corvette wants to be a co-sponsor. I thought he already was a co-sponsor. Councilwoman Logan wants to be a co-sponsor as well. I'm assuming this is going to be passed unanimously. Is there anyone else who wants to be a co-sponsor?
If everyone can raise their hands, we can amend the document.
So put every council person as a co-sponsor on this piece. And
Councilman, it's for same minutes.
And is there a request for same minutes?
There is.
Yeah, yes, sir, there is.
Got you. Okay, I think we can vote on this collectively. Can we do a voice vote? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed? This item passes. Thank you. Item number 7. A resolution authorizing a pocket park by extending the temporary partial street restriction of Mimosa Street and Holland Street. Can I get a motion and a second for discussion purposes?
Second.
I think Councilman Warren moved it and seconded by
Canale.
Councilman Canale. Is there anyone here to speak to this item?
I'll speak about it briefly, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Colleagues, what this is asking for a 12-month extension to a pocket park previously authorized by the council in the spirit of community in the time that we are in the COVID-19 crisis, when people don't have many places to go, in an effort to be able to get outside of their homes and interact with their neighbors in their community. So what they have done there is temporary. They hope to have something more permanent. What they have on a weekly basis is food trucks for people to gather. They have exercises as far as yoga and other exercises they do. in the bike park. So all this is doing is asking for a 12-month extension. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Canale. I will add that I received several emails from individuals who use this park and those individuals who are in the community. And every last email that I have received was in support of this this temporary extension. And there's no opposition from what I can see or what reflects in my emails or the calls that we receive. So it seems like this is almost a no-brainer for the community. Councilman Morgan, go ahead. The floor is yours.
John,
I think there are a few people in front of me.
Oh, all right. There are a few people in front of you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, like some of my District 5 and District 9 representatives, I know people in this neighborhood and I've received the same support. Unfortunately for me, I've just got some questions and concerns. It's a very cool idea. My concerns are the precedents when we step outside of the neighborhood or you look at High Point in general. When you look at it's a gridded, for the most part, on the western side, it's gridded off. And so, where do you stop if each and every street wants to start blocking off their road? I'm not opposed to extending this because of the times we're in and because of the fact that when this pilot program was to take off, began the pandemic. But I really is what I'd like to know is we were in the stands when this was approved, and I was wondering if the applicants for this, if the High Point CDC had delivered on what they promised they were as far as what they were to install for the pilot program. Perhaps Chief McGowan or Director Boleyn could answer that for me.
Can anyone answer Councilman Carlisle's question?
Chief McGowan, I will say that I believe that they fulfilled what they were supposed to put in. I think they actually went a little beyond. There was supposed to be a lane that was accessible for fire and trash and deliveries and those kinds of things. I think the entire street's blocked at this point, but I do believe that's consistent with what council approved at the time. So certainly it was not a complicated delivery system that they had. It was simply to be able to program it from the neighborhood. They've fulfilled from that perspective. From the administration's perspective, we helped advance the pilot at the beginning with respect to the admin and the process and brought it to council. Our concerns are similar to what Councilman Carlisle did in the permanent realm for the temporary piece, not as much, but permanently closing streets just with respect to traffic and precedent. And then there will be neighborhoods who won't be able to afford to raise their own money to program the street. That's the concern, is to how do you say yes to one and no to another because they don't have the ability to raise the funds. So it will become a funding mandate for the city. So the temporary piece, temporary extension, certainly understand that. The permanent, I think, is a longer discussion about precedent and funding in the long term. So, but they have fulfilled the mission to this point.
All right, thanks, Chief. That's helpful. I mean, and again, I think the thing here is it's no surprise to me that when you live on a street where traffic may or may not cut through, and then you stop that people are not going to not be happy. Mimosa in particular has Aurora Circle, which I'm wondering, maybe you just say, hey, if this is that important, you just move it over to Aurora Circle, and now they can have a half cove and enter and exit, and it keeps the fire lane available. But I'm not an engineer. And I'm very supportive of what they've done. It's very cool. Again, I've had a lot of people that are friends of mine reach out. They're probably listening and dog cussing me right now. But our responsibility is to the city as well as the neighborhoods. I'll support this resolution, but I'm very, 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 very concerned about the permanence of this by giving them a full year. And so I'm just going to go on the record now, even though I know everybody's going to forget about it in like 2 weeks, but I'm saying it now. I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair Smiley, for the opportunity. I too understand the concept, but I am concerned too what happens when other people request similar arrangements. It could create a problem. I'm also concerned about the time frame. We're going into, that would be almost 18 months. And I'm questioning, is this a legal operation? Is Alan Wade available to answer if this is a legal operation to keep it closed that long?
Attorney Wade?
Well, first of all, this is a temporary thing. I think the first one was 6 months, and it looks like they're trying to go 12 months now. And at some point, what's temporary may, to a casual observer, may seem to be permanent. There is no provision in the UDC for temporary closures of streets. There is a process for permanent closure, and I guess that's what's going to be contemplated down the road. But, I would have to say that I'm not sure that this, I thought there was some opposition to this by people that lived on the street, but I guess they haven't stepped up to the plate. If they were to step up to the plate, I would have to have a attorney-client conversation with the body about how we go forward with this thing and with full disclosure about what the result might be if we got sued. But that's all I can say at this point. And you might want to talk to Josh Whitehead about the legality even more. I mean, he's more familiar with street closures than I am.
Is Josh available?
Yes, ma'am.
Josh,
Okay.
would you go ahead and speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead, the administrator of the Office of Planning and Development. The UDC, the zoning code for the city of Memphis, does have a provision by which and through which street closures can be processed. It has a double hearing standard requirement, first by the Land Use Control Board and second by the City Council. Mailed notice is provided to all the adjacent property owners on the segment affected, and then ultimately the City Council will vote yay or nay. So that is the process outlined in the zoning code.
Councilwoman Johnson, does that address your question?
It does. My only other comment, it appears to me it'd be best to come in and ask for a street closure if you need a speed bump. It's easier to get this done and wait for a speed bump to occur. So I think we need to be careful about closing these streets. I understand they asked for temporary, it's a pilot, but believe me, there's a lot of people who would love for their streets to be closed if they can get this type of. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Councilman Morgan, floor is yours.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. I've probably received about a dozen emails or texts on this, so not a huge response one way or the other. And I would say it's actually been a split response, and it typically goes on kind of the older constituents versus the younger constituents that have kids and younger family that are on tricycles and playing in the streets or working out and using this pocket park as a place to gather and outdoor gym. So I'm mixed on it, and I was when we did this 6 months ago. And when I first started on council 5 years ago, I wasn't in favor of street closures, and that's something, an idea and a concept that I've warmed to over the years, where I do think this has created a better quality of life and better community neighborhood for a lot of the people that live there, especially the younger families. Now, for some people, it is an inconvenience for ingress, egress, and trying to get to Highland Avenue. But I look at High Point neighborhood as a whole, which has come so far in the last 20 years. And I think about ways that it could improve and be made better. And I think it would be probably incredible for the neighborhood, but also expensive as I looked at it. If each of those streets that led to Highland were closed off, I think it would increase property values in their double digits overnight. And so, like Councilman Carlisle, I'm a bit torn on this, but I think until the opposition, like Alan Wade says, steps up to the plate, so to speak, and it gets more vocal or more of an issue, I'd be okay with extending this letting people get more used to the traffic flow and get another full season in with this pocket park. And if people get used to it, I think it could grow on others as well. And maybe something that's popular to do across the city. I don't have an issue with other neighborhoods that want to do this being able to do it as well. So I'm going to be voting in favor today of the extension, and meeting and talking with neighbors and trying to see if they can have some sort of consensus. Thank you.
Councilman Morgan, thank you. Councilman Warren.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I have received a number of emails on this. Initially, I got a couple negative emails, and then I got a wealth of other emails from different people. And I think Councilman Morgan's observation of younger people liking it, or maybe that's Councilman Carlisle's, may be accurate. As I recall, this particular area was closer to the interstate, and what it was basically doing was sort of stopping a rapid onset to the interstate from the neighborhood and sort of making it less of a cut through. And as we look at these things in the future, I think anything that sort of slows traffic going through neighborhoods that, is only trying to make time and getting out off our major thoroughfares and sort of barreling down neighborhood streets is probably a good thing for safety of everyone. So as we look at these in the future, I think we should look, how do they affect the traffic patterns for flow around the neighborhood and not through the neighborhood? So I think this is a good idea to extend it for 12 months and maybe do a traffic study to see what it's done. That would be a good way to bring us back information. That would be helpful for me. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Warren. Councilman Carlisle.
Yeah, actually, sorry, real quick. Councilman Warren brought up something. A traffic study was supposed to have done per the original resolution. Did we, Director Belen? I mean, I know it's probably not a good time since everybody's off the road for like 2 months, 3 months, but.
You're right. Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So the original resolution did identify a traffic study as part of that pilot, but that traffic study was to be funded through the neighborhood. So it was a neighborhood initiated traffic study, but we were going to do the study through that funding source.
Okay. All right. Well, is that in this extension, or does it call for the neighborhood funding that study? You know,
I've not seen the revised resolution, so I'm not quite sure.
So let's do this. Let's move to amend this thing, amend this resolution to add in or reinforce or add in the language that requires a traffic study be completed as it was originally intended in the very first pilot program, and then we can move on. Got to have data and facts. I think it gives them 12 months to do it, so they can do it towards the end here. Hopefully, 12 months. We're back to some normal.
Councilman Carlisle, did you make a motion?
I did. I was hoping it was without objection. Councilman Canale, Councilman Warren, does that work for you guys?
I'm good with that.
Can we get a second?
Second. It's it's without objection.
Oh, it's a friendly amendment. Okay. All hearts and minds clear. It appears that we are ready to vote on the newly amended resolution. I guess we need to do a roll call vote. But can we take a roll call vote?
Sure. This is for the resolution as amended to include the suggestion accepted by the creators of the resolution. Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Colvett.
Yes.
Councilman Robinson.
Aye.
Councilwoman Swearingen. Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Yes. Is that a yes, Councilwoman Easter Thomas? Okay, Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We can hear you now. Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley?
Swearingen.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Councilwoman Swearingen, aye as well. Item 7 as amended has been approved. Item number 8, discussion on matter bus routes. Can I get a motion and second for discussion purposes?
Move it.
Second.
Is anyone here to speak to this item?
Was a question by Councilman Ford?
Yes, requested by me, Councilman Ford. I know they, in due of time, I was asked to hold it for 2 weeks, but I need about 10 minutes, okay? Because I would like for Mr. Rosenfeld to come, and I need some explanations. And the reason why I brought it to the whole council, okay? We're looking at bus routes, okay? First of all, we're looking at Boxtown, we're looking at Firestone. We're looking at a lot of the different black areas. I have issues with cutting out the buses, okay? And sometimes, hey, that's the only way we can get to work. You know, maybe come from Boxtown all the way to East Memphis in order to go to work. But these are the routes in black areas, I have to just say. And that's a big issue to me. And I think if we look at some of the numbers, everything else, we're the ones that really kind of ride the bus, especially trying to go to work. This is what this issue, and Doug, I'm glad you on there because I need you to look into it, everything else. Now, also, before he gets on, there's a resolution that was come from the county. That was $2.5 million put in the budget. Okay, it was for these particular areas. He's beginning to try to use it for everything other than what's supposed to be, especially for Boxtown, Firestone, and all. In the southwest part of the area, that was supposed to have been $500,000 for the bus route. Going out Firestone, the other areas where they're trying to cut out all of the busing, there was $1 million put in. I've been asking him to have a meeting with me. He hadn't gotten with me. I need to know all these different issues, okay? And I don't know if Johnny Mosley is on the line. He's been kind of dealing with all of this. Is he on the line? Do you know? If not, like I said, I would like for Mr. Rosenfeld to come, kind of explain some things. Then we can hold this for 2 weeks, whereas we can come back and try to take care of this matter, please. Thank you.
Mr. Rosenfeld, you're.
Yes, sir. I'm
Ms.
here.
Rosenfeld online?
I am.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you. It's always a pleasure to be before the body. Is it possible to have my screen shared?
We'll give you those privileges right now.
Again, thank you for the opportunity to be with you today. I'd like to provide you with some information regarding what MATA has done during COVID to protect the community from the spread of COVID while trying to provide as much service as possible within CDC and health department guidelines. I know that time is limited, so I'll be as quick as I can, allowing as much time for questions as possible. In February of 2020, I created an in-house MATA task force to begin looking at how the pandemic would affect our ability to provide service. This committee reviewed all of the processes and created standards to put into place for the delivery of service, with the priorities of keeping our customers safe and keeping our employees safe. The team created a series of processes to ensure the safety. This was a difficult time as the CDC guidelines were changing so often, which compounded the work of the committee. When the local executive orders were issued, we started implementing parts of our plan. Service levels were reduced. PPE was distributed to our employees, staff. Our facilities were modified or closed, and our fleet cleaning processes were enhanced. All in all, we did things, changed things, did some more things, changed things, many times as the guidelines were still very fluid. This added to the concern from our customers and certainly added to confusion for the general public. As we recognized that the conditions were improving, our focus shifted to service recovery. Excuse me. How do we add back service with the same diligence towards customer and employee safety? We use the transit vision as a guide to select the routes to begin restoring, recognizing that work that went into the vision was still valid. Our focus was to provide as much service and serve as many people as possible with the limited resources available. This being buses and drivers. We knew that we had routes that pre-pandemic served thousands of people a day. Post-pandemic, and while social distancing is placed, our capacity on buses was reduced from 60 passengers per bus to 12. That's 20% of our available capacity. I'm sorry. Principles of the restoration include using the transit vision, which is our current short-range transit plan, as a guide. We wanted to serve the greatest number of people to ensure access to jobs, medical service, and to get necessary provisions. We wanted to keep our team safe and provide a safe environment for our customers. There are 16 routes out of 45 that have yet to be restored. At this point, we're waiting for additional resources to become available, including buses and bus operators. The yellow lines on this map indicate the routes that have been restored, while the black lines indicate pre-COVID service that is yet to be restored. As you can see, there's service all over our community that is waiting for restoration, as well as within the core area of the city.
Mr. Rosenfeld, I hate to cut you off. We are already 20 minutes into Councilman Corvette's committee. One, how long do you think it's going to take you to go through your presentation? And then two, I would need to hear from Councilman Ford since he requested this
Councilman
item.
Smiley, can I say something once you finish?
Yes, sir. Go ahead.
Yes. Look, all of this, what he's talking about, is very relevant to me right this minute. He got black areas that he has stopped the buses. I'm pissed off about that, okay? I wanted, hey, 2 weeks, he better come up with the solution. Like I just said, the county gave $2.5 million to rectify this issue, especially for South Memphis, Firestone, black areas. I don't want to hear this anymore from him. He has 2 weeks. Or he need to do other than stand there. He needs to put somebody else in charge. Doug, I want you to hear this. I want you to get with this man. He has not tried to even call and talk to me. He need, in the next 2 weeks, get everything issued. I mean, hey, taken care of, especially when it comes to Boxtown, where there's not one bus. He needs to talk to some of these community people, because that one bus that goes almost there can pick up the rest of the people. I have an issue with him, okay? I don't know. I don't want to bring it as a black-white issue, but that's what he's turning it into, and I got a problem with that one, okay? And Councilman Smiley, we can cut him off now. Doug, I need you to get with him, and within the next day or so, I need him to have a meeting, and I'd like to have a meeting with the administration along with this man, okay? He needs to get his act together. So let's cut it right now because he's not, this is irrelevant what he's talking about, okay? I appreciate you. Thank you, Councilman.
Thank you, Councilman Ford. Mr. Rosenfeld, I believe the request is that you come back in 2 weeks with a
Yeah, because he's
solution
not talking about nothing.
and the solution and present to this body plans going forward. Thank you for being willing to present with us today. I guess at this point, this item number 8 has ended, and I'll have this, and we're moving on to item number 9. Item number 9, a resolution requesting the city council to appropriate $1,159,840 funded by the GO Bonds General in CIP project number GA03028 to fund the local share for the Memphis Innovation Corridor BRT project. Can I get a motion in a second?
So moved, Chairman.
Can I get a second, please?
Second.
All right, is there anyone here to speak to this item?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Gary Rosenfeld, Memphis Area Transit Authority. As you are aware, in November of last year, we were successful in obtaining a build grant application funded by the Department of Transportation. And we are in the process of filing for a small starts application, which is due to the FTA on the 28th of August. This resolution represents this year's local share of the funding necessary to meet our obligations for those projects. The small starts application is $42 million of federal funds for construction and upgrades to the corridor. And you'll recall the build grant application also provides construction funds and also funding for the electric vehicles that will be used on this corridor. And we respectfully seek your approval of this resolution.
And Chairman Smiley, this is a request for same 9 minutes on this item as well.
And there's also a request for same 9 minutes. Thank you, Brooke, for bringing it to my attention. I believe that Councilman Jones is in the queue for this item.
No, I was in the queue for the previous item, but I can wait till next week. Well, I can wait for 2 weeks.
My apologies, Councilman Jones.
No problem.
We'll get to you next week.
No
Can we
problem.
make a better note that Councilman Jones is first next week? Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. Is there a deadline on when we have to approve the local funding for this portion of the Memphis Innovation Corridor?
Speak to that.
Well, I'm sure there is. What is the deadline?
There'll be annual deadlines for the annual apportionment of the funding for this project. This particular resolution is for the 1.1 million for this year's portion, and next year we'll come forward with the process.
Right, but what's the deadline for it for this year?
This year we need to get this into the small starts application, which is due on the 28th of this month. And it has to have this resolution that indicates that the funds are committed.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have anything?
Thank you. No, I was no. I was just one.
So I think Councilwoman Easter Thomas, the answer is no from her. Colleagues, we are well over our time, and I don't want to cut anyone off, but I feel like Councilman Corbett is getting pretty anxious over there. So please be brief with your comments. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I don't want to put words in Councilwoman Easter Thomas's mouth, but I think maybe where she might have been going with that is it's 10 days out and this is annual. So maybe next year, let's talk about this, say in like, I don't know, June or July instead of now. I yield back.
All right.
Thank you. Councilman, I can appreciate that, but these are applications that are not on a set schedule when they're released for our response. So in this case, the applications were made available and we're responding within the time frame of that application.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
So just to go back to finish that thought, especially with what was presented, what Councilman Ford asked to be discussed with the route issues that we're having in a lot of our Black areas in Memphis. I just wanted to kind of express my discomfort with allowing this resolution when we still have this resolution for a certain area of Memphis that is on that map that had those yellow routes with uninterrupted service when there were so many Black line routes in Black areas that Councilman Ford allowed for this presentation to come up. So that's kind of why I asked when the deadline was, and then seeing that it's annual. But I myself feel a discomfort approving that when, like you said, people from Boxtown calling him Councilman Ford, Johnny Mosley from Bus Riders Union, and also people in Firestone and Hyde Park are on my tail too. So I just wanted to express my discomfort with that ask.
Okay, so there's no motions on the floor. It appears that we are ready to vote. Brooke, can we get a roll call?
We can do a roll call vote. Councilwoman Logan? Councilman Colvette?
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen? Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Thank you. Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
I'm gonna vote yes, but in 2 weeks, prevailing side, anything can be changed. Okay, I appreciate it.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Excuse me. Brooke,
Councilwoman
did you give
Logan,
my
would you
vote?
like to catch?
Yes.
I was gonna come back to you at the end, but Councilwoman
that's-
Logan?
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson?
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley.
This item is approved. This concludes the Works Committee.
Planning and zoning, let's queue up.
Give us one moment, we're switching over now. Thank you so much.
No pressure at all, Madam Chairman, no pressure. We'll get a roll call.
Councilman Canale.
Here.
Councilman Carlisle.
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford.
Present.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Here.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley. Councilman Smiley. Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Here.
Chair Colvette.
Here, Chair observes a quorum. Anybody, of course, not named to this committee specifically is always welcome to the table. Ladies and gentlemen, we have 5 items on our committee today. First things first, we have an honorary street name change of Union Avenue between South Belvedere and South McLean for Reverend Steve Montgomery. Can I get a motion to send down the affirmative? Been moved by Canale, properly seconded by Dr. Warren. Seeing nobody in the queue, assume you're ready for a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. Hearing none, it's opinion of the chair that is unanimous, goes downstairs to positive recommendation. All right, item 2 is PD 20-04, the 3398 Graves case. Just a reminder to everybody that Josh will present the nuts and bolts, and we'll have questions specifically of Josh, and the applicant and the opposition will not be speaking at this time. So I'm going to ask for a motion to send it to full council with no recommendation.
So moved.
Second.
Been moved by Canale, properly seconded by Warren. Josh, give us a presentation, please.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Josh Whitehead with the Division of Planning and Development. And as Ms. Hyman cues me up to share my screen, I'll go ahead and get started. This is a request for a planned development at the location, the current location of Graves Elementary. Graves Elementary, like many schools throughout the system, dealt with falling enrollment, and now the school board is marketing it to potential buyers. The potential buyer in this situation is Elvis Presley Enterprises, who is interested in purchasing it to place a light manufacturing and Votech facility within the present school building, but also within an expansion of that school building. Let's focus on this slide right here in front of you. This is the land use map, and blue indicates institutional uses. This was a school. Yellow reflects single family. Now there's 3 things that we look at, we OPD, we City Council, we Land Use Control Board, when we receive development requests like this. Number 1, just basic land use tenets of more intense uses being close to more intense uses, and then you stair step down to your lowest intensity zoning district, which is single family. Number 2, we go to the UDC, the zoning code. And in this case, the test for planned developments is, will the use, the proposed use, have a negative impact on the surrounding uses? And question number 3 is, how about any long-range plan that is in effect? Here, our citywide plan is Memphis 3.0. So as we go to those 3 questions, it is staff's position that on each of those questions, this request fails just based upon basically this map, right? You have a requested light industrial use for a property that is surrounded not on one side, which we sometimes have, not 2 or 3, but all 4 sides. So very quickly, here's some photographs of those 4 sides. The top picture here is existing Graves Elementary. The bottom is looking north up Graves. This is a fairly newer subdivision. I would say maybe about 20 years old. Now let's go across on the other side, on the east side of the school site. We're looking now from McCorkle and Winchester towards the school up top, and then down below, we're looking north up McCorkle. McCorkle was developed at the same time as Graves Elementary, probably about 60 or so years ago. The north side of the property is heavily wooded, and here we are looking across the street, across Winchester towards the south, and it, as I mentioned before, is residential. Here's the site, the original site plan that was submitted by the applicant. We worked with them to produce a site plan that had less negative impacts on the neighborhood in the instance, in the case where the city council may approve this. This is the revised site plan that's in your resolution. All truck traffic there at the bottom on Winchester would access from that arterial, whereas the employees and students would access the property from the existing turnaround drive on Graves Road. Here's a 45-degree angle look at the proposed building. The conditions, as articulated in your resolution, compels the developer to use as much as the existing building as possible, so it continues to have a elementary school appearance. Let's go through those tests. Number one, as I mentioned before, we felt like placing a light industrial use in the middle of a single family district just fails the basic tenets of good zoning law and zoning principles. Number two, we feel like the test for plan development is not meant, that this will probably have a negative impact on the surrounding single family neighborhood. And three, looking at 3.0, this was identified in green as a public or quasi-public building. Well, if you recall, Memphis 3.0 has a caveat, because obviously this future land use map that we use is not always a good crystal ball for the future. So the Memphis 3.0 plan says you can also go to adjacent land uses. Well, here, as I mentioned earlier, and also reflected on this map, those adjacent land uses are single family. So if we were to stray from the strict interpretation of 3.0, where this is a public building, we would stray towards it being a single family subdivision, if and when developed. So here are those three tests. The conclusion number 4, Mr. Chairman, the applicant has requested a revised set of conditions. This would allow additional light industrial uses on the property, and we feel that those requested revisions to the conditions would only exacerbate the negative review we've had on those first 3 tests. With that, Mr. Chairman, the staff recommends rejection. The Land Use Control Board, in a tight vote, recommends approval. And with that, I'll relinquish the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Whitehead. Council Lady Logan, you're up.
Yes, I'd like to know if the zoning is changed, how far reaching is that? What would the boundaries be for the change in the zone?
All of it.
So this, Councilwoman Logan, since this is a regular rezoning, not a city-initiated rezoning, only the owner of the property or a potential buyer of a property can agree to the rezoning. So it would just be the confines of the property they have under contract to purchase, which is the existing Graves Elementary.
So just that particular spot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you. Are you back, Chair?
Thank you very much. Councilman Smiley?
Yes, real quick. So I assume my colleagues know I like to take a ride on my scooter. And yesterday I found myself at Graves Elementary, and I ended up knocking on doors on both Graves and McCorkle Road. I just wanted to share with you some of the feedback that I received yesterday. So I talked to about basically 10 homes, and I'm gonna just tell you the numbers that I came up with. So 1, 2, 3, 4. Out of the 10 homes, 5 no's, hard no's, 3 yeses, and 2, I really don't care. It doesn't really affect me. But there was one conversation that I had with the gentleman. I think this ultimately is going to be where we have to decide today. And I think the gentleman was absolutely right. And I think it's pertinent that I share it with you all. And basically what he told me was he lives about 2 houses from the location. He said, ultimately what you all have to decide here, and he said he acknowledged that it's going to be a tough decision, whether the perceived greater good to Memphis as a whole, which would be good paying jobs and a partnership with young people, does it outweigh the concerns of the neighborhood? The way that he put it was, everyone in the city would probably like this project, except for those who live near it. So what we have to decide today is whether the good outweighs, the location. And with that, I yield back.
Excellent points. Excellent points. Councilor Johnson, do you have any questions of staff?
Yes, I have a question to the staff. I was going to ask, how much opposition did he receive notification of?
I need to be on that too. Okay.
Bryson Whitney just summed up that for me. We have 28 letters in opposition, and I believe he has 11 speakers cards for 3:30 in opposition.
That is confirmed, and I get to read all those letters to you.
Hope you get your best.
Hopefully not.
And we
But
have,
I think, I'm sorry.
to be fair, I should also point out there are 2 speakers in support and 1 letter in support.
Okay.
As of this afternoon.
I think what we're facing today is a situation similar to the one we had last council meeting, when we as city council people are living in a community that we're directly are going to be affected by, and the people that we have to see and interact with. I have received numerous contacts from individuals from the Bluebird Estates, from the McCorkle Estate, people in the shopping center saying they do not want this type of activity in the neighborhood. And I think that if we're going to be respectful of the people in the neighborhood, then we need to do as they so wish. Nobody's against the concept. Everybody agrees that training is important and we need to find a way to help our community and help jobs come about. But you know, we got a lot of commercial land available in Whitehaven. We're just not in this location. All the gentleman will have to do is move the facility a little bit further west, or he can go on Brooks Avenue, or there have been some other sites that's been made available. So it's not that the citizens of Whitehaven don't understand, they just cannot understand why would he want to place that facility in the midst of their neighborhoods where they've been living, and they personally feel like their property values would be affected. And being a prior property assessor, I can say there will be an effect on property values. It may take a couple of years before you see it, but I do think that people who currently look out of their houses into a building that's approximately, I guess, I'm thinking it's almost 30 feet tall, that will affect the value that people be willing to pay for those properties. So I'm gonna ask my colleagues, you know, my constituents have asked me, do not support this. So I'm gonna have to ask my colleagues not to support it. Thank you.
Council Lady, everybody, let's hear from the applicant and the opposition just before we share our thoughts. Remember that this committee is, let's keep it to questions of staff and the presentation. We'll have plenty of time for a robust discussion. I think we're all pretty much guaranteeing that's going to happen. Chair Robinson, you're in the queue.
So, yes, I have one question. If we change this property to light industrial and this owner, for some unknown reason, decides to sell the property, does it remain light industrial forever? Or can another person buy it and change it to something else, or they don't even have to come to us anymore if it continues to be light industrial? I need that to be clear in my mind.
Madam Chair, I think you just articulated the reason why starting in the 50s, this body started getting away from straight rezonings and more towards conditional zoning like planned developments. Because through this resolution, we are tying the request just to a VOTEC facility and a 3D printing light manufacturing facility. We could also, but we don't presently have it in the conditions, we could limit it to a particular user. We do that sometimes with daycares, where only we know that a particular daycare operator is a good actor, but we're not so sure about people he or she may sell it to. We'll tie the conditional zoning to him or her. So we have that opportunity, but the plan development gives us more predictability than if this was a straight zoning to the EMP zoning district, which we told the applicant off the bat that we would be very hesitant to be on board with.
So if they sold the property, does that mean that whoever purchases would still have to come before the land use control board? Or can they buy it as industrial? You didn't make that clear.
This, as currently conditioned, this applicant could sell it to someone else, but that someone else would have to use it only as the listed use of a 3D printing light manufacturing facility or VOTEC facility. If we would like to tie it down further to do what you're asking, I could put together some conditions between now and 3:30 to lock that down, that any future user would at least have to go to the land use control board, whose decision could be appealed up to city council.
We'll discuss that this afternoon. I just want to make sure that if we make this decision, that we are making a decision for the future of this community and put them at risk. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair Lady. Dr. Warren, do you have a question of staff?
No, actually, the question was just answered by Mr. Whitehead.
Thank you very much. Councilman Ford, do you have a question of staff?
I hate to go against what OPD says, but you know, when I was on the council before, what happened, yes, if you zone something a certain way, in which I'm looking at Graceland, okay, right now, if they did leave, hey, it's gonna still be zoned light industrial for anybody to really come in and do what they want. He may want to try to make some stipulations later, but that's not working. You know, we kind of put moratoriums on different areas, but especially in black areas, okay? Because it was zoned any kind of way. You could put whatever you wanted because it was industrial, it was light industrial, it was commercial, it was this. We kind of stopped that before. And just to be honest, and I like to just take it on downstairs where we can have discussions with different people. I've talked with over 100 people and none of them are for this. You're going into a very nice black community. Graceland, never do anything that they say. My neighborhood, we're having issues with Graceland right now. We have trying to go to court to make them do some things that they never did. We have issues with Graceland. I don't have a problem with them trying to, you know, make things nice, and especially when it come down to the school's supposed to have been torn down about 4 months ago, okay? But it's still sitting there in our neighborhood. Maybe school system and Graceland's gotten together, the reason why it's still sitting there, but it should be a neighborhood, just like what it is already. And I like to move it on downstairs for discussion. Save some time right now. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilman. Mr. Carlisle, I've got a question on well, the question's been called. Can it wait till 3:30 or do you have a question right now?
Yeah, I just want to know whether they owned it or they had it under contract. That's all. Like today, like if they own it today or if it's under contract today.
Josh?
They are not under contract until they make the deal of trying to get to school. There's no contract, period. You know, we had a discussion with OPD and everything with the neighborhood, and they tried to cut us off. But I think I had about 50 people that spoke, you know, and against it, everything else, but nothing has been under contract. They're just waiting until they get an approval and everything. Once they get an approval, then things would be under contract.
Thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that. Yes, sir. I yield back, Chair. That's all.
Thank you very much. Seeing nobody else in the queue, nobody waving at me wishing to be recognized, assume you're ready to vote. This is a recommendation to send to full council with no recommendation. Let's call a voice vote. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. The opinion of the chair is unanimous, goes downstairs with no recommendation. Mr. Whitehead, we're supposed to go to SUP 20-5, but in my original notes, I have PD 20-05, and that is on our full agenda. Is that case being held?
No, sir. I think Councilman Carlisle is going to breathe in or make a motion to breathe in some revised set of conditions at 3:30.
Okay. Then should we go ahead and just send that to full council with no recommendation, or just go ahead and you keep going?
Let's keep rolling. It was a friendly amendment with the applicant. We're ready to go on that one. Let's get on down the road.
Going, item 3, SUP 20-05, 1177 and 1183 Minna Place. Can I get a motion to send with no recommendation?
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Warren, seconded by, looks like Canale. Josh, go ahead and give us a presentation.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you. This case I'll be brief on because there was some opposition at the start of this process, but the applicant has met with them and revised the site plan. This is off-site parking for an office building. This is the office building there at the interchange of Lamar and Midtown 240. It was built probably about 50 or so years ago, and it has very limited parking. And the zoning code says if you want to have off-site parking, you have to get a special use permit, which is why they're here before you. On the screen here, you have the original site plan on the top. And after the applicant met with citizens in the Annisdale Snowden neighborhood, the site plan on the bottom, which has additional landscaping and reduced lighting pointed towards the south, pointed towards the homes, is what's in your resolution. With that, Mr. Chairman, the staff and the Land Use Control Board both recommend approval with conditions.
Thank you very much. I see no members in the queue. Wave at me if you want to be recognized. Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor of sending this to full council without a recommendation signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same rights and privileges. In the opinion of the chair, it's unanimous, goes downstairs to full council with no recommendation. Next item 4Z 20-04, the Lamar Avenue between Bellevue and Prescott zoning case. Colleagues, I have a request to hold this for 2 weeks. Given all the work we've been doing lately, I really this is third reading and I haven't really had a chance to follow up on it. And I believe Council Lady Swearingen is of the same opinion. We also have a couple people in the affected area that need more input. If there's no objection, I'd like to hold this for 2 weeks. Seeing no objection, seeing no members wishing to be recognized, held for 2 weeks. Item 5 on our agenda, and I think we'll have a more robust discussion. I believe Councilman Carlisle has a 180-day moratorium on the issuance of demolition permit of churches over 50 years old. Councilman Carlisle, you are recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. Colleagues, you should have received an email earlier today from staff sometime around 1:08 p.m. today. In that, you'll find a resolution. Now, I'm going to go ahead and read it into the record here. A resolution requesting a 180-day moratorium on the issuance of demolition permit of churches over 50 years old and requesting that the Office of Planning and Development provide a report outlining different uses under less intense zoning districts and proposed zoning amendments that authorizes such uses. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Memphis City Council that a 180-day moratorium on the issuance of any demolition permits for churches over 50 years old on Summer Avenue, pending a report outlining the different uses that would be available under less intense zoning districts and proposed zoning amendments to preserve historical church structures or to authorize similar uses. Be it further resolved that exceptions to this resolution will be handled on a case-by-case basis to the adoption of exception resolutions by the council. Plain English. You may or may not have seen recently an ISO move with same same night minutes, please.
Been moved for same night minutes by Councilman Carlisle. Is there a second?
Second, Warren.
Colleagues, sorry, go ahead, Chair.
No, it's been moved, properly seconded by Warren. Mr. Carlisle, you still have the floor.
Thank you, sir. Colleagues, just to be blunt, you may or may not have seen recently in the news that there are buildings along Summer Avenue that are being acquired that have historical and community significance. As somebody who's been on the other side of the fence, what we would like to do is not allow anybody to harm these historic buildings in an effort to get some more community input from the neighborhood and the residences about how these buildings may or may not be repurposed to help the neighborhood. Mr. Whitehead and his group as well is going to study what the appropriate zoning will be for these buildings. And I would appreciate your support in this endeavor so that we don't end up with uses that disintegrate neighborhoods. That I yield back, Chair.
Thank you very much. Council Lady Easter Thomas, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Councilman Carwell, I think this is a great idea. Can I add something friendly or just something to be discussed with not just the churches on Summer, but all historical churches in Memphis over 50 years old? And it kind of, when I was hearing you read it and then I saw that it said on Summer, that's why I asked, but it does make me think about what we just talked about earlier with the expansion of the Pocket Park and how if we're saving churches on Summer, we might need to think about extending that same grace, or we may open up a can of the same thing that we were talking about, what might happen with the extension of the Pocket Parks.
Yes, I hear, I'm not opposed to that necessarily. I'd like Alan to weigh in because of when we were looking at this, there's more than I understand about zoning and this. So Josh or Alan weigh in on narrowly tailoring some of these issues. This was to kind of address a specific instance. I personally don't have, I know where you're going with this. I don't have a problem with it being added. I just want to make sure that we're not in a legal, we don't set ourselves up for an issue. So if Josh or Alan can weigh into that, that would be helpful.
You're recognized.
Josh Whitehead again. The Supreme Court of the United States is pretty generous with moratoria, provided it's for a finite period of time and for a finite purpose. So as long as it covers kind of a common subject matter, like places of worship, and it had a purpose, which would be to study the zoning of all these places of worship and whether a more appropriate zoning to perhaps lessen the development stress on the building itself, and I guess by extension the parish. The only question though would be, rather than a 60-day period, we may need an additional period because there's probably thousands of places of worship that fit that category. And number two, just for practical purposes for the city council, you may want to limit the number of churches that would fall under this, because all the exceptions, for instance, I know a church on Summer is thinking about tearing down their rectory. Well, they'll go to this body for an exception. Well, I don't know if this body is really prepared for hundreds of exceptions to be requested, but we could process that if need be, I'm sure.
Council Lady Easter Thomas, perhaps we could set up a study committee, because we are talking potentially about hundreds, if not thousands, of churches potentially affected. Just an idea, maybe we go forward with this one and go ahead and set up a study committee on this to see just kind of what we're up against. Does that potentially work for you?
Well, Councilman Covell, I'm not one to initiate committees, but I am thinking about just the historical churches that I see that are in South and North Memphis that may fall prey to the same thing that we're trying to prevent on Summer. So I don't know how that can be worded, and I know we have to go ahead and go on. But I don't know. Who gets to see how can that be worded so that, because these areas are in development phase. And so I can think of some that are either historic or they have a marker or not, that may be identified by some outside or inside developer for whatever use. So I would just hate to put it to somewhere and then by the time we figure it out, the historic church on the corner of Jackson by Bickford is gone, and the historic church in South Memphis is gone as well. So
I believe
I don't know.
Councilor Wade wanted to weigh in. Councilor Wade, you recognize.
Yeah, I think this one was narrowly tailored because Councilman Carlisle was made aware that this was a problem in that area. That is not to say that this can't be amended down the road. I mean, these things are often extended. So I would think that we would want to be narrowly focused, and to the extent that council members can bring some other churches to the table, this can be amended down the road or extended. And there's nothing to prohibit us from having a separate moratorium for a different area like North Memphis, Whitehaven. So, I mean, this isn't exclusive that you're closed out to the extent that we don't amend this one today. I'm telling you, I think it's better to be narrowly focused and broader, because people are going to object to being held hostage while we do a year-long study. So my recommendation would be to let this one flow, and to the extent that you have some other churches that you're concerned about, we can consider doing a second moratorium for those areas.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Wade. Thank you, Chair. I'm sufficient with it.
Sounds great. All right, Director Connect, I see you wish to be recognized.
Yes, sir, Chairman. I just want to make a note that we do have a lot of abandoned churches that are dilapidated state. They're neglected. I just want to make sure that those kind of issues or instances don't prohibit us from the public health and safety perspective, where we have to demolish an abandoned property. It may be an abandoned church. We have come across that where the church is no longer there, or it's an abandoned structure. It's a dilapidated state. It's falling down. So just from a public health and safety, some churches, the structure may not be salvageable and require a demolition. I'm just saying, if I didn't read the specifics of this, but I just got to make sure that we don't prohibit that.
Yeah, Chair, if I may. Yeah, I see Patrice. Yeah, so yeah, Director Connect, I understand what you're saying. You're saying demolition by blight. Most of these facilities are not in a position. We want an area to tailor that. And this body in the future, we're going to have a larger conversation about people that are basically purposely allowing their buildings to deteriorate to the point where it's blight by demolition, or demolition by blight rather. But I hear you loud and clear, but we'll circle back to that. I'm running out of time. Sorry, Chair, I yield back.
Thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Attorney Wade, you wish to be recognized again?
Yeah, I would just say to Director Connect that this resolution does allow for exceptions, and the city can certainly be an applicant for an exception to the extent the public health and safety is affected. So I would think that if you're vigilant in trying to get something done, you can come back to this body and they'll give you an exception for it.
All right, thank you very much. Councilman Morgan, you're recognized.
Thank you. I'll be quick. Why was 50 years the number that was decided upon? Honestly, that just seems a little bit young from my perspective. In terms of when we talk about historic buildings in Memphis, a lot of buildings are older than 50 years, and not necessarily that historic.
Josh, you want to go, or you want me to answer?
Which Carlisle you recognized?
I said either one. I mean, you want to take it from an architectural standpoint. So, typically when you look at things like historic tax credits, 50 years, 60 years, I believe, I can't remember if it's 50 or 60, you start to look back at what is considered historically architecturally significant. So today, things like the Chiska Hotel, the 1961 building, is mid-century modern, and it's considered architecturally significant. And that is by IRS code and definition. So kind of answers the question.
Okay. Well, I mean, okay. Yeah, I guess this is almost like getting into an educational thing about what is considered significant, because something that could be a great example of 80s architecture could be significant all of a sudden, but not necessarily historic. So not so sure about that. I would prefer if we were to change it so it would be older and include fewer churches. And my concerns about blight have been addressed. All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councilman Morgan. Councilman Jones, you're recognized.
Thank you. And Councilman Morgan, sort of pose the same question that I was going to raise the issue with the age. How was 50 determined? Especially when I think about the fact that I'm 52 and I don't necessarily consider myself historic. But I think I can understand that. I can understand the part of historical significance, and I guess as time goes on, we will bring other type of structures into that. I would like to see, perhaps if it's 75, because we can get to the period, and Ms. Robinson and Ms. Warren, you may think about the era of school constructions, and some of those are probably approaching 50 years, and we probably want to tear them down. And so if the architecture of that particular period of time is similar, I think we may need to look at an older age of facilities versus just 50. So I'm open to discussion on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I see no other council members in the queue. Raise your hands, wave at me if you wish to be recognized. Seeing none, I assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor of seeing this to 3:30, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? Right. Hearing none, it's unanimous. This goes to full council. There being no further business in front of the P&Z, we stand adjourned.
Frank, you better get some tea to read all those letters later.
One moment, we're switching over to Granicus.
Of the Memphis City Council. Today is August 18th, 2020. It's now 2:54 p.m. I want to first, before we call the roll, I am very happy to kick our executive session off by congratulating two of our team members who celebrated milestones with the City Council, and that's Rebecca Garcia and Julie Malum. Both are celebrating their 10-year anniversaries with the city of Memphis. And as a council, we want to thank them for their service. Let's give them a high five, hands up, or a clap. We appreciate their service. We only have 4 items on our executive session today. And the first item is a report from First Aid. We've invested in First Aid for pre-K, and we've asked them to come and bring us some quarterly reports. So there, Ms. Candace Thomas, are you up and available?
I am.
Thank you for being here today, and thank you for the report. We're about 25 minutes behind. I know every time you come, I tell you the same thing, but just give us a quick overview. We just want to know the executive summary of how our dollars have been spent.
Okay. I am sharing my screen with you. Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, great. I'm going to give you a quick overview. So, hi, everybody. It's nice to see you again. I'm sorry that we're in the midst of COVID and I haven't had a chance to meet many people in person, but I'm happy to have any Zoom or video calls with you. If you'd like to meet, that would be wonderful. You may remember that there are 4 areas that First Aid Memphis focuses on as a part of our outcomes measures and ensuring that young kids are getting what they need in pre-K. So that's enrollment, attendance, pre-K growth, and kindergarten readiness. And so this quarterly report just reminds you of really the wraparound services that were provided to pre-K students in the last school year, especially given COVID. So overall, we had 1,200 students participate in wraparound services, and that includes family engagement, where pre-K programs engages caregivers, parents, grandparents in their young child's schooling. It also includes ensuring that pre-K programs are helping families access what they need. So in this case, what we saw in the last quarter is that about 175 families asked for food assistance and food pantries. The second most request that we found was families asking for help around financial asset building and income support. And we did see some families who did ask for additional help around extended school days, so either before school or after school programming. So for year two, we're gonna engage in the same exact model. We are gonna have 75 classrooms starting right now. Actually, as you know, schools are opening up, and you know our full budget is $12.5 million. Of our 75 classrooms, here's where we are today in terms of what our pre-K programs are gonna be: in-person, virtual learning, or a hybrid model of both, and that's what you see here. And this is our budget. We've shown you this before, just a quick reminder. And you have these slides, or I'm happy to send them to you if you need them. So this year, we are going to make a couple of small changes to the pre-K program, given that most of our programs are virtual. So we actually are going to focus a lot more on family engagement. We are hoping to see that all of the pre-K programs are touching base with families regularly, outside of the virtual learning that most families are doing. So we're going to actually take attendance with virtual learning and wraparound support or family service worker support. And we're just really want to make sure that families feel like that the pre-K program is in full support of whatever the young student and their families need. And then First State Memphis is going to use some of the unspent funds that we didn't use last year because not all of our classrooms opened up. We're going to use a small portion of that funding to provide one-time COVID response grants. And it's just really to support pre-K programs however they see fit for their pre-K program this school year. So here we are. We know that there's a lot of challenges and opportunities given COVID. We are really working right now. We just applied for the Tennessee Community Cares Grant so that we can make sure that pre-K families have access to devices and Wi-Fi. We are really working with, you're gonna see in the next few days, billboards and public service announcements about trying to get pre-K families to still enroll in pre-K this school year, and as a chance to help parents understand what the school year is going to offer to kids in addition to devices. And one thing that we know is that we'll need your help with and would love to think with you about is that given some of the ups and downs around unemployment and the needs of families, we are really trying to think through how do we make sure we advocate for families' basic needs. So whether that be, how can we ask parents to be online for virtual learning if we're struggling with our light bill or other bills in the household? And so kids' basic needs, as you all know, is going to be of the utmost importance this school year. So I hope those were good highlights, Chairwoman Robinson. Please let me know if you have any questions or want me to follow up on anything.
Thank you for your presentation on today. Council members, will you let me know if you have any questions? I see people over in the queue, but I think that was for the last issue. Dr. Warren, did you have a question this time?
I had a question about how they were going to do this, but she answered it. I put the Q in at first and the question was answered. Thanks, Ms. Thomas.
Okay, thank you for your presentation and we'll see you next quarter.
Thank you so much.
And council members, this is Candace Thomas. Please, Candace, reach out to them so you can spend some special time with each one of the council members. Item number 2 on our agenda this afternoon is a resolution in opposition to the operation, is that Legend or Legend? how y'all pronounce it, Lejean. And they also requesting staying that minutes, and I'd like to turn that over to Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairwoman. I've been saying it legend just for phonetic purposes. But as to reiterate, this is a resolution of the Memphis City Council in opposition to Operation Legend. And I'll only highlight a few of these. Whereas on December 18, 2019, Attorney General William Barr announced the establishment of Operation Relentless Pursuit, an initiative aimed at combating violent crime in 7 U.S. cities: Albuquerque, Baltimore, Cleveland, Detroit, Kansas City, Memphis, and Milwaukee, via a surge in federal resources, i.e. federal agents complemented by mission-critical equipment and technology. And the city of Memphis was one of the 7 cities selected under Operation Relentless Pursuit to experience the surge in federal agents complemented by mission-critical equipment and technology. Whereas on July 8th, 2020, Attorney General William P. Barr announced the establishment of Operation Legend, an additional initiative aimed at combating violent crime in the same 7 cities: Albuquerque, Baltimore, Cleveland, Detroit, Kansas City, Memphis, and Milwaukee. At the focus of Operation Relentless Pursuit, the city of Memphis included. Be it further resolved, the Memphis City Council urges the administration to decline to allow federal agents into the city of Memphis to police our fellow neighbors, friends, and families. Sponsored by Councilwoman Michael Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Rhonda Logan, Councilwoman Janita Swearengin, Councilman Martavius Jones, and Councilman J.B. Smiley Jr.
Move your item, please.
And I move this item, Chair, and also place myself in the queue.
I beg your pardon, I didn't hear your last statement.
I said I move my item and also place myself in the queue.
Okay. And the second by?
Smile.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you. Kansas City Mayor Lucas, Albuquerque Mayor Keller, and Chicago Mayor Lightfoot are a few of the city leaders that have expressed extreme concern about the widening of federal law enforcement and the racist rhetoric used to reason why further federal enforcement is needed in select the U.S. cities. Mayor Lucas of Kansas City has said all 3 mayors share concerns that the operation could expand beyond as it's been described, and I too share those concerns. We've heard today from U.S. Attorney Donovan that the city of Memphis has no oversight, no say-so, or no role of permission as it pertains to Operation Legend. U.S. Attorney Donovan assures that this will not be Portland, Oregon, but many city leaders are afraid of the federal takeover of policing, as hinted at in many public interviews by our President Trump, who also dog whistles often about Democratic-run cities with large minority populations, and Memphis fits that description well. We should be concerned that so much aggressive monies and federal attention easily flow when the term violent crime is used. But when questioned about funding for gang prevention, community policing, gun buyback programs, drug rehab, and reentry programs, we were just told to look for it on our own. How will we accomplish law reform, community policing, or even improve relations with our local law enforcement if an outside, uncontrollable police presence operates in our city? U.S. Attorney Donovan said that the federal government does not need our permission to do anything. However, that does not mean City of Memphis leaders have to stand by idly while this has the potential to go well beyond its limited intent, as we have seen happen often from federal directives just this year in 2020, and as we are still in the midst of the pandemic. We should not be in full, unquestionable support of the continued militarization of local law enforcement. I ask for the council to be in opposition as well to Operation Legend. Thank you, Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair. Let me first say that I didn't get a copy of that resolution. At least I didn't see it. And I've been quite informed today from the presentation earlier, and as well as Mrs. Councilman Easter Thomas discussion. So I guess my question, maybe to you, Chair, if you can answer it, is, are we saying that we don't want the federal officers here, or we're just not in agreement with them being here? I'm not sure what the resolution is actually addressing. I'm confused.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. So Chairwoman Johnson, thank you for the question. This resolution was included in our initial packet. The only changes that when it was sent back out today was adding the co-sponsors and then the list of the actual 7 U.S. cities that these operations were operating in. But the resolution is saying in not agreement, which is also saying that having federal agents here is counterproductive to what we are trying to do to improve law enforcement. So the answer would be yes to both of your questions.
Do you have any questions?
No, I just need to think for a minute. I thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. And thank you, Councilman Easton, for that answer too. Thank you.
Dr. Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. It's my understanding from listening to the briefing we got from the Attorney General today that these law enforcement officers have been embedded within our local law enforcement apparatus, and we are it seems to me like we are directing their activities. They're sort of like pulling in an extra team. I understand also Councilwoman Easter Thomas's concern about sending in federal officers that we don't know that they're here and nobody knows what they're doing. And, it sort of seems like, they're maybe overstepping their bounds in local government. There are state laws, however, and there's federal laws that are broken, and there are federal law enforcement officers. And I think those guys are marshals, and we've had them here forever. So what I would really like to hear is from our police department about how this is working and how they're using it. And if these guys are, working with our local law enforcement officer to try to stop people from killing each other, and I think we would be foolish to not let them in. I think we can't just let people come in and do whatever they want, and act like local law enforcement doesn't count. So I would like to hear from the chief or Mr. Deputy Chief Rawls about how these people are being used currently, and are they concerned that they're being overrun or overtaken by federal law enforcement? Can I get a comment from the police department?
Okay, I see the command center. Who will be speaking?
Well, good afternoon, Council and Chairwoman. Thank you so much for the opportunity. I know Councilwoman Swearingen made her best effort to have us present a PowerPoint, which we still have, and it's very good explanation of some of the operations that we are doing in Relentless Pursuit and now Operation Legend. It's a very controlled law enforcement effort. It's a very collaborative effort, and I think that this PowerPoint will help educate a little bit more about some of the things that we are doing in our community to help our citizens be safe, feel safe, and operate through the city in a safe way. So with that, Colonel Darren Goods is over our investigative services. He was a major working in the multi-agency gang unit, and that was one of the larger footprints in Operation Relentless Pursuit, which he commanded. So I'm going to turn it over to Colonel Goods, and if you could give us the rights, we have that PowerPoint ready.
Okay. Brooke, would you give them? The ability to show their PowerPoint, please.
Okay. Got his share.
Okay, I don't have about 10 minutes.
All right, I think we're ready.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair, other council members. I'm Colonel Darren Goods, the Memphis Police Department Investigative Services. And I will go through this fairly quickly. Right here, just some dates we've already covered. I think Attorney General Donovan shared a vast majority of this information with you guys earlier, so I won't bore you with all of that. This slide here just shows the number of federal agents and local officers that were involved in Relentless Pursuit 1. These are some stats as far as arrests that was made during that particular time. And I want to point out the fact that there were over 480 warrants cleared, 434 of those were violent fugitives, 90 firearms received. And you see there were a total of 64 gang members identified during this operation. In addition to that, multi-agency gang unit, along with the ATF, DEA, and FBI, during that same time period. These are some stats of some arrests that were made, 277 total arrests. 35 of those arrests were somehow related to a murder or attempted murder. 88 gang members identified and 57 guns recovered. This is just an example of what was a traffic stop that ultimately led into a search warrant with members of the Marshals Task Force as well as members of the multi-agency gang unit. In this, we recovered, you see the assault rifles that were recovered. Both of the assault rifles were stolen. This is just an example of the firepower that we are seeing on the streets of Memphis almost on a daily basis. This incident here was a collaborative effort between the Homicide Bureau, the U.S. Marshals, Violent Crime Fugitive Task Force, as well as the multi-agency gang unit into an unsolved homicide. This homicide victim named Mr. Joseph Hill, 21-year-old young man who was shot and killed in the 21 block of Pendleton. He survived by his mother and siblings. Mr. Daniel Locke was developed as a suspect in this, and the Homicide Bureau enlisted assistance from the MGU, which is the gang unit, and the Marshals Task Force, who went out looking for Mr. Locke, ultimately finding him, arresting him, and charging him with first-degree murder. When Mr. Locke was arrested, he had in his possession several guns, either in his possession or in the residence where he was arrested subsequent to a search warrant. Again, an example of some of the weapons and drugs that's recovered on the streets of Memphis. This slide just kind of speaks about the manpower that was dedicated to Relentless Pursuit Phase 2 that started in June the 15th of this year. As you can see, there are 25 special agents from the Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms. The FBI has embedded a special agent and one crime analyst within the Homicide Bureau. There are 2 crime analysts from the FBI embedded with the multi-agency gang unit. And there's currently an unsolved double homicide of Ashton Luckett and 16-year-old Laquan Boyd, where the FBI and Department of Justice has offered a $25,000 reward for information that leads to the arrest and conviction of those responsible. Homeland Security Investigation has 6 special agents that are involved in this particular phase. United States Marshal Service and DEA will provide assistance as needed in tracking violent fugitives and any type of long-term drug trafficking organization investigations that come about as a result of these investigations. The multi-agency gang unit currently has 28 MPD officers, 21 sheriff deputies. All are involved in Operation Relentless Pursuit / Operation Legend. Here are some more stats, as well as a success story I'd like to share with you. This was the murder of 6-year-old Asian Golden, who was inside of this house preparing with his other brothers and sisters and family members to attend a birthday party back on Saturday, April the 11th of this year, when a group of individuals got into a shootout at a nearby intersection. Several shots were fired from high-powered rifles and assault rifles. Several shots struck the house at 823 Park, and 6-year-old Asian Golden was killed as a result of that shooting. The Homicide Bureau enlisted assistance from the Multi-Agency Gang Unit, as well as the ATF. They collaborated during the course of this investigation as a part of Operation Lynch Pursuit 2. As a result, Remigio Johnson and James Murphy were identified as being two of the shooters. They both were subsequently indicted by the Shelby County Grand Jury of first-degree murder and 14 counts of attempted first-degree murder and 14 counts of aggravated assault. On August the 6th of this year, Homicide MGU, the Austin P Task Force and ATF spanned out in the Raleigh area, executed several search warrants, and arrested several individuals. They arrested Mr. Johnson and Mr. Murphy, who were subsequently charged accordingly.
Okay, I appreciate the presentation, but we don't have time to finish it at this point. I'd like to ask the council members for acclamation. Can we move this without a recommendation to our next meeting? All in favor, turn your mics on and say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? That we will hear that downstairs at our 3:30 meeting. Item number 3 is going to be held for
Chairwoman.
2 weeks. Yes.
Chairwoman.
Yes.
So I didn't get a roll call, so can I get a roll call quickly so that I know
Yes, I'm
who
sorry.
voted on that item?
Okay.
Canali?
What item are we?
Going
Number two?
downstairs
This is
without
a roll call.
recommendation.
No.
This is roll call.
Then you're opposed.
Are you here? I just want to know if you're here.
I see Councilman Carlisle. I see Councilman Covett. I see Councilwoman Easter
I got
Thomas.
it. Okay, sorry.
Or-
Yeah, I'm here.
Is Johnson on?
Madam Chair,
Is Jones on?
Not a vote. We're calling the roll for the executive session.
Is Councilman Jones on? How about Councilwoman
Yes, I
Logan? Thank you. Logan,
Present.
Morgan, Smiley, Swearingen,
I'm here.
Warren, and Chair Robinson. Thank you.
Present and Swearingen is here as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Item number 3 has been held for 2 weeks. Item number 4, resolution for youth services training program. They're requesting same night minutes. Can we move that to our meeting at 3:30 with no recommendation? All in favor say aye. Turn your mics on. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We have some add-ons for this evening. Item number 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, and 47. See you at 3:28 so that we can start on time at 3:30. Thank you. This meeting is now adjourned. Remember that you got to go to another a meeting. You got to close out of this meeting and go to another meeting.